naturalists.
Yeah, really, let's not go there, please. I beg you.
Yeah, I don't care like about that argument. It's something me and Veckel and Rev will go round and round the merry-go-round on that one. But
Yeah, you actually did. I
I'm
recall.
just making the point that atheism is not limited to naturalists, and because there's plenty of non-naturalist atheists that
Right.
would disagree with what you're saying when you're talking about atheism. So,
Right.
Hey,
Yeah.
I want to ask DXP a question real quick, and then I'm probably gonna head out soon. DXP, could you respond to a private message? I want to ask you a few questions and get your take on something based on something you said earlier.
this is a sexual proposition, just so you know.
No. DXP, can you hear?
Yeah. What do I have to do that?
You have to go
Anything
to.
he asks.
Can you see the chat at all?
Yes.
Like, which one are you looking at, on the side or on? I want to send you a private message because I had a bunch of questions to ask you.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I just haven't done that before on Google Plus, so I have no idea how to do it. So.
All right. Because I didn't want to interrupt the discussion, so.
Of course not.
Let's see here. All right, let me. I'll try to send it through G Plus. Have you ever received a private message through G Plus?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well.
GXP.
All right.
Hi,
Well.
DXP.
Well, if you could try to let's try to hook up sometime in the future.
Okay, sure.
All right.
Yep,
How you
does
doing?
it-
Hello?
does it- Hey,
Hello,
Jeremy.
I mean. How are you guys? I've never met DXP. That's why I was saying, who is he? What are you about? How's it going?
It's going all right. How are you?
I'm also well. I just had a really yummy honey Dijon mustard chicken for lunch.
Mm.
Oh my goodness.
Feathers and all.
Feathers and all. Oh, good grief, Eric.
Hey, Jeremy.
Sorry,
For,
well,
for
it could have
folk like
been.
me,
It
you have
could
to
have
say
been.
you should have said chicken feet and all.
Yeah. Or neck.
Yeah.
or what are they called? Chitlins and all?
Chitlins.
Oh, I've heard of those. I've no idea what they are. I suspect I don't want to know what they are. But I
No,
could be wrong.
it's disgusting.
I
You
mean,
don't want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw the post that you put up about that video documentary.
Yeah, what'd you think?
I haven't finished watching it, but it seems like it would be an interesting topic in a hangout. What's your thoughts on that?
I totally wanted to do a hangout once much more people had watched it.
Yeah, right.
But the problem is the title is so divisive
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
that it doesn't.
Hey, Max.
Hey.
Well, maybe you could start a hangout on the same topic, but with a more palatable title, I guess.
Oh shit! Not Alvin.
Yes, it's me.
What's wrong with Alvin?
Alvin's a good man. I'm just teasing.
Okay.
I am.
Everything is wrong with Alvin. Yeah.
Me and Eric actually might be related.
We are related. What are you talking about? It's
Oh,
just like the
yeah, I
continent.
remember.
It's just like as Ken Hovind says, the continents are all connected if you just remove the water.
There,
Well, true.
well, you got no. There is some kind of family resemblance thing going on here. It's
Right.
hard
I'm
not to
handsome,
admit
and
it.
I told you guys before. I look like Michael Jordan.
Yeah,
No,
totally.
no, I'm saying we make because my
Shut up, Beckel.
I'm saying because my great grandmother last name was Ziegler.
Oh,
You
that's
know,
right.
Ashkenazi. I'm got Ashkenazi Jew in me, so me and Eric are related.
We're like we're two peas in a pod.
Well, the Bible says we're all one blood, so yeah. I guess you could say that.
Well,
And that's-
okay. So, hey guys, let's get back on the topic, shall we? DXP, I think you had a response to us. Do you still recall, or do you need to refresh your memory?
Yeah, let me give you an example to think about from how science impacts the worldview of the atheist.
Well, I don't think you really have to, because I would agree that it does, but it doesn't hinges. Atheism
Well,
doesn't hinge on science.
There's an important example in cosmology.
What did I just say?
For a very long time, for hundreds of years, the consensus in science was that the universe is eternal. It eternally existed as is. And it was only about, I don't know, 5 or 6 decades ago that the evidence started to point to another possibility, and this idea of a Big Bang, that the universe actually began a finite time ago, and that it's finite. And this was a theory that was actually put forth by a priest, so a religious person. And there was, when it first was proposed, there was a lot of pushback. The consensus was that it couldn't be right, and there are even statements, and I can give you the quotes from prominent scientists that said that it's almost certainly false because it would lend support to an argument by the Christian. And there was a lot of pushback. But then over time, eventually, the community shifted and did accept it. And now it is the standard theory in science. But it is now used by popular Christian apologists in their arguments for their case as a premise in their argument.
But was atheism disproven by that?
Today. And it's a very difficult point for the atheist in those
Not
debates.
at all.
Not at all.
Not even close. Sorry, no. I know there are a lot of atheists who are like, oh no, there cannot be a beginning to the universe. But I think that's just a sort of almost knee-jerk reaction, or maybe more likely it's just that the first point seems not intuitive enough, and that's why they argue against, first point of the Kalam, maybe the second one, and that's why they argue against it. But I, for a year now, or even more, have been always arguing on the basis of, hey, I grant you the Kalam, the universe had a beginning, now please prove to me that it was created by a deity.
Art, I think there was another point that you had been making, and I don't want it to get lost, and that was that, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that atheism and science are not married.
Exactly.
That atheism is, they're almost mutually exclusive, although they don't have to be. But by definition, they sort of are. One simply has to do with an absence of a belief in something. I could believe in leprechauns started the universe. I just don't believe in the notion of a disembodied spirit outside, starting the universe. It doesn't mean that I have a naturalistic viewpoint. Maybe I just don't know.
But here's the problem with that point of view, Eric, is that it's a false dichotomy. It's either
hold
or
on,
fallacy. You believe that God can only be what you just described, some kind of disembodied, formless idea outside the universe. Now,
no, that's why I'm agnostic atheist.
Right, but that's your notion of what a God would be, and that's why you reject it. But you reject, all you're rejecting is one.
Are you asking me why I reject something, or that I do?
You just described why. You said some kind of formless, disembodied God outside the universe you find absurd.
No, I didn't say absurd. Right? I never said absurd. I do not see any evidence for a God or gods. It's that simple.
Yeah, I just want to chime in. I think we, in order to really get it down packed, we gotta get some of the definitions down packed. When it comes to atheism, I think what's happened is we might make a mistake by trying to say it's an ideology. If we just keep it at its base level without all the nuances, it's just somebody that is not convinced there's a God. And right there, that's not necessarily a claim. Now, if a person says there is no God, then that would be a claim. If they make that assertion that God does not exist, we could say that's an ideology because there's an assertion. But if somebody says, I'm just not convinced a God exists, I can't help it, I just don't believe one exists, I would not call that an ideology. It would just be, a product of the person's brain just saying, you know what, I can't help this, I just don't believe in it.
Yeah, I think those are good points I agree with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I was just going to say, I couldn't agree with that more, man. It's spot on. It seems that, unfortunately, a lot of people that call themselves atheists in these hangouts try to have both of those things, though. They try to say that I'm not convinced or I'm just I'm not convinced that there's God. I'm not convinced by the evidence. And they say that and try to at the same time assert that there is no God.
You can do both. Why not?
Well, you can, but it just seems to be inconsistent, really. I mean, because if you don't have the ability to disprove his existence, then why would you make the assertion that that you know for certain that he doesn't exist?
Who says that we don't have this ability? There have been countless arguments against God's existence.
Right. There's a difference between asserting that he doesn't exist and dispelling the claims that are made based on the merit of the individual claims.
But what Alvin is saying is that there's a major difference between somebody making the assertion that he doesn't exist and somebody speaking subjectively saying that they're not convinced. And that's the distinction that needs to be observed here.
Right,
and
but Veckel,
what we're not seeing in a lot of these hangouts by a lot of atheists is that we're not seeing that distinction. We see a going back and forth.
Well,
okay, but if you present a perspective, Veckel, and I disagree with it, the only way for me to understand if I agree with it or not is to draw a conclusion and make a judgment based on the merit. It's not that there is no possibility that there's a God.
Right.
It's that based on what's presented, it's not convincing.
To you.
For me, I don't. Hold on, Alvin. I don't say it for anybody else, and I don't tell you that there's no God. I've never said it.
I'm not. See, you're agreeing with me.
I'm not saying. My point is that the only way to ascertain where we stand on a perspective is to listen to what somebody says and draw a conclusion based on the content of what they say. And at this point,
I agree.
Now, I just want to say one thing. If we go to the core basis of these definitions, if we look at atheism and deism, those two things are not ideologies. Even deism, if you're a theist at just the base core, you believe a God exists. Now what happens is you have atheists and deists that form deistic and atheistic ideologies out of that core base. So you have atheists that develop ideologies on why they may think religion is destructive or why they think it's unhealthy to believe in God. But not all atheists believe those things. And on the deistic side, you end up getting up all these religions. But at the core root base of it, if you just say atheist or deistic, those two phrases are not philosophies. It's just...
And that's why I brought up the point about worldviews. Saying what somebody's worldview is, to me, it's a convenience that I think lends to a lack of precision.
Yeah, it's just if you have atheism within itself is not an ideology, but you will have atheists forming their own personal ideologies or collective ideologies. The term atheist religion is not an oxymoron. Atheism within itself is not a religion, but you can have a couple of like-minded atheists that have certain beliefs on morality and how you should live as a person, and they can come together. Like Jainism is a atheist religion. They do not believe in a God, but
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like-minded people that develop certain views of morality they agree with, and therefore, boom, that's their religion. But that doesn't mean that they're believing in God. So I think that's what it is.
That would explain the atheist churches that are scattered all over the place. It's not atheism, but it's you got a group of people that share this view.
It's just like a meeting space for specific people.
Yeah.
Well, the way it looks just like a church, except
it's exactly that. But check this out: not all atheists subscribe to that kind of thing.
Right, exactly.
So it's atheism within itself is not a religion. If I just say atheist, that's not a religion. But you do have atheistic religions.
Mm-hmm.
They're around. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
it just wouldn't be indicative of all atheists.
What is Jainism? I've never heard of that before. What is that?
I just
It's-
popped the link in the sidebar if you wanted to.
Jainism is
It's
kind of a,
Peace by resident assistant.
Isn't it like an offshoot of Hinduism?
yeah, it's an offshoot of Hinduism where they don't believe in any creator or nothing. It's actually one of the more scientific religions. They don't believe in anything that they can't see.
Alvin, I have a recommendation, and
They don't like killing anything either.
well, I have a suggestion. Instead of talking about an atheistic religion, you might want to call it a secular religion.
I mean,
Because secular is more absent.
Mm.
I could be wrong.
Is Buddhism a secular religion?
I don't
Yeah,
know. I thought so.
I don't know,
Yeah,
to be honest.
But see, watch this. A
don't know if
theistic
that works.
theism. Check this out. A theist is not necessarily religious. A theistic, if you're theistic, that doesn't necessarily mean you're religious. You may not subscribe to any religion at all. You just believe in God. At the core of it.
Hang on.
I see what you're saying. I see your point. It's a little bit of a it's nuanced. I get that. It is.
Yeah.
And that's not a bad thing.
Eric. Your use of the word secular is without religious or spiritual.
Okay.
Say what?
Then I'm wrong. It's a wrong word.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can be religious and secular.
Like I would consider
You can be
like
atheist and
Ocean,
religious. You can't be secular and religious.
All right.
like I would consider Ocean a atheist religion kinda, if I'm not
Nope.
mistaken.
He's a are you?
Don't do that.
You're a pagan,
I'm
aren't you?
polytheistic.
Pagan.
Oh,
I
you're
don't believe in.
well, okay,
atheistic.
okay, I got a better. Anton LaVey is an atheist religion.
That's
Anton LaVey had an
That's fair.
atheist religion.
No, I wouldn't call
he
that.
didn't.
Satanist.
He worshipped Satan.
No, I wouldn't call that.
But Satanists, Anton LaVey.
No, he didn't believe in Satan.
Do not
He did
believe.
not. No, he did not believe there was a deity called Satan. Satan was the mascot. He did not. He didn't
You know,
believe in that.
he has some.
Please talk over me to say what I was going to say. I like that very much. I enjoy
Oh,
it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, D. Go
You
ahead.
just said what I was going to say anyway. Go on.
Oh, okay.
I'm just being a mardy ass.
No, Anton LaVey didn't believe in heaven or hell, God, Satan, Jesus. He didn't believe in any of that. He just used Satan like as a mascot, you know, representing, you know, the rebel. And
Oh, it was like young. It was like
It's symbolistic more than the.
yeah. So, but he didn't believe in God, heaven, or hell. So that would be an example of
So
an
he said it.
atheist religion.
So he says he did.
Well, that's for Judeo-Christian faiths. I mean, he could have.
Okay, I'm
well,
back.
whatever. Sorry.
Do I need to clarify anything else? I had to go for a second.
You had to go to the toilet.
Good grief.
I had to answer.
I can't imagine what made you think
No,
of
I'm
that.
just saying.
So,
Yeah,
DXP, that was why I
No,
was saying
okay.
before about worldview. It's and saying that an atheist has chances are they do. As I'm an agnostic atheist. That is if I do have a worldview, it is probably naturalistic, probably more so than it is atheistic. But it doesn't mean that atheism is married to naturalism.
True.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But in your atheism, you can't appeal to anything outside of nature, correct?
I don't think so. No, but it doesn't mean that they're married.
Well, then
I can
science-
appeal to nothing. I can appeal to nothing. Ideally, I'm saying.
Of your religion.
Say that again.
Science ultimately is the study of the extent of things which you believe in.
No, it is not. That is not what science
Okay,
is.
so what is it that you believe in that's outside that domain?
I believe in things that I'm not sure are inside of it. I believe in certain aspects of awareness that I don't think are, memories. I think it's attached to the brain, but I don't know how it functions. There's things I don't know. There's things. No, I just said I don't know how it functions. I don't know how it functions, so I'm not going to say that I do.
But ultimately, it's in the domain of science because eventually.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
So you sound more like an agnostic than an agnostic atheist.
He said he did say earlier he was an agnostic atheist.
Wait, yeah, but he sounds more agnostic than anything else.
Well, there's a lot of things I don't know. I'm not going to pretend that I know something that I don't know. So I'm not going to say. I'm not going to. Am I going to? If there's a scientific explanation, great. But there may never be an explanation for certain things, such as the beginning of the universe,
Oh, God.
or
did
what
that.
happens when I die.
Yeah, we say God did it. Yeah.
And it's a possibility. I just don't think it's a very reasonable probability, or very high probability.
But that's not based on the evidence then. You're saying you're basing it just on your own subjective whim versus what the evidence shows.
As I see the evidence.
Or
It
your
is subjective. It is subjective, definitely.
or your interpretation of it. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay, but that's fine. But then you can't really make a case for anyone else to join in with you on that belief because it's subjective.
That's right.
Okay, so then why do you care what anyone else believes at all?
I don't. I never said I do.
Why object?
Huh?
And why object to anything that anyone says?
Because it applies to me when you tell me what atheists are and I'm an atheist.
He's a Jew.
I'm a Jew. Yeah, there you go. I'm a Jew. I got it.
What's that got to do with it?
What? You expect me to leave well enough alone?
So what?
I said, what? You expect me to leave well enough alone?
Well, I just don't. Maybe you can help me understand why you shouldn't.
Because it just isn't my. It's not who I am. I am interested. I'm intellectually stimulated, and I want to understand. But I don't tell other people that to think like I think. Believe me, it's not a pretty sight.
Fair enough.
But okay, back to the topic of why atheists, have somehow. I forgot what was the exact point, but you're talking about science, changing, and that's somehow a bad thing for atheists.
Well, it changes in ways that can support the atheist argument, and it changes in ways that can go against it.
But atheists don't have to make an argument.
But ultimately, you can't appeal to anything beyond it because.
Of course we can. I mean, even if. Wait. Even if science changes, it changes in a way to be more accurate.
If you look at the totality of science throughout the last 2,500 years, it's become more accurate, more comprehensive, more capacitous in dealing with the real world, not less.
That's your assertion.
That's actually.
I'm sorry, I can prove it. You're talking on a computer that 2,500 years ago didn't exist. And theology and theism has no notion of its necessity. Certainly wouldn't have gone looking for it on its own. What do you need a computer for? You got God.
Not to mention that nothing in science can ever disprove atheism. Wait, just a second.
Hang on a second, let Art speak.
Just a second, small point. Not to mention that nothing in science can disprove atheism, because science deals with natural things by definition.
So science would neither disprove atheism or God or theism.
I don't mind having faith.
Don't think it's particularly interested in it, in doing so.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Some scientists might be interested in it, but science in general is.
Right. But ADXB had a response, go.
So you're trying to equivocate between science and technology, which are far different concepts.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Does technology not come from science?
No, it does not come from.
It's the application of science.
What? How does it? Yeah, it's the application of science. That's exactly what technology is.
That is incorrect. You don't need to.
All right.
I'm
sorry.
No.
Hey, let's hear him out. Why does he say
No. I draw the line at being told the sky's not blue. I'm sorry.
It's fair to let him finish, though. Wait, did he finish?
Wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. I'd like to hear his explanation as to why he says that. I mean,
I'm sure you would, Beckel. I'm sure you would.
Gosh, listen.
Well, just like I want
let
to
him
hear both
finish.
sides. I mean, come on now. I'm not saying that just because he's a theist that his word is more important than yours. I want to hear why he says that technology and
Except Veckel, I think that's exactly what you think.
Let him
Oh,
tell
see
us
now,
when
see
we
now.
should-
Wait a second. Don't go there, guys. Don't go there.
Wait, everybody. Fucking hell, sorry. I had to unbroadcast you all because you're not actually giving chance to DXP to finish his sentence. I think it's perfectly valid to allow him to finish his point. So, okay, DXP, go ahead.
There are many examples of technologies that we have that are not the result of science. That's all I need to do is show you one to prove my case, and I'll show you one. The tires on our cars are made out of rubber. Rubber was an accident that somebody found. They did not achieve it through studying properties of matter. They found it by accident, and now we use it because it's effective. That's one case. I can give you many cases.
Actually, that's not an accurate case, though.
It is an accurate case. It
No,
was
it's not.
It was not
It's
the
not.
result of
It is-
understanding science. It was a mistake.
No, it is. It is a result of science. It was something
What about-
that was
what
like.
about flight?
Excuse me. Excuse me.
What about
It was.
flight?
Excuse me.
You're excused for fuck's sake. What about flight?
You know what, Gus?
What
Stop
about
interrupting, Gus.
What about
Stop
flight?
it.
No, what about flight? You think flight was accidental?
Gus,
You think
stop it.
surgery was accidental? You
Stop
think
it.
computers were accidental? Do you think automobiles were accidental?
See, now you're not letting Eric finish. Come on now.
Okay.
I don't
Go
think you
on,
Like, I'm sorry, but
hang on, Eric.
hate and stupidity must be dealt with head on.
Wait your
okay?
turn. Let Eric finish.
It's fair to
Oh,
let
Veckel,
people finish.
blow it out
dude.
your
Come
ass,
on.
okay? You've got nothing to teach anybody about letting other people finish.
Gus.
Neither do you, Art, by the way.
It's irrelevant what happened.
Shut up.
I'll see you guys.
Fuck off,
Have a great
Veckel.
day.
Fuck off.
care.
Fuck off.
Gus,
Veckel.
Take care, you guys.
fucking
Bye-bye.
hell.
Bye, dude.
Does that sound
I
good,
love you too.
Veckel? You like that?
I was gonna say, but Gus is big mouth. Come on.
Anyway, I put in the side chat the definition of technology, the application of scientific knowledge for practical purposes, especially in industry. And an example
Okay,
given
sorry.
is the advances in technology. Machinery.
sorry.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, because I cut out. I need to say something because I did on broadcast. Gus. Gus, the fuck.
Oh, let's not.
Okay.
Are we doing this again? Let's do this again.
Yeah. I will not deal with him anymore. He was been kicked. So.
Oh, look, both of them left. That's interesting.
Wait, who left?
Well, Eric left.
Eric left because
and
of
Eric.
stuff with Gus
Sorry.
interrupting him, and Gus muted me and was not listening to me
Hey,
as
what?
a computer here, so I ejected his ass from the Hangout. There we go.
Man, Gus is always angry whenever I come on here.
I know. No, actually, he didn't used to always be like that. That's what's really
I
weird.
don't think that Gus
Hey,
is
Sugar.
ever not angry.
Hey, Sugar. Gus is kind of always like that. He is really.
It's
Yeah.
not always like that.
No,
I always be when you've spoken with him.
he's very easy to get into that kind of mode. Even if you say, "Hey, Gus, calm down," or "Hey, let's calm down," even if you say that to everybody, Gus will yell out at you and say, "Don't call me, don't tell me to calm down."
Welcome back, Eric. I was just
Thanks.
saying he might always be like that when you've been in discussions with him. I'm just
I've seen
saying
him
from
in
my.
other hangouts.
I know. I'm just saying from my personal experience in off-air hangouts that he has, he's not always like that.
Well,
If you don't talk, if you don't have a contentious topic, there is
Listen,
little
listen,
conflict at all.
Gus, every single Art, every single hangout I have been on, he snapped on somebody.
Yeah.
There has not been one hangout I have been on where he didn't snap on somebody at least.
I didn't see that. When I've been in a couple of hangouts.
Numerous hangouts with him.
I'm
you broke it
I'm
up
sorry,
there,
guys.
Amin.
I just didn't want to. He did it to me a couple times. I'm sorry, and I
Yeah.
just don't.
Hang on a second. I mean, can you speak again? 'Cause I think
Yeah, I've been in numerous hangouts with him, and he doesn't snap at people on a consistent basis.
That's true.
He's actually a really good guy. He just does.
He is a good guy.
When
He
it-
is a good guy, but when it comes to contentious topic, he does tend to take it very personally, very passionately, and I know. Well, you know, I
do
try to
too.
control it. I try.
Anyway,
Yeah, I know.
but
Yeah, and I
back
try
to the
to control
topic
you
in
both.
hand.
Right.
Come on.
Wait, no, I just
What
want.
are
No,
you
I ju-
talking
I-
about?
no, I just want this to be clear. I want to say Gus is a cunt. He may die now. But go ahead.
Anyway,
get back to
what
my
we're
point
actually
about
talking
rubber.
about? Oh, rubber. Yeah, talk about rubber. That
Ooh.
sounded wrong.
Where the science comes in is in how we learn how to effectively utilize things that we discover.
Mm-hmm.
So in the manufacturing, in the manipulating, and in the changing, in order to make it something that can be applied
Yeah. I mean,
in manufacturing.
It didn't just drip off the tree and form itself into a tire.
Are you making your universal statement?
Who?
Could you explain that? I don't know what that.
Saying that so that all technology is the result of science.
It is.
Yes.
Then
it depends how you define science.
That's where your argument's gonna fail.
Okay, but it depends how you define science and how you define technology.
Science means to know.
No. Gnostic means to know.
Yeah.
Science is the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study and structure of the behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experimentation. Technology is technology is the application of scientific knowledge for practical purposes, especially in industry.
She's got the perfect accent to give that definition.
It was really good.
Absolutely.
It sounds like she should be doing the voice for my navigation or something.
I know, right?
At the next roundabout, second exit. Thing is, I'm getting you to drive on the wrong side of the road.
Please don't do it for that.
So by definition, they're interconnected. They really are. Things may happen by accident, though.
It's not a one-way dependency. Sometimes technology precedes the understanding of it, and vice versa. Like, for example, you ever heard of Botox for headaches? Botox was not intended as an application to treat migraines. It just so happened that a side effect of a treatment for cosmetic purposes just so happened to treat migraines, and they still don't understand why it works. All they know is that it does work.
Yes, they do understand why it works.
Hang on, but the science to develop Botox for the facial expressions was still the science behind the Botox.
Right, but it's not the science behind the migraine treatment. And
right.
It is, because it affects the migraine. Just because we don't know how it affects it, we still use the science.
Well, we do know how it affects it, too.
If you don't understand how, it's not science.
Sure it is.
It's about understanding.
But without the science, we wouldn't have the Botox.
Right, but you made a universal statement that all technology comes from science. But in this case, it's a technology that is in effect, people use it, and it's not understood.
No, the application may not be scientific. How people apply it may not be scientific. But what goes into creating and identifying and utilizing something is scientific. Science is an approach to understanding. That's all it is.
Sure, but you don't need it in order to utilize technology or to even create technology.
Sure you do, because otherwise you don't have an understanding. Science is by recognizing how something works, and that something works, and being able to create a system to be able to repeat that outcome is scientific.
Hey, James North.
It's not a bad or a good thing. That's just the way that is. And because technology itself does not happen naturally. Does that make sense?
It makes sense as a statement of uniform and repeated experience, but not as a universal. And I've already given you examples of technology that did not result from what we know, but it resulted from serendipitous activity.
But it did result from what we know. We just didn't know it. We didn't know it related to the application that it eventually became more commonly associated with.
Just because we understood it ex post after it occurred does not mean we understood it when it was created.
That's right. That's right, but that's not anti-scientific.
Rubber is a technology that was not understood before it came into being. So
it wasn't a technology, though, before we identified and started utilizing it. It was just it was a natural resource.
Yeah.
But you can stick to your overstatement all you want, but it is an overstatement.
How is it an overstatement?
It's a
I've
natural
already given you
resource.
examples of technology. I can
You're
give
giving
you.
me examples and I'm disputing them, and then you're
No,
telling me that I'm
you're not
overstating.
You're not disputing it because you're just creating your own facts. You're not disputing what I've said.
What fact did I create?
Rubber did not come about as a result of a scientific study, and it was not
No, it's a
understood.
natural
Yes, but the
resource.
usage.
It's a natural resource that we utilize and have developed technology in the utilization of, and it has practical applications as a result of the human usage and adaptation and development and maximization of that natural resource.
There you go, creating your own facts again.
Okay,
Not a
which
natural
one
resource.
didn't? Which
It's
one
not
didn't
naturally
I?
occurring.
Which one did I create? Like Dee said, rubber
we
wasn't
used
pulled
the
off of
science,
a, wasn't picked up off the ground and wrapped around an axle and made into a tire.
Well, that goes against what you said. You said it was a natural resource, but it's not.
Yes,
That is a
naturally
natural
it is a natural
resource.
resource.
It's not naturally occurring.
Yes, it is.
It is naturally occurring, but we've used the science to work out how to use it for our own personal uses, such as
And how to
making
manufacture
tires.
it.
Yeah,
Right.
that's so. Rubber itself, just coming from the tree, no, that is not science. How to utilize it and how to manufacture it for the certain goods we use made from rubber is the science and the technology.
Do you realize DXP?
After its use. It was understood after its use, not before.
No, it wasn't understood after it was used. It was understood that how we can maximize our usage of it, and it was used. It wasn't picked up off the ground and all of a sudden attached to something and used.
Yes, it was.
Do you understand?
Yes, it was.
Really?
Exactly what
How?
So you could actually go to a rubber tree, get the rubber from it, use it as tires without manufacturing it.
You don't know the history of science well enough to understand how many.
How do you know what I know and don't know?
You demonstrate it.
Where?
You just made a statement that rubber was not applied before it was understood how it worked.
How was it applied without understanding? And the word understanding is very broad. I'm using it intentionally very broadly. Do you understand that cooking is science?
Yeah.
Like cooking
I
meth?
do. I understand that it's science. It's fabulous.
Yeah, Hermaine definitely understands that cooking meth is science.
Oh,
I'm gonna mute him.
No, I hope not.
Are you typing at the same
No,
time?
I'm muting myself.
Oh, you
Oh,
seem to
okay.
mute yourself mid-sentence.
Okay. But yeah,
That's
cooking
how we
is
roll.
cooking
I
is science.
cut myself off. Gus
Chemistry
isn't here,
is
so I have to
science.
do it.
No, let's blame it on Gus anyway.
Oh my gosh.
It's not, and it's not a bad thing. I think I understand what your perspective is. This is something that I see a lot of times where people say that there's science in the Bible or the Quran, where there's an observation of a naturally occurring event, and at times they say that's science. I don't know if that's is that making any sense or resonating?
Ah.
DXP, I don't know if you can hear me. I can't hear him.
Yeah, I think maybe we're just talking past each other at this point.
Okay. Not my intent.
Certainly, if what you just said, Eric, is the case with DXP, then yes, I could see why we're talking
Well,
past each other.
like I said, DXP, do you understand that cooking is science? Do you see it that way at all?
I think the broad definition that you're giving to science, then I can understand it from that. But but then I say that it's just a matter of we're just not speaking the same language on this.
If you can show
It's not
me,
really a broad definition, though, because if science is basically what you can demonstrate to be true through the method of
right. Basically, you're having technology subsumed in the word science, and in that case, then you're just arguing that in your definition of science, it also includes all technology. So then, in that sense, you're right, but then you're just equivocating.
Yeah.
From my point of view, it's an equivocation. From your point of view, it's a definition. That's fine.
well, I see technology as the application of science. Yeah.
Why is that equivocation? If we're defining it as such, it's definitely not equivocation.
Well, I'd say from my point of view, because from my understanding, the root word of science is to know.
It doesn't matter what the
If
root
you
word
don't
is.
know, if you don't know, then you can't call it science. Science is about what we know.
No, that's
No, we're
Gnosticism.
talking about,
It's
it's not about
science
what
and
we know, it's about
knowledge.
what we can demonstrate.
Oh.
Demonstration is a little bit different than just knowing. So, and the method is designed to be able to demonstrate.
Mhm.
So, when you have something like cooking or any sort of technology, that's when you have tested something and repeated it to the point of quote-unquote knowing that you can pull it off and demonstrating that you can pull that off. So that's science. It's test, repeat, observe, roll with it.
Mhm.
So that I don't think that would be an equivocation to say that cooking obeys that, or that
Well,
any
it's
sort of
just that
farm or irrigation or any of the other shit.
you're subsuming cooking and technology under the name science. So you're defining it as such. Science includes
I'm
those
defining the
activities.
method, the scientific method, which is the cornerstone of science, and that method has been used to do all kinds of things, like cooking.
Okay, what's the scientific method?
Test, repeat, observe.
Yeah, you said that.
You start with a hypothesis, test the hypothesis, observe your results, repeat, make it draw conclusions.
That's right. The hypothesis is the part you left out before. So you have to have a hypothesis to do science.
Right. Whenever you start cooking, you're starting out with
What
a
was the
hypothesis.
hypothesis that was used
For cooking, I want to make noodles.
Rubber. What was the hypothesis?
I think that if I make noodles, I think if I'm going to make noodles, I can shove these little dry things into a pot and boil them.
Is that how all culinary dishes arrived, by a hypothesis first, or did some
We're
arrive
not
by
talking.
accident?
Oh, I see
I
what you're
don't
saying.
think that the first person to make any dish already knew how it was going to turn out. So
Nor did they make a
unless
hypothesis.
they had an educated guess, which is basically what a hypothesis is.
Hey,
Nor did they
Bunto.
make a hypothesis how it would turn out. In some cases, it just turned out by accident.
Yeah, sometimes
Right.
you have an accident and then you record your findings.
So that's not a
And
hypothesis.
then you go, hey, look, I found a new dish. I guess I can do this one now.
An accident. So that doesn't meet
So
your own
sometimes,
definition of method.
no, sometimes you make discoveries through accidents. But then
Then
you have to
that's
make
not
a new
science.
hypothesis to be like, okay, well, I think that what happened was this, so let's repeat that. And say, okay, so I think that this tastes amazing because I added way too much paprika.
DXP, just listen. Listen for a minute.
So let's do it again and add way too much paprika and see if that is the factor that actually made this dish tasty. And if that works, then your hypothesis is confirmed. Yes, the paprika is what affected the tastiness. And you can do it again and share your results with other chefs.
Yes, I understand that, but the very first dish was not based on science, and it still had all the properties of the subsequent dishes.
What you're confusing is the screw-ups that happen that lead to discovery does not mean that it's not science. Just because the hypothesis wasn't obeyed doesn't mean that the method didn't work.
No, the hypothesis
It's not
even
formal. It may not be
Because
formal, but it's still
after
scientific.
you fuck up, you then use the method to confirm what the fuck up was and what the level of tastiness resulted from the fuck up. These are not technical terms,
You're just making my case. You're just saying that science is sometimes done after the discovery.
No.
Yes
Well,
and
it
no.
could be after the discovery. Yeah, it could be, but it's not necessarily.
But
It's not.
the
It's-
method that resulted in the discovery was still scientific.
Well, I don't know why you keep saying that after you already said some discoveries are accidents.
I don't know why you keep misunderstanding.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
You said
I think
the scientific method involved hypothesis.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not always formal. It's not DXP. It's not
Hold
always
on.
formal though.
Eric, let me
We talked
handle.
about many cases in which a hypothesis was not on the table and yet a discovery was made. And you want to call those cases of discovery science.
No, the hypothesis is on the table. It's just the discovery that was made had nothing to do with the hypothesis. That doesn't mean it wasn't a scientific method involved.
Wow.
It's not science if an animal dies and and there's a fire next to the animal and the heat from the fire.
this
Let me
kind of
finish,
shit-
DXP. Let me just finish real quick. And the heat from the fire changes the meat flavor, and they eat the meat. It tastes good. It's science because that's a naturally occurring event. And then somebody says, "I wonder if it was the heat that made the meat change and taste the way it changed." And then they start testing that. There's naturally occurring events that are not science, but
Okay.
as we... Does that make sense?
Right.
Yeah,
well,
it makes sense.
You make the same
And
point except a little bit better.
what you
Things
described
happen in the
was,
laboratory all the time where
and
something
this is
fucks
how
up in
I
the
would
laboratory and then all of a
paraphrase
sudden something really weird happens. Everybody's like, look, we figured it out.
Right.
And then they test it and go, oh, okay. And that's
Cause and effect.
so it's not it's definitely scientific.
right, so you have to modify, so scientific method does not begin with a hypothesis then for you. It begins with first a discovery, and then second the hypothesis.
Not necessarily a discovery, a
Oh, yeah,
curiosity.
actually, I think that the first step is actually observation of reality, and then you come up with a hypothesis based on those observations of whether whether or not something else.
Hey,
And then
what?
Alvin, hold on.
You bump into something that's new, and then you can make experiments after the fact to see what happened, what makes it work.
Okay, if you're adding that into your definition of science, then by your definition, yes. Well, then we're
It's not
talking
adding
about,
in, dude. This is where I have a problem. It's not adding in anything.
You modified.
That's what
First, you
is-
said it was about. First, you said it was testing.
You started asking
observation,
questions about a complex point.
and you modified and said it was hypothesis, and then testing.
So
and
that you would
observation.
understand it better. So
Discovery
that you
and
would,
hypothesis.
If you're going to
Modified.
call my explanations adding on to the definition, then fine. But I suggest that you can actually go and do research on the scientific method, and there's a lot of writing on it, and you can find out everything that I said for yourself, if you want to. That's written by other people that are better at it than I am, because I'm not a science dude.
His initial definition was basic layman's terms, simple, get it out there, rather than going
Right.
into a deep conversation about what the scientific, good grief, method is.
right, DXP, when you ask him questions about it, then he's going to answer your questions. That's not changing the original definition. It's trying to make it more understanding based on what you're asking.
Or I could just stop doing that.
Okay,
and
let's
just
move
consider
on.
you an idiot and move on.
No, it's a very. I think it's a great subject. I think it's really interesting. So
Okay, so did we agree to move on?
I think so.
Yay!
Thanks for sticking with it, DXP.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah, and I think that it's cool that he stuck with it. Listen, he's got his thing, and that's what he believes.
Okay, so DXP, what's your problem with evolution, if you have any?
With evolution? You mean?
Oh no.
You mean
I'm stepping
molecules,
aside, guys.
molecules to man evolution?
Yes.
My problem with that is, based on the evidence, there's no account for the intelligent input that we see in living things. That's my main problem, and I can describe that in more detail.
Please do.
Okay, so here's how the argument goes. There are many cases. I'm going to give this in an abstract form so we can understand the argument first. There are many cases in which it is known that A causes B. Okay, so that we look at many different cases, and we find in many cases it is known that A causes B. Now, in some cases, it is not known whether A causes B or C causes B. And moreover, there is no case in which it is known that C causes B. Well, we come across a new case, B, and then we want to infer from the evidence what is the likely cause of B. What do you infer based on the evidence? That's the question.
There's not enough information. I don't know what you're.
Okay, what would you think would be the best hypothesis? That A caused B or C caused B, based on the facts that I described. So it is known in many cases that A causes B. There are some cases where it is not known whether A causes B or C causes B. And
I think what you're
known.
So I think what you're trying to get us to do is say it's A causes B. That A causes B.
That's the
Is that
inference to
correct?
the best hypothesis. Do you agree?
Gotcha. It's statistically it would seem logical.
Okay. Anyone disagree that that's the inference to the best hypothesis?
Cause of B. He's saying that if the only known cause of B is A that we've observed,
No, that
if we see
sometimes
B,
it's C. No, he said sometimes it's
Well-
C, but it's not as often as A.
Sorry, James, could you lower your volume? You're really loud.
James, what he says is
Jesus fuck.
James, what he says is that it's almost always A, but sometimes it's C.
So let me say again, and if everybody agrees with this or not. So there are many cases in which it is known that A causes B. There are some cases when it is not known whether A causes B or C causes B. And there are no cases in which it is known that C causes B. So when presented with a case of B, what is the inference to the best hypothesis? A or C?
I sort of don't see it as an inference. I just see it as a probability thing.
Right. That's what inference is. Inference is a statistical.
Okay. Then the inference would be A.
Okay. Anybody disagree with the inference would be A based on the evidence?
Going once, going twice. Sold.
Okay. So we agree on that logic, and let me describe how it applies to the original question. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign things to those letters A, B, and C. B is the purposeful arrangement of parts. Okay. A is intelligent input. Now, there are many cases where we observe the purposeful arrangement of parts in our world, whether it be machines, algorithms, you name it, in which it is known that intelligent input was applied to achieve that purposeful arrangement of parts. Okay, there are many cases in which it is known. Now, there are some cases where we see purposeful arrangement of parts, and it is not known whether it's intelligent input or something else that was the cause of it. For example, when we look at living things, when we look at the cell, we see purposeful arrangement of parts, we see molecular machines.
I dispute that.
We see algorithms, but we do not know. We do not know whether it was intelligent input or not. We don't know in that case.
If you don't mind, I would dispute that there is a purpose in evolution or in life.
You're disputing, so you're going to dispute the claim that within a living cell there is an arrangement of parts that serves a function.
Well, that's not what purpose is.
Okay, then that's the way that I meant it. So when I say purposeful arrangement of parts, you can take that equivalently as meaning the arrangement of parts that serves a function.
Okay.
Serves a function. Purpose.
What's happening here, though? I think is that DXP that's making this argument.
Yeah, can we let him finish? Because James, I think I know where you're going to go with it. Let's just let him complete on it.
So there are cases where, like for example, I'll give you an example, a living cell where we see the purposeful arrangement of parts or the arrangement of parts that serve a function, and it is not known. So I'm not making a knowledge claim here. It is not known whether that's the result of intelligent input or whether that's the result of natural processes. It's not known. That's the question. Okay. But there are also no known cases of the purposeful arrangement of parts that come from natural process.
I dispute that.
I dispute that too.
Okay, give me a case.
Birth of a child.
It is not known.
It is known. The child becomes a child. It becomes from small cells, two small cells meet, and then they develop into a human. All through natural process, unless you dispute embryology.
No, but your example is circular in the sense that it requires another object in question about which it is not known.
It doesn't matter whether or not the object. Let's say we have two parents, right? And irrelevant whether or not they were made by a mind or a natural process, the fact is that the baby that they produce in the womb is made by a natural process. And that baby has a purpose, has a purposeful functionality within it. Yes, we do know, in fact. We see it's natural.
You do not know the cause.
So, say what?
I can't hear.
You don't know what, sorry?
This is not, you can't divorce the cause and effect chain to claim that you know something. You have to go back to the ultimate cause, but you do not know that the ultimate cause was not intelligent.
Oh, okay, so you're not talking about evolution, are you talking about abiogenesis now?
Yeah.
Well, he's mixing two intelligent design arguments. So one is evolution and the other is abiogenesis. The two that he's conflating or mixing together is the argument of the origin of information in biological systems, which would be the origin of the DNA code, as it were. And that is a complex sequence-specific arrangement of digital parts, right? And so that's DNA. So we only see intelligence producing information, so we would say that if there's no other known phenomenon that produces information other than a mind, then we would say that a mind created the DNA code. And then the other argument that he's bringing in is biological mechanics or biological machinery and irreducible complexity. So if you see that there are all these parts that could not have if you see that there's a machine part in an organism that could not have come about by evolution because all the parts that we see now, no one of those parts could be removed and still have a functioning machine, you'd have to say that those parts have been arranged purposefully. So that's irreducible complexity. But I think the two are being mixed in this discussion.
No, I think you're just not listening to what I'm saying, James, with all due respect. You didn't listen to my argument.
Okay, to be fair,
you're trying to bring in other arguments that I'm not making as some way of attacking an argument that I am making.
To be fair, yeah, DXP did not got to finish his argument. So, okay, let's say that I agree, yes, that there is no such observed phenomena as a natural, purposeful arrangement of parts to be produced naturally. Let's say I agree to that.
Right. So then, therefore, by the logic that we all agreed to earlier, that there are many cases where it is known that A causes B. There are some cases where it is not known whether A causes B or C causes B. And there is no case where it is known that C causes B. Then the inference to the best hypothesis is that A causes B. So in other words, in absence of anything else, based on what we actually know, the evidence points to intelligent input as being the best hypothesis.
Okay, then define A. Define A, what A is then.
Intelligent input.
What is that? Define that though. What does that mean? Is it, in this instance, what are you saying intelligent input is? What is the intelligence? It sounds to me like I got it. Well, it sounds to me like a gods of the gap argument. Yeah, God of the gaps. I'm sorry.
It's not God of the gaps. It's based on what we know.
It's not God of the gaps, yeah, but okay. So I would have.
It's not correct.
No,
it's based on what we. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, he made an argument based on what we know, but yeah, right. So, I mean, well, okay. I mean, okay, sure, that would be an argument for your position. I understand. But how would you deal with, for example, endogenous retroviruses? How would you explain those?
It's even okay.
Because they kind of contradict your argument there.
How so?
Are you familiar with ERVs?
Yes.
So you do know that they have preferred injection hotspots, which are many, but
is that the left-handed thing?
No. It's that we find codes of viruses in our current DNA. These codes have been deactivated, right? And we see the exact same viruses in the exact same place in the DNA, in us and other animals. The only plausible explanation, the most likely explanation, by the way, the probability is astronomical, so that it has been done because we had a common ancestor who indeed had all of these viruses at some point.
Well, that's a hypothesis that you can put forward.
That's a fact.
It's a hypothesis.
That's a fact. We do see this happening.
Hypothesis.
No, it's at least a theory because we do see this happening. We do see viruses injecting themselves and reproducing themselves to the offspring of the host and leaving the DNA code in it.
There's more proof of viruses than God. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Oh wow, that's so intellectual of you.
Well, it's also not. It's important though. Instead of saying that he's right. The statistics indicate at such a high level of probability. So it's not something that hasn't been investigated and challenged and gone through a lot of scrutiny to get to this point of understanding
I understand what you're talking about. I know that issue well, but it's an aside from the point that I made. So
No, it
we
actually
can talk
contradicts
about the argument I made, or we can talk about a whole another subject if you'd like.
Oh, no, it's,
But the argument that I made,
right. I would dispute it. I could dispute it on many points as I did, but I moved on so that you can make it. But I
but I
find it
made
best
the
to.
argument. Nobody disagreed with me that the inference to the best hypothesis was to A. Nobody. I gave everybody an opportunity to disagree.
You're creating a logical construct.
Wait,
but
Eric.
It's not sound. It's not. Hold on, Art. It's not sound based on the examples that you're adding. It's just like me saying men wear pants. Jane is wearing pants. Ergo, Jane wears pants. Jane's a man. It's not. It doesn't follow based on the. I know it's not, but I'm giving you.
Follow my argument.
I'm giving you. Would you like me to explain what I got from what you were saying?
Please.
Or do you want? Oh, okay. What I got from what you were saying was that because of the that it's more likely that A is a cause for
I'm
an
sorry, I don't want to
effect.
interrupt you, but Art, you're gonna have to eject this Bunto. I'm gonna have to leave.
Oh, okay. I understand. Bunto, could you please change your picture there? Don't make anything sexually explicit, you know.
That is sexually explicit.
Yes, it
actually,
is, Bunto. Please stop it. Just for this.
Yeah, I
Just
don't
so
mind.
that we can have a conversation.
I'm having a cake, but hey, I understand how our
That is sexually explicit.
Bunto,
Okay.
he's gonna leave, and we're trying to have a conversation.
Just change the picture, dude.
Okay.
Thanks, dude. That's cool.
I'm sorry for upsetting you, Eric.
No, that's still
That wasn't me.
the
That was
sexually.
upset.
By the way, Bunto, that's still sexually explicit. I'm kidding.
This is still sexually explicit.
I liked it. It wasn't me that was offended, but somebody was. So.
Oh, there was some nice pictures there. But yeah, go ahead, Dave.
All right, so look, we're not going to ever show women's bosom here. Okay.
Well, if anybody objects, we shouldn't. If nobody objects, I don't see why not.
So DXP,
You know,
what I
we can
was
talk
hearing,
God.
what I was hearing DXP was that because we associate a certain effect with a certain cause more often than not, that it's very likely that that cause is responsible for the effect. Is that a fair
That's almost there.
explanation?
Almost there.
Okay, but my whole point is, if we don't know what A specifically is, then we're assigning something to A that's undefined and that we don't even know if it's a cause of anything. We don't know if it's so general as to say intelligence. To me, it's almost like it's like nothing. I don't
know that. We do know what intelligent input means.
Right, but if we're going to, intelligence is, it's like a trait with no anchor.
Could monkeys produce the purposeful arrangement of parts, the way you understand it, DXP?
Yeah, sure, it's possible, but we like again what I said, we don't know of any case where that occurs. So I'm not ruling out the possibility. I'm just saying it's the best inference. It's the hypothesis that we're considering. I'm not saying that there aren't other valid hypotheses. There are.
Are you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, my bad.
Based on the evidence, if we're going to decide among competing hypotheses, we should do so based on the evidence. And the evidence points to intelligent input. Now, that does not rule out other hypotheses as being valid. It just says that based on the evidence, we would not pick them.
What is the source of the intelligence, though, is my point. It's a trait.
And would it be only human intelligence has been able to produce the purposeful arrangement of parts as we know it today? Only human intelligence, DXP?
That's right.
So now when we're talking about intelligent design and something higher than a god, what you're saying is that even though we've only seen human intelligence produce a purposeful arrangement of parts, if we're talking about the building of a being or a cell, we're saying that humans couldn't have been around to build humans, So it must be something higher than a human. So that's how you're landing at some intelligence higher than a human, though you couldn't say it's Allah or Christ or the God of the Bible. It would just be some intelligence that would be before humans or higher than humans.
Some sort of intelligent input, yeah. Beyond that, I make no inference because the evidence doesn't support that.
Okay.
So there's many hypotheses that are out there for this particular type of object that we find. And the inference based on the evidence is that the best hypothesis is intelligent input. Now, there are other hypotheses, and scientists are investigating those. But
what is the evidence of intelligence on its own? I don't really know any evidence for there being intelligence as the source of the pressures put on in the natural world to result in this type of purpose that you're describing.
Right. That's what I'm saying, is that in this particular case, we don't know the cause. It's an unknown. It could be, there's many hypotheses for what the cause is.
Right, but you said there's evidence. You said there's evidence for it, and if you said there's evidence for intelligence in this example, I'd like to know what the evidence is, because I don't really see evidence. I've never heard of evidence supporting that intelligence is what is making choices resulting in what we see today in biology.
So that's the point, is that the issue in question is biology itself, so we can't appeal to the issue in question. That would be begging the question. What we can do is we can appeal to all cases where it is known that there is a purposeful arrangement of parts and where it is known what the cause is. And we have a limited set of those, but it's a very large set. That's
okay,
the evidence.
what is... All right, so I hope I'm not... If I put words in your mouth, just stop me. So what I think I just heard you say... Oh, shoot. I think if what I heard you say was correct, you were saying that we have evidence for what is behind the purposeful arrangement, and it's outside of biology.
That's correct. Biology is the issue in question.
Okay, so what is the evidence of something outside of biology that is an intelligence making... What is the evidence for an intelligence?
Biology itself is what DXP is saying.
No, he said the opposite. I thought.
He's saying that the purposeful arrangement of parts, such as cells and living beings and whatever else, biological machinery, is the evidence that something intelligent put that all together.
Right, but that's putting the cart. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Yeah, I didn't think so.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that when we look everywhere that we can look, so whether it's biology or non-biology, everything in our experience, when we see the purposeful arrangement of parts, in some cases we can identify the cause. In some cases we cannot, and so that's the question for debate. Now, in the
so can we identify the causes in time? Oh, I'm sorry.
In the cases where we have been able to identify the cause of a purposeful arrangement of parts, every one of those cases has involved intelligent input. That's
not true. That's not true. No, that is not true. In biology, if there is a purposeful arrangement, we don't have evidence of the specific cause of that.
But see, let me say this again, okay? Everywhere that we have found a purposeful arrangement of parts and have been able to determine the cause, that cause has always been intelligent.
Okay.
Now, that does not mean that there are some cases that we've determined the cause in every case. In biology, we don't know the cause. It's unknown. So we have to make an inference about that.
All right. What I'm hearing when you say that is we have examples of purposeful arrangements, but the one thing that I think you're missing is in the scope of the universe and of time and of the existence of life on Earth. That sample size is so minuscule that to extrapolate. Can somebody's can you put down your yeah, thanks. That to extrapolate that all of nature, anything that seems purposeful in nature, is caused by the same thing that we've observed is when especially considering the scope and the time frame, it's like a sample size of like 0.
Yes, but in the case of, no, but you can make that argument, but then that undermines your case, and here's why. That's based on what we actually do know. So if you go to another hypothesis,
doesn't matter though. It's also
has no evidence.
But it's also relative to the fact that we don't know anything.
But you would go from a case of small evidence in your mind to a case of no evidence. For your hypothesis has no evidence in support.
Of evolution has no evidence?
No evidence in support. There is no known case of non-intelligent input knowingly causing purposeful arrangement of parts. It is no known case.
Well, actually, there is, though. Actually, there is. If we don't understand, if we don't know what a specific cause is, and with evolution, we do understand what the causes are. They're environmental, for one thing. It's our surroundings, the space and the pressures put on an organism by its environment it impacts on the organism. Oh, okay. So we do know that.
That's a hypothesis.
No, it's not. It's testable.
No.
I'm
No,
sorry, but it is. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. It is testable, and it can be tested. We can use heat to change. We can see heat changing organisms from generation to generation, changing populations. There's a lot of factors that we can observe.
What you're saying, but the distinction is between what is known and what we can test. I'm not saying that we can't test it. We can test any hypothesis.
No, okay. we can draw conclusions based on the results of the tests, though, and the repeatability. See, this is where we're going to go off if off the rails, because we don't. What you're saying is that there's an intelligence for the things that we've seen becoming purposeful, arranging purposefully. There are so many things that are arranged in quote-unquote purposeful ways that we don't know what the cause is at all, that we've never seen, yet you seem to want to assign it to the things that we have seen when that sample size is way, way too small. There's no reason to assert an intelligence when the only intelligence that we've ever really seen organize things is humans, and we know that humans have only been around for a certain period of time, and that if it's something that is not human and of the capacity to arrange a universe or an earth or a biology without being able to put your finger on that specific source, I don't really see how there's any validity to the argument.
Well,
and there is evidence for evolution.
All I'm doing is making an inference to the best hypothesis based on the evidence that we do have.
No, that's your hypothesis. It's not the best hypothesis, is the point.
No, because the other hypotheses are not based on the evidence. They're based on speculation.
Yours is totally based on speculation. It is 100% based on speculation.
Well, I can explain the argument to you again.
Okay.
Because I think you're getting onto a different point, But the point that I'm making, the argument that I laid out clearly, and I laid it in abstract terms, and I let everybody have an option to object. You agreed with the inference. That's all the inference that I'm making.
But I'm telling you that I get that, but it's an inference that is not sound on its own. It's logical. It is not sound. Do you understand the distinction? So I can say logically what I did before. That was my point about with the pants. Men wear pants. Jane is wearing pants. Ergo, Jane is a man. It's a logical. It logically follows. It's not sound.
No, that is not the same argument at all.
It's not the same argument. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying you can construct a logical argument that is not sound. We both are doing that.
No, I am acknowledging that there are competing
Eric is right, actually. You can create a well-formed argument that is not sound, and Eric just gave you an example.
But that's not what I'm doing. I am acknowledging that there are competing hypotheses to explain a case that we don't know. And what I'm saying is that I am deciding among the competing hypotheses based on the evidence. That's what I'm talking about. He's talking about some other kind of like logical exercise. I'm not talking about.
No, I'm not. I'm not. No, I've said this a couple of times. I want to make sure you hear this. What you are concluding based on your evidence is not justified based on the evidence that we don't have. What you're doing is essentially you're saying, if I have a certain sample and I don't learn about anything else, then I can use that example and extrapolate from it really anything that I want. All right, and I think you're going to probably deny that you're doing that, but it's not a sufficient amount of information to draw a conclusion or to even infer a reliable conclusion. I don't say you're wrong. You might be everything you say might be one. I am going on a different point. I am going on a different point, but I think the different point is very valuable and important right now. I'm not saying that anything you've told me is wrong.
Your point would only be important here if I were claiming a stronger case. If I were trying to claim to you that it's the only hypothesis that is supposed
to be no, it's not. No, it doesn't have to be the only hypothesis. I'm not saying that at all. But that's what we're talking about, this hypothesis. And on its own, it could be right. I have no reason to think it is, and I have no reason to even be persuaded by it, because you're taking a sliver and extrapolating it to everything that has purpose. It's like it doesn't follow as it is. It may be 100% right. It would that I'm not saying it's not. I personally don't see it. I'm not convinced by it. And what gets me is that when you talk about evidence and you say there's no evidence supporting naturalistic things, man, dude, that's just not looking and reading and studying and challenging yourself. There is so much evidence. And I mean, I can give you specific examples. Viruses, from one year to the next, they change. There's they change based on really, I think based on the host, the population available to them. That's why they multiply and differently from year to year. That's why the flu virus changes.
Eric, okay, so Eric's in DXP. Maybe I can help get you guys on the same line.
Thanks.
So let's say we're talking about a car and a dog. DXP would say that those are both the purposeful evidence of the purposeful arrangement of parts. Correct, DXP?
Car? You said car?
A car and a dog.
Yeah.
Okay. So one we know is from human intelligence. So we can eliminate human technology. Okay, now we have the dog. What Eric would say is that it's a purposeful arrangement of parts that nature has produced without intelligence, and that DXP is saying that a dog is the purposeful arrangement of parts, and we don't know how it was put together.
Unfortunately, a dog is a bad example because of breeding.
Well, the parts, the bones, the eyes, the brain, and the muscles all together arranged to be something that works is what a purposeful arrangement of parts would be.
Gotcha.
So what Eric would say is that nature has produced this. We know evolution has produced this, and DXP would say we don't know how this was produced. Is that correct on both sides?
Well, I would say that the dog is the result of a variety of factors in the form that we see it at this moment. Some that we are predictable and testable and understandable and recognizable, and some that may not be. Some that
and you would exclude intelligence in there, correct, for the dog?
I would, but I would do it. I wouldn't exclude it. I just wouldn't add it.
And DXP,
unless I was able to see what the definition of the intelligence is. Do you see what I'm saying?
And what would you say,
I don't
DXP?
know. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Right. And then what would DXP and how would you approach the dog? Are you saying that we don't know how it was put together?
So in the case of the car, we know, and we all agree, that the car had intelligent input in its ultimate realization.
I'm from Detroit. Wait a second. This is important. I'm from Detroit. I've seen cars that had no intelligent input. Okay?
No, the car.
I'm telling you, I'm from Detroit. I've seen really fucked up cars. So
humans put them together is what he's saying.
If you're going to deny that there was intelligent input,
I'm being facetious.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make a bad joke at an inopportune moment.
Okay, so yeah, we exclude the car, DXP. We exclude that. Okay.
So we agree that there's intelligent input that is in the process that results in a car. We all agree on that. Now, in the case of a dog, excluding, let's say, a dog found in the wild, right? Not a dog the result of breeding. A dog found in the wild, we would not know. We don't know. Like, it might be the result of intelligent input. It may not. That's the question on the table. So we don't know what the source is, whether it's intelligent or not. In the case of the car, we do know. Now, and we can go across every object we can come across, and we can decide whether or not it's something where we know intelligent input was involved or where we cannot determine it. In every single case we come along, we found many cases, so billions of cases where we know intelligent input was involved. For a fact, we know it.
Now, all those situations.
There are cases where we don't know whether intelligence was involved or not. But we will never find a case where we know that intelligence was not involved. For a fact, we can rule it out
of the gaps. That's totally got the gaps.
No, it's not, because it's based on what we know, not on what we don't know.
No, it's based on what we just said. We will never find a case where we can know that what it isn't. That's got the gaps.
So we cannot. No, if you appeal to that hypothesis, it's a hypothesis based not on the evidence. That's what I'm saying with that.
That's exactly what God of the gaps is.
No, it isn't.
Would you like me to explain God of the gaps?
Is involved in the purposeful arrangement of parts. We know that.
No, we don't know that.
But Eric just said that he believes the dog. We don't have to bring intelligence into it. That's what he just said. So that would be the one case right there is a dog, where Eric would say you don't have to bring intelligence into it to say how it came about.
Yeah, that's a hypothesis, but it's not something that is known. It's in dispute. That's the whole point of this debate, is that particular thing is in dispute. That's what we're talking about. That's the actual issue that is up for debate, is whether it is intelligent input or not. So we cannot invoke that in our arguments. That's circular.
I missed that last part, sorry.
It's circular to invoke the thing that's in question, to defend the thing that's in question.
Okay, can you explain that? I'm not sure specifically.
Your assertion.
I know, but put it in the context of what we were saying, because I was out of the room for a minute.
The context is if you say, well, hey, I think that the dog is not intelligent, has no intelligent input whatsoever, and that results in the dog. Therefore, I'm going to use that as an example to support my case that I think the dog has no intelligent input whatsoever. You cannot do that. The question on the table
yes,
is...
yes, you can. Otherwise, yes, you can. Yes, you can. Otherwise, you have to always consider every possibility all the time without having a reason to. See, this is the thing. Intelligence is a trait. It's not a cause. It's a trait of something else. It's not independent.
However you want to characterize it, you can't ignore it.
Okay, well, do you understand why? Yes, you can ignore it if it's not connected to something. It's like saying, excuse me. It's like saying strength. Strength on its own is innocuous unless that force is applied, and it's only applied from a source itself. Strength is an extension of something else.
Well, then you should tell the government who is providing funds to the SETI program that they should stop providing them funds.
Why is that? Why would you say that?
Because they're searching for signs of intelligence in the cosmos, and if it's completely something that they'll never find, they should stop wasting their money, right?
Well, that's an opinion. I don't agree with it.
Right.
We know that there's intelligence. Excuse me. We know that there's intelligence in the universe because we're here.
Exactly.
Okay, so maybe there's other places of intelligence.
Exactly. Now
so
you're
why not? No, I'm not at all, actually. Why should they stop if we know that we're intelligent and we'd like to find other sources of intelligence?
No, we shouldn't. And see, that's my case supports that, because I recognize that there is intelligent input, there are intelligent beings, including us, and therefore there's no reason to...
So then the SETI has nothing to do with the conversation. So I want to get back to the
conversation. Everything to do with it, because you were just making a case that what is intelligence? It's nothing. It's just this attribute, or it's just this property. It's meaningless. But at the same time, you're saying you recognize that there is intelligence. You recognize there are scientific programs.
I'm recognizing that... Wait a second, DXP, let me explain myself then. Don't tell me what I'm saying because you're wrong. Flat out. We're not looking for disembodied intelligence. SETI is looking for intelligent beings. It's not looking...
made a qualification of disembodied. When did I say that?
It doesn't matter if you do or not. I am.
Okay, so you rule out disembodied intelligence, and you do that based
Oh my God, dude,
you're
just being difficult. All right, I'm gonna run because this is getting to be too much. But I hope it was nice to meet you, and I hope you have a great day, and maybe we'll have another debate soon. All right.
Take care, Eric. Take care.
All right, you guys. Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much. Hey, Sugar. I hope that the points seem connected. Did they? Art?
I wasn't paying attention, sir. I was doing something here.
Okay. James, was I off point?
No, I understood what you were saying.
Okay, good. If I explained something inaccurately, please let me know. I don't want to. Like I said, I'm not saying DXP is wrong. I just don't think there's sufficient reason to adopt. If that makes sense.
All right. Get out already. Damn it.
All right, shut God, Art. See you guys. Be well. Peace.
Take care, Eric. Take care.
Thanks a lot, DXP. I enjoyed this.
Take care.
So I think DXP. I think there are better intelligent design arguments than the one you're proposing. I don't think it's the most compelling. But I mean, we could probably do another conversation another time. But I can see why people would be not confused, but wouldn't accept, the way you're presenting it.
Yeah, there are a lot of problems. First of all, okay, the DXP, you said that the endogenous retroviruses are a hypothesis. Well, your argument is also a hypothesis by definition. You know that, right? DXP?
No, Don't confuse logic with hypotheses.
With what?
Hypotheses are not the same as logic. Logic is used to postulate them.
Well, the hypotheses are logically constructed models of reality based on current evidence, right? And you proposed essentially a model of reality there. You argued that the life on Earth is more likely created by an intelligence, right? And your only evidence for that is probabilistic inductive argument, which is what we call a hypothesis.
No, my argument was called the inference to the best hypothesis among many competing hypotheses based on the evidence.
You're right.
I did not
You're right. You
invoke
selected
anything outside of the evidence.
Right, exactly. You said it, right? You exactly said it. Your argument is meant to choose between different competing hypotheses. And you proved the hypothesis A, which was intelligent design. So you admit that your proposition there, your whole argument is a hypothesis.
No, my argument is selecting among hypotheses. It's not a hypothesis in itself. It's just a logical argument.
No, okay, we can cut it like that. But even if it stands, it's not a deductive argument, correct? Would you agree?
That's correct.
Right. So it's gonna be wrong.
No, there's different types of arguments.
Well, this is an inductive probabilistic syllogism, right?
Wrong. There's different types of argument. There's deductive,
yes.
Inductive. That's right, abductive. There's many different types, and
I think you argued from probability, and since you agreed that it's not a deductive one,
no, I did not argue from probability. I did not.
You didn't say this is the most likely hypothesis.
I did not say that.
Okay. So you're arguing on deduction. So you're saying that it necessarily follows that A is the case.
No.
Okay, then it's probabilistic.
It's not probabilistic. Because I did not introduce.
Well, if it's not necessarily the case, then it has to.
Probability measure.
Well, no, that's the thing. If it's not necessary, then it's probabilistic, and it has to be. There's no other in between. What is there in between necessary, that is deductive, and probabilistic, which is inductive probabilistic?
Well, if you want to characterize it that way, then yes, that's true. There's a difference between mathematics and formal logic and science. I'm making a scientific argument, not a mathematical or formal logic argument.
Fine, that's fine. Well, okay, if you're making a scientific argument, then you are proposing a hypothesis, because that's what science only deals with, is theories and hypotheses. So you either propose a theory or a hypothesis if you're making a scientific proposition here. At least I would say.
I can accept that characterization, yeah.
Okay, there we go. But then the your objection to my response, which is the endogenous retroviruses, and your response was, well, it's just a hypothesis, doesn't really sway anything here, because so is yours.
No. The difference is that I'm talking about what's based on the evidence.
But so is IRVs. The IRVs, endogenous retroviruses, are observed phenomena.
Yeah, but you're not talking about the same subject there. I'm talking about the issue of what is the cause an intelligent cause or not? That's the question on the table.
Right, and that's what ERVs prove, that it has to be a natural phenomena through evolution, not purely natural. Might you note? It could be guided by God in the beginning, or even slightly guided by God actually throughout the process. But the endogenous retroviruses clearly show that there must have been a common ancestor. Otherwise, you have to propose a miracle upon miracle upon miracle of, these viruses injecting different beings, exact same viruses, out of hundreds of viruses, injecting into the exact same spot, out of hundreds, if not thousands, of possible spots.
But that's not. There's nothing wrong with that if you believe that there's intelligent input.
No.
That's just a competing hypothesis.
Well, no, okay, right, but common descent is true. which flies in the face of younger creationism.
No, that's not. It is not a fact.
But it is, according to...
Not a fact. It's a hypothesis with supporting evidence. That's all.
Well, at the very least, it's a theory, right? There's a very extensive article in Wikipedia, and I can give you an actual scientist who can explain this in Hangout if you want, Fiona Robertson, who's a microbiologist with a PhD.
I'm well aware of the arguments in support of that.
Okay.
But that's just so the hypothesis, you test it, there's data in support, you can call it a theory. I understand that. The reason I say the word hypothesis is because some hypotheses are theories and some are not. But they're all theories are hypotheses. So what I'm talking about here is that that's correct, that there's a hypothesis and there's evidence in support of it, and so you can call it a theory. However, that evidence can also be interpreted in the light of another hypothesis of intelligent input, and it can also be reconciled that way.
Okay, yeah, right.
The facts are in support of both cases.
But the thing is, you can have intelligent input in a sense of abiogenesis, or maybe some guidance of evolution, but common descent must be true. That's what ERVs prove, common descent.
It need not be true. That is one theory.
No, okay. What's your other theory that best explains this phenomena?
Similarities do not prove an ancestral relationship. All they prove is that there's similarities.
These are not mere similarities, sir. Though, right? This is an observed phenomena of how certain viruses behave. Right? Is they infect the body, the host. They inject themselves into DNA strand of the host in a specific location out of many locations, and the only way that a location can remain the same is if the host organism gives birth to an offspring, and the offspring is infected as well by the same virus. Right? The virus is going to be deactivated through mutation, which makes it inert, and that's how it stayed in our genome without being utterly destroyed. It just became inert. Right? So that's the only mechanism we know. So scientifically speaking, common descent is most certainly true. Unless you provide a competing hypothesis that explains it better, more parsimoniously.
But your argument is based entirely on observing patterns and similarities. You have no cause and effect.
What do you mean, patterns and similarities?
You have no cause and effect other than outside of parent to child relationship. You have no cause and effect argument that can go beyond that. One or two steps of generation. You cannot make a case that spans eons of cause and effect. All you can do is argue similarities.
Well, your argument doesn't do that as well. I mean, unless I missed some new scientific discovery, which scientists have observed intelligent creatures creating humans or life on Earth. So you're left with the same amount of limits as is the endogenous retroviruses, or the argument based on them, rather. We both are making inferences to the past based on current empirical evidence. We both are assuming uniformity of nature, right?
No.
You're not?
Then
how do you know anything really about the past?
I do not assume that everything that's currently going on has always been going on forever. That is just speculation.
We actually have good models to show that that's the most likely explanation, based on, again, predictions into the future and evidence is found.
If you want to talk about predictive value, then that's a whole other story, and you're going to run into many problems with predictive value for evolution as well.
Really? So, have we found a bunny in the Cretaceous period layer? Have we found a human in the Cretaceous period layer ever? Because
that's obviously not the case.
Right, but
that's not a prediction that's been falsified. But there are many other predictions that have been.
Well, that's the thing. You see, just because you have one falsification, and while this all it has to do is this falsification cannot logically negate the whole theory, right? If you can still adjust the theory and have this, and if you can modify the theory, including this new observed empirical evidence, that you don't have to throw out a theory, right? But what we have here, and I will grant you, there have been some, misses and false predictions that have been made in a lot of scientific hypotheses or theories, like in evolution. But you cannot ignore that there's billions of predictions that evolution is being constantly challenged on, and every day it is shown to be consistent, right? Like with the fossils, for example. Every time a paleontologist digs for a fossil and he finds it in a proper place according to the theory of evolution and the old Earth sort of theories that geologists hold today, that's a positive proof for in support of evolution. And we have millions of fossils.
But what you fail to recognize that it's also it's also evidence in support of other hypotheses as well that you don't acknowledge.
No, not in any.
When you say that, you feel that, if you find this fossil in a particular position that's consistent with evolution, that then that is a unique finding to evolution. It's not. There are other hypotheses for which that is also support for those hypotheses.
Actually, you're thinking of the younger creationist model, the flood thing?
That's an alternative hypothesis which is based on the same supporting evidence. It just has different conclusions.
But okay, wait. Do you believe there was a global flood?
I believe that's a possible hypothesis, yes, that has not been ruled out by the evidence.
Okay, well, it was, because if there was a global flood and every animal that ever existed was mixed in, we should see all of them in the same layer. We don't.
Incorrect.
Really? How so?
You're not aware of the hypothesis of hydraulic sorting, which has actually been confirmed in experimentation.
Oh, you mean the model that younger creationist scientists did in a tank where they put dead bodies, and they have found out apparently that bodies have a different sort of rate of settling down or something like that?
No, but so here's a couple of things that you're overlooking when you jump to this conclusion. Number one, you don't know what the distribution of animals was on the face of the earth at the time there was a flood. You don't know where they exist. You don't know where they were. All you can conclude is that fish and sea-going creatures were in the seas. You cannot make any other assumption about where the animals were on the land, whether there were some that tend to live in the mountain range, some that tend to live in the low-lying valleys. You don't know where they were distributed. Secondly, you don't know what the shape of the land was prior to the flood, because you don't know the extent of what the flood might do. Water can reshape the terrain in very dramatic ways. So you don't know what it looked like before the reshaping. And those are important in order for you to make your deductions off of the sort order in the sediments. You have to know where they were arranged prior to the sorting that took place from a flood.
Okay,
so that's why the flood hypothesis can be consistent with the evidence as well. It depends on the prior distribution of organisms before the flood, how they actually end up being laid down in the sediment.
Well, first of all, this is problematic because what you're saying here is essentially that because we don't know exactly where these animals were, the sort of fossil record that we see right now could be consistent with that. It's kind of like saying that. Well, it's kind of an explanation that explains everything at the same time it explains nothing, because any fact you could explain with this, global flood theory. If, for example, the arrangement of fossils were that they were all in the same layer, you could say, well, yeah, that's the global flood. That's what the Bible predicts, right? But if they were all arranged in a sort of the way that scientists propose they were according to evolution, in sort of from the oldest layer to the newest layer according to the sort of tree of evolution, you could still say that as well, according to your new sort of explanation, right? So now you have essentially like a psychic prediction that cannot be wrong. That explains everything yet explains nothing. But
No, that cuts both ways. If you want to make that accusation, that cuts both ways.
That only doesn't. No, it doesn't. There are tons of things.
It does. It does. And you're ignoring the larger arguments here. Because I'm not advocating the flood hypothesis, but I have looked at the evidence enough to know that there is sufficient evidence in support of that hypothesis that makes it still unfalsified.
Okay, that's fine. The thing is, okay, how to explain this? Depending on arrangement. So there has to be some arrangement that we can gather from it, right? So explain to me what arrangement of animals could have produced the result that we see today in the fossil record, given that the global flood happened.
Well, clearly we would find fish and sea creatures at the lowest levels because beforehand we know, that's one thing we can conclude, is that beforehand they were in the lowest levels, they were in the seas. And that's consistent with what we find in the fossil record. The lowest levels tend to be the sea creatures.
We actually find whale fossils and shells in mountains.
Yeah, and whales are not fish.
But how the heck did they get there?
How?
Plate tectonics.
Oh,
well, I know, right?
That supports the flood model more than the evolutionary model.
Not at all, because we have plate tectonics.
On the tops of mountains is evidence of fish being washed up on the tops of mountains, which can only happen with a large flood.
No, don't you see?
Or the mountains used to be under the water, and now they're above the water.
Exactly. But do you see that you just... Wait. Bixby, don't you see how you just contradicted your model completely? You said that we should start, according to your model, fish and sea-dwelling creatures should be at the bottom, but now you're acknowledging that, yeah, there's actually fish and sea creatures also in the mountains. So
but the mountains were at the bottom. But ISIS just said that they were at the bottom, and now they've been moved up to the top.
That's from a naturalistic view that doesn't include God, though. Bixby cannot accept that.
No, that's two alternatives. You have a hypothesis that those were once submerged and they've come up, and then the alternatives that were not once submerged, but the flood waters brought them up there. Those are two hypotheses, and the evidence is consistent with both.
But no, the evidence for your model, any evidence would be consistent with your model. That's the thing. That's the problem. Because right in the beginning of this last point, you said, and I repeat this, that we should see sea-dwelling creatures at the bottom, right? But then we've pointed out to you that, hey, you know what? Actually, there are sea creatures on the fucking mountains. Oh yeah, that's still consistent.
No. Listen, on the bottom of the geologic column. Not elevation-wise. We know the geologic column has different elevations. We're talking about the geologic column, which is it's a device used to have a precedence of fossils in age. Okay, it has nothing to do with the elevations of those. Different layers are at different elevations.
Yeah, but people like Nephilim Free would say that the geologic column doesn't exist, and that's actually created by laminar flow. But
well, he is correct that there is no one spot on Earth that has all layers of the geologic column. That's fact.
We don't need that to be the case. We can infer that and predict that. But okay, that's a different topic. But okay, so I'm looking at a geological column here. Okay, sea-dwelling creatures. So you're talking about the Precambrian, or no? You're talking about which layers you're talking about? Paleozoic, Mesozoic, Cambrian.
It doesn't matter which layer. I mean, you want to get into the weeds on this? I mean, the issue is that those layers. There's two hypotheses that are on the table here. One is that those layers were laid down slowly over billions of years. Another hypothesis is that they were all laid down quickly in a very catastrophic global event.
Okay.
Those are the two hypotheses.
Okay, let's go through
the evidence is in support of both.
Okay, explain to me how is it that we don't find humans in the Triassic period, while we do find similar sized shaped animals in the Triassic layer? What's the arrangement of animals on the planet that could have changed this?
Well, before I answer that question, I'll bring to your attention that that one of the predictions of the evolutionary model is that there shouldn't be any large mammals in that layer. But what we found, recent evidence, is there's been found over 400 different species of mammals in that layer. So that's a falsifiable prediction of evolution, but of course you can modify the theory and say, well, maybe there was some larger mammals than we had previously thought.
Yeah, that's not a problem for evolution.
You want to talk about an infinitely mutable theory that can just constantly be adjusted to fit the data. Well, you have that on your end as well.
No, we have strict condition. Okay, never mind. That's a different point. Could you please explain to me what arrangement of animals on Earth back then could have produced the result that we see in a fossil record of not seeing any humans in the Triassic layer, or Jurassic layer, or Cretaceous layer, but still seeing other land-dwelling animals there, and even flying animals?
Well, if all layers were laid down at the same time, and you have hydraulic sorting based on densities of mass, then you could get a sorting just from the densities alone. Some things float to the top, some things sink.
Okay, so let's look at the animals roughly who are here depicted. So we have elephants here on the top layer. On the Quaternion layer. So we should see elephants.
But
you need somewhere here or here in the Cretaceous.
You know that's such a weak theory that it only requires one instance of something being less dense underneath something being more dense for your theory to fail.
Well, but that's not the entirety of the theory. I'm giving you the Cliff's Notes. It's obviously
well,
more
still,
complex.
but I mean, I've heard this before. I mean, hydrological sorting, yes, like I said, and I'm pretty sure it's already happened. I'm not an expert in this specifically, but like I said, if you found one example of something that was less dense underneath something that was more dense, then your theory would be completely kaput.
I don't think we already have we already have a falsification with that, because pterodactyls are relatively lighter than, let's say, elephants today, so we should see their fossils be in the top layer. We don't see that.
Thank you. Exactly.
That's incorrect. You're making a fallacy here. Just because there is a hydraulic sorting force involved, it does not require an infallible sorting. It just means that there are
Dude, most okay, can you find me a significant find of pterodactyls being at the top layer? Because the only ones that I know of are in the old layers. I've never heard.
Yeah, but what you don't know about, and neither do I, and no one knows. We don't know the density of pterodactyls.
Yes, we do. We can estimate that.
Dude, do you seriously think that pterodactyls were more dense than elephants today, or mammoths?
We don't have any density measurement.
Dude, how could they fly if they were more denser than elephants or rhinos?
We have no density measurements. Why are you going to try to assert that we do?
Yes, we can. We can estimate density of these creatures. That's not very difficult. Have you done it?
Tell me how.
Again, you take the weight versus the volume occupied. That's the definition of density.
The weight of what? What is it that you're weighing?
Bones.
Wait,
right, the weight of the entire assumed animal weight, right? So when it was fully.
Do you realize what a fossil is? Do you even know what a fossil is?
Yes, but when you're taking into account the fact that it had a whole bunch of water that is dried out, right? So you're taking account all that water weight as well as all of the solid weight. So the things like the bones and the leftover remnants.
But what is the actual fossil? What is a fossil? What do we actually have?
It's a calcified body.
It's stone.
A body, or just the bone?
It's stone.
Yeah, the body. There's been feathers that have been calcified.
But that's just another type of bone.
It's stone, essentially.
No, there's been skin and eyes that have been calcified.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, but you want to
Fiona, you would definitely know more about this topic.
Fiona to the rescue. DXP, this is the PhD scientist who was talking about. She's a Christian, by the way, as well. So very little bias, if any at all.
Yeah, I've heard her before. She's hardly a Christian.
Okay, let's not.
Actually, but DXP, she's heard that from other people before too. So
yeah, let's not go into that. Don't go, please. That's my limit here. Do not question Fiona's Christianity. don't. No. So let's talk about the argument. Let's talk about the science, because.
Fiona, just to catch you back up, we're on the whole argument of hydrological sorting in the Noachian flood, density, yada yada.
Rubbish.
Right? No, so right, we were talking about the pterodactyls, right, and how they're less dense, but yet they're underneath elephants, which are much more dense than pterodactyls.
Has anybody bothered to actually look at what happens to a dead body if something dies by drowning, or if a body is dumped in a body of water?
The
first thing it does is it sinks to the bottom. Okay, we sink. You try it in a swimming pool, not moving, just lie on top of the water, you will sink.
Well, if you exhale.
You have to work at keeping on the surface. However, once you've been lying down there on the bottom for a few days, gases build up inside your body. And that's courtesy of the bacteria in your gut. Now, if you're unfortunate enough and you burst open, then you just stay on the bottom. But if you don't, you float to the top. And
right, this is from your gut bacteria eating you because there's no more food left in your stomach, right?
Well, no, they're not eating you. They're just continuing to metabolize what's in your gut.
Oh, okay.
And so all that gas makes you more buoyant. So the body floats to the surface. Have you never noticed that when people go missing in water, a few days later the body is found? It's because it resurfaces. Why do you think they put concrete shoes onto people when they want to dispose of a body? Because they know it will float to the surface again. So hydrologic sorting is garbage. Because all of these dead animals would all float to the surface. Have you ever seen what happens to a whale carcass when it gets stranded on a beach and the amount of gas inside it?
Yeah, they have to poke it, and otherwise it'll explode. They have to slowly release the gas.
It sometimes explodes.
Yeah. I've seen videos of it. It's crazy.
That's how much gas accumulates in a dead body. So, how do you think hydrologic sorting is going to get over that one?
Because you're assuming you're talking about water. You're not talking about water that's filled with other types of soils and all kinds of things mixed in that water. We're not talking about a pure glass of water. We're talking about a complete chaotic system.
So you're talking about a suspension. Yeah, you're talking about a suspension.
It's just breaking up for me.
We're talking about a chaotic system that's being agitated violently and that has all types of things in it, not just water, but every kind of mineral and rock and everything in there.
So it's a suspension, right, DXFP?
So we're not talking about water.
No, it's a suspension. Do you know what a suspension is?
So we're talking about a flood, but we're going to leave the water out in our considerations.
Because, look, your examples are talking about, well, if you leave something in there long enough, eventually the bacteria will create a situation where they'll rise and float to the top. You're not talking about a catastrophic situation. You're talking about a situation where the situation is pretty static. The body's allowed to sit there for a long time and have activity on it, and then it changes. But if that body is instantly hit with a large wall of sediment and is stuck underneath, all those things that you described are irrelevant.
Then sorting wouldn't happen then if it's hit with a large suspension of sediment.
Incorrect. The sediments also obey the sorting rules as well.
Wait a minute. You're not going to get any of this hydrologic sorting as things sediment out to the bottom in such a turbulent system, are you?
That's your hypothesis, but that's not supported by the evidence.
What you're arguing, hydrologic sorting is basically saying that things are sorted by their density. Now, you've just told me that I cannot say things will be sorted by their density, i.e. float to the top. But you then appeal to sorting by density for your hydrologic sorting, which you have just told me can't happen.
Not only by density. Density is one factor. One.
What a body does in water is down to its relative density compared to the water.
Yeah, in water that's not being agitated, that is not filled with all other types of elements and chemicals, and is not filled with other things, then you can rely on that. But you're not talking about a chaotic situation, a catastrophic situation. If you're talking about a catastrophic situation, all of the conclusions you made will fail.
No,
But the same is true for your hydrologic sorting.
it's a different
That's what I'm
model.
saying.
There's similar assumptions. Some of the assumptions may not hold true, but still, these are still models that we're evaluating. Some of them are much more likely than others.
You cannot claim that a certain condition does not hold for my argument, but that self-same condition then holds for yours.
Well, that's the nature of a different hypotheses, that some arguments hold for one and some hold don't hold.
No. What you are doing is you are attempting to refute what I said by using a certain reasoning. That reasoning does not apply to your model. Your model can actually follow that rule that I am not allowed to use in mine. That's a double standard.
No, I agree with that, but that's
Precisely.
not what I said.
So you agree it's a double standard?
Different standard. I didn't apply a different standard. I applied, what I was pointing out is that your characterization of my claim was incorrect. Your characterization assumed had assumptions at the base of it that you weren't acknowledging. That you assumed a relatively static situation where the water was not undergoing chaotic and catastrophic. You assumed that the body had enough time to decay and have bacteria change its composition. Those are all assumptions.
No.
So therefore,
I
you're
said
attacking a
nothing
different
about chaotic systems. I just pointed
That's
out.
right. You said nothing about it.
Right, so you can't say I assumed anything about it. If I didn't say anything about it, can you? All I pointed out was that in a dead body, the buoyancy will change as decomposition occurs.
Right, and you assumed enough time for decomposition to occur.
What was that?
You assumed in your explanation enough time for decomposition to occur.
Yeah, it takes about 3 days for a body to resurface.
That's right.
The flood lasted a year. Noah was on his ark for a year.
Yeah, so the animals would have died roughly within a day, maybe a week maximum, right?
Yeah.
They'll be rotting for a year, so that's enough time.
It's plenty of time. I mean, bodies will resurface after about 3 days.
Not when they're being buried. They're being buried by all of the other elements that are chaotically being thrown at them in the water.
How will they be getting buried in this chaotic, turbulent system? Because as you pointed out, things aren't going to settle out in a chaotic, turbulent system.
They do. They settle out bottom up, and things would start being buried at the bottom.
No, things don't settle out in a turbulent system.
They absolutely do. You're just not aware of the evidence.
No, they don't.
I can show you videos. I can show you videos of scientific experiments that show this.
And what you will find out is that when you look at videos where you have a turbulent system and particulates begin to sediment out, they're sedimenting out in the areas of lesser turbulence. You need to get yourself familiarized with fluid dynamics to understand that turbulent, chaotic fluid is not uniformly turbulent.
No, I'm
have you watched a
I'm
river?
aware of that. It's one of the forces in play. Density's in play. The turbulence is in play. The actual mix of materials is in play.
Yeah.
Temperatures are in play. These are all factors that contribute. And your simplified version of it does not take account of those factors.
Let me ask you this question.
No, it doesn't. Like I said, we were taking into account that a suspension could be part of it, and obviously, I mean, there would be a lot of sediment and silt that is risen up from the bottom or just from the top layer. The problem is that for you to prove that all the sediment and silt would provide enough downward pressure to keep the hydrological sorting going, essentially.
Yeah.
Now,
And
again,
the other problem is this.
you're making a simplistic case that ignores the complexities involved, and then you're saying, oh, this whole can't be. Your simplistic hypothesis is absurd. That's right, I agree. But that's not my hypothesis, that's yours.
May I ask a question? When you get a liquid medicine and it says shake well before use, why are you shaking it?
Well, in most cases, it's so that the elements have a chance to diffuse throughout the body, so you don't get a concentration of the chemicals in any one part of it. You're trying to get a more uniform consistency.
Okay, so while it's just sitting there on the shelf, what was happening to it?
Obviously, the elements in there were settling out according to the chemical properties, according to densities, according to, and this is all just a force of gravity in a static environment.
In a static environment, okay. So you then take your bottle and you shake it, and what happens? It all goes into suspension. And the suspension is completely uniform.
True.
There's no gradation of
True.
particle size while you're shaking it. When you shake it vigorously, you shake the whole lot up, which is given a chaotic turbulent system, i.e., shaking the bottle. You're not getting any sorting at all. It's doing the opposite.
Oh no, but when you set it down, you get sorting.
Oh, so 1 minute you're appealing to this turbulent system for it, and then the next minute you're saying, oh, but it's not turbulent, it's settling down. You need to make up your mind.
No, as you pointed out, there's variation in the turbulence. There's also variation
that would only give a two-layered settling. That wouldn't give the layer by layer kind of settling that is in the flood models, because you would have all the heavies settle down very quickly, and then all the lights settle on top of the heavies. You wouldn't have this smooth gradation of layers.
And the other question,
it's based on a simplistic understanding.
No, you can do that right now, and actually, you'll throw some sand in some water in a cup, shake it up, and then settle it down. You'll have basically 2 layers.
Again,
you'll get more than 2.
Uniform system. You're not talking about many different shapes and sizes of materials, and different temperatures, different turbulences throughout. You don't have enough heterogeneity in your simplistic model to be able to speak to this issue.
Right, but okay, so right, you're appealing to heterogeneity, and yet we have such a homogeneous geologic column where you would expect it to be much more heterogeneous, where you would see pterodactyls above rhinoceroses and things like that.
And by the way, I found a small species of dinosaur called a Microraptor, and they're like chickens.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, and they're small. There's no way they're heavier than rhinos. So we should see those in the top layer. We don't.
Incorrect. Again, if you're going to just keep putting the simplistic view on it, where all you care about is one dimension at a time, you don't.
No. See, you're assuming we only care about one dimension. We're actually taking into all the dimensions that you're accounting for, and we're looking at the necessary consequences. Wait, and we're looking at the necessary consequences of composing some of these dimensions.
Okay, maybe we should just ask you to provide your scientific paper, this experiment that you said you've proven, so we can know the mechanisms exactly.
And can I ask a question? Given hydrologic sorting, hydrologic sorting does actually happen. If you take a mixture, if you just take some garden soil and put it into suspension, give it a right good shake, and then sit it down, you'll notice that the larger particles, the heavier particles, will sediment out first, the gravelly stuff. And as you go up the layer on the bottom that you've got, the particles will get finer and finer and finer and finer until it's like a silt. And then you have the water above that. And then you have any wood or vegetation particulates floating on the top, right? Now, if that was how the geologic column formed, this settling out to give you all these layers, why have you got gravel layers above silt layers in the geological column?
Because what you described is not the case. The condition of your question is not the case. That's why.
Really, it's not. There's never been any gravel that's.
The case you've described, the sorting you described, that's first of all, that's not hydraulic sorting alone. That type of sorting about the particles has nothing to do with the density. It has to do with their shape more than the density.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you, though. This is what I'm asking you. If you're saying the whole of the column was laid down by the flood, why would we get these gravels above a silt? The gravels should have come out first.
No,
the gravels.
You are assuming the distribution of those before they were laid down. It depends on where they were before they were laid down.
No. The only thing that you're assuming is their rate of drop in the water, how fast they drop in the water.
Yeah, you can do the experiment.
Well,
you will see it.
No, you're assuming you're making assumptions here. You don't realize it. So you're putting forth this really simplistic view, and then you're tearing it down.
Gosh, you sound like a broken record. I'm sorry, DXP, but just tell us what dimension we're not taking into account, rather than just saying, oh, it's too simplistic.
Yes, please.
You're not taking into account the original distribution of the materials. That means their elevations, what they were under when they were brought up by the water. You're not taking into account thermodynamics, the heat differences. You're not taking into account the turbulent differences. You're not taking into account the density differences. And you're also not taking into the catastrophic nature of it.
Okay, please, can you show us a model?
There's so many factors involved.
Okay, no, but wait. So, where was the epicenter of the flood? Where did the actual floodwaters come from?
What does that have to do with this argument?
No, because then because then we could actually model it. We could actually make some assumptions about how the Earth looked before the Noachian flood, actually run simulated water through our simulated Earth, and actually see if the distribution of gravel over silts and these kind of anomalies that we see actually do correspond with your world model.
Yeah, and those experiments have been done.
Okay, show us the references, please.
Yeah.
I'll get it at some point for you, but
You're cutting out, DXP. Could you repeat it?
I said I will get that for you at some point, but I don't want to look it up right now.
Okay, can you at least give me a hint of how it is called? I will find it myself here quickly.
Yeah, I mean, and plus, those are really detailed full world simulations. I hardly doubt anybody's done that.
Yeah, that requires like high computation power. That's thermodynamics, heat, all that.
But still, it would. I mean, so I'm not assuming that yes, some gravel could have been shifted onto some previously existing silty Earth because of the Noachian flood, but I doubt that every single case where we see that would actually correspond with any model that DXP could give us.
That's an argument from ignorance.
No, it's not. I'm telling you that I'm waiting eagerly for your simulation and your model.
Yeah, and you should provide one, because unlike younger creationists, the sort of traditional, the sort of most supported hypothesis and the people who, the scientists who support it, do have models modeling, roughly how, I don't know, it's basically formation of our solar system, even evolution. We have model evolution, right? So if you don't present that model, simulated, that fits the evidence, you have a weaker case than evolution.
Of course. And I know I haven't presented that to you yet, and I said I could get to you the references and the videos that would show these experiments being done. But again, I don't want to waste time on doing that right now. It's not going to convince you. It's just going to go into the weeds on something.
No, it would actually. I mean, because there have been hydrological sedimentary tests done by multiple governments.
Here's why it won't convince you. It won't convince you.
It's not about convincing us. It's about showing that you have your hypothesis or your theory has something behind it.
I mean, plus, think about it. Actually understanding hydrological sorting is a very important part of the mining industry. Most placer mining is actually done by understanding the rows of where the heavy metals fall out and those kind of things. So if these companies didn't have a good understanding of hydrological sorting, they would be inefficient and eventually be ran out of the market by people who can find these heavy metals much quicker and easier. Bleh, I can't speak today. Anyway.
Can I just point something out? It was before I joined, and it's one of the things that actually caused me to join. I heard you talking about shells on mountains. And I can't quite remember what it was that DXP said to explain these shells on the mountaintops.
DXP, could you re-explain that?
Well, there are several hypotheses about how you find fossils where you find them. One hypothesis is that those shells were on the mountains long ago before they were even mountains, and that the mountains were pushed up from under the sea. That's one hypothesis. It's probably the one that you adhere to.
Right.
But there's other hypotheses that the mountains was not submerged below what we know as the modern day ocean, and that those shells were laid down there from the result of a flood that pushed them up there.
Right. Here's your problem with that one. We agree that the flood lasted, well, Noah was on his ark for 1 year, okay? If you actually read the account, you will see it gives his age when he got on the ark and his age when he got off the ark. And it's a year, give or take a couple of days. Some of these shells that we look at on mountaintops, they have actually grown in situ. You know, you're talking about things that are equivalent to mussel beds. And if you've ever looked at a mussel bed, you will see how the shells are attached to the rocks. So they grow in situ. And on top of that, some of these shells have been shown to be about 30 years old. They grew for 30 years. Because you can tell that by the growth of the shell. So how do they grow for 30 years on a mountaintop when they're only covered by water for 1 year of that?
Ooh.
Again, you make these simplistic assumptions that you don't acknowledge in your story. For example, you assume that the shells were not laid down that way. You assume that they were...
You would see damage.
I said they grew in situ.
Right, you would see damage.
In situ of what? Of on another material.
The host rock, the bedrock.
That's right.
Have you ever looked at a mussel bed?
Right, but you assume that the bed itself wasn't laid down.
Have you ever looked at a bed of mussels?
Yep.
Right. And have you ever tried to pull mussels from that mussel bed?
Yeah, their roots intertwine with each other to keep them together, and they get into the smallest cracks in the rock.
Yeah, and what they do is they put out fibres to adhere themselves to the rocks, and so you can tell if it has grown in situ or not. If you find a mussel sitting on top of rocks, you can tell if it grew there or if it ended up there after it grew, because of the attachments.
Yes.
You will see the attachments if it grew there.
Right, and what assumption, let's see if you can understand, what assumption are you making in order to make the...
Look, do you understand what bedrock is, or host rock?
What assumption are
So
you making?
if it's growing on the bedrock.
I don't think you can realize. You need to take a look and self-reflect for a minute on what assumption you're making.
What assumption am I making?
I think you can figure it out. You're probably smart enough to figure out.
You said that they were laid down there, which would be true if there was an individual boulder. It could be thrown up onto the mountainside, and there could be some of these things attached to it. But specifically, we're talking about when it's growing on the bedrock or the host rock. which hasn't moved.
Ah, what was that last part? Say it
Do you
again,
understand what bedrock is, or
say that
host
last
rock?
part again. It hasn't moved. You said.
Yes. Do you know why it hasn't moved? Because it was growing on the bedrock.
That is your assertion.
Really?
No,
Wait. So
no.
wait. Okay. Have we ever? So can we differentiate between sedimentary deposits and the bedrock? DXP, I asked you a question.
It's not going to help your case. You're still making an assertion.
So no. Wait. So if you have these clams and oysters growing on the bedrock in the mountains, what does that mean?
Nothing more than what you've stated.
So
we're not in agreement on the facts.
Tell me, how can you manage to see the evidence that these shells have grown in situ on top of a mountain? It has to have been.
No, you're overstating the facts.
No, I am not.
No, you do not believe, even under your own hypothesis, you do not believe that they grew on the top of a mountain.
Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's
so
right.
Excuse me. Excuse me. So if I do not believe that they grew on top of the mountain, they must have grown before they got on top of the mountain.
That's right.
Now, given that you get great swathes of mussel beds, it would be an awful coincidence if they were all washed by this turbulent flow up to the top of the mountain. And remember, they're not actually found on the top of the mountain. They're found in the mountain. In the mountain. So the flood can't have washed them into the rock of the mountain, can it?
Well, you assume there's been no activity since that point in time, and there's been thousands of years.
I am trying to point out to you.
Thousands of years is almost no time on the geological scale.
That's your assertion.
Really? It's my assertion? Wait, okay, so we can look at current rates of volcanism in the middle of the ocean and actually see islands rising out, and we can actually then, essentially retrodict the amount of movement that we see on dry land. So these models are pretty airtight. I mean...
No, there's an assertion that that's always been the case. There's no catastrophic events in the past. That's what you assume. No catastrophic events.
No, that's not the case at all.
It is if you're going to say that's an airtight argument.
No, you're saying what you are assuming is that there absolutely was a Noachian flood. We're saying, okay, there might be. Let's see the evidence for it.
I don't assume that.
But you do.
Well, no. Okay, so then you're saying that the evidence has led you to the fact that there was a Noachian flood?
No, I'm saying, and I've said this before, that
no, that's the only two. That's the only two options you have there.
No, we agree on the evidence. What we don't agree on, and you believe that the evidence only supports your hypothesis, and I believe that the evidence supports more than one hypothesis.
That's because you're unaware of.
No, I'm saying.
See, here's one of the things you've completely ignored. I explained to you that these shells that have been found are shown to have grown in situ. Okay. Now, that's been observed, because we can look at the mollusks that are growing at the moment in the intertidal regions. And we can see how they grow in situ, how they attach themselves so that they don't get washed away. And it's a really tight attachment. You can walk across a mussel bed and not dislodge any of them. They cling on tight.
You'd cut off your feet, but yes.
And the sign that they're growing in situ are all of these adhering fibres that they produce.
Right, these little roots that they...
Yeah, and when you look at these shell beds within mountains, you can see all of these fibres holding it together as a coherent bed. They have grown altogether.
Well, I mean, but come on, Fiona, you gotta realize how. Well, Fiona, I mean, you've said this before, so it's all right. I mean, but you kind of have to realize how DXP argument has changed and how badly he's moved the goalpost. He's gone from, oh, the rocks that they're attached to could have been thrown up there, to you can't distinguish between bedrock and sedimentary deposits, to I'm not assuming the Noachian flood. I mean, come on, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
No,
I
it's
think
the
what I
same
want to
argument I
point
made
out
all
is
from the beginning. There's two different hypotheses here, and you only believe one is supported.
No, you're assuming the Noachian flood and looking for evidences to prove that. Well, we're saying, okay, let's see the evidences you have, and then maybe, sure, that will convince us of the Noachian flood.
You're the one that making the assumption. I have not said that I believe that hypothesis. What I have said that there is evidence in support of that hypothesis. That's all I have said. And then you went up to the
well, again, we've been asking you for that evidence. You haven't given us a single link.
No,
that's right.
And the other thing I would point out is that I've tried to show that we're not making assumptions here. When we talk about these shell attachments, that's from observation. It's not an assumption.
That's right. We all agree on the facts.
It's not an assumption. So don't tell me it's an assumption.
I didn't. I'm talking about the hypothesis that it's there because it was once submerged and is now the result of a mountain that's been built up over billions of years. That is your hypothesis.
No, but so you're saying is that that what was there underneath should have been submerged for over 30 years and then was catastrophically raised up out of the earth.
Isis, be mindful. Fiona was trying to chime in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to give her time to. I don't know if Fiona, if I'm cutting you off too much, just say, "Hey, Isis, shush."
Yeah, the alternative is that they all get washed up to the top of the mountain, and they all put out their little attachment points and cling on, and then put on 30 years growth in the space of a year.
Yeah, there's no way
that they all get washed into, and remember, it's inside the mountain. It's in the actual mountain itself.
So
how did they get washed into the mountain?
You can't see a way that it could have happened.
Well,
no. So what she's saying is that miners are digging into the mountain.
Into the mountain. Into a mountain, not onto.
Yeah, they say. Yeah, she's saying that they're digging into, like, miners are digging into the hard rock and finding these things 30, 50, 100 feet deep. Not just on the top of the mountain, but this gives credence to the fact that this was once underneath the ocean, not washed up on.
You can't see. So you can't see it happening any other way.
No,
wait, no, hold on. It doesn't have to be deductive in nature. It doesn't have to be necessarily the case. All it has to be is more likely in line with one hypothesis, which it is. Evolution, old Earth.
Yeah. I'd also point out that if you have a look at Mount Everest, go and have a look at it. Get some pictures of it, especially if you can get some close-ups of the ascent from Camp 3 on the Lhotse face up to Camp 4 in the South Col, and have a look at one of the trickiest parts of the climb, and it's crossing the yellow band. And the yellow band is a layer of limestone. And it isn't just like, on the surface of the stone. It's part of the mountain itself. It goes inside the mountain. And you've got to say, well, how did this layer of limestone, which is produced in a marine environment, end up as a layer inside the mountain?
And you don't see that it's possible of any other way than your hypothesis.
Well, okay, so God zapped it there. I get it. God zapped it there. I get it now.
So you can't see of another way.
No, well, so I'm asking you, what is your
I'm asking
other
you,
way?
it's another way.
Yeah, that's what we've been asking
I'm
you this
asking
entire
you.
time.
Well, you seem to think that the only way it could happen is the way you believe it happened, right?
No, we're asking.
I'm asking you
Just
to
repeat.
explain another
You
way
were such
to
a
me.
broken record, DXP. Oh my god.
Explain to me another way how you can get this yellow band going through the substance of the mountain that high up.
Let's suppose that I don't explain to you
And don't
another
tell
way.
me that the yellow band is an assumption.
But let's suppose that I don't have another explanation. Let's just suppose that for a second. Let's say I have no other explanation. Okay, then what?
Then you have nothing to offer, and then we might ask someone else. Too bad. Try it harder next time.
But then if your hypothesis is correct, then.
No.
That's not what we said.
Explanation. Your
No,
hypothesis.
you're putting those words in our mouth.
No,
No.
I'm trying to understand. Where are you going to go with this? Let's suppose I don't offer you an alternative explanation.
Like I said,
Then
try
what-
harder
what
next
can you
time. We'll
conclude?
go ask someone else. Too bad.
Yeah. And there's one other question about the flood I would really like to ask. Where did the water come from? But more importantly, where did it go?
What makes you think it went anywhere? I mean, see,
Because if
I
it
think
didn't
you
go
have
somewhere,
another- This is another case where.
If
do
it
you know
didn't
how
go
much-
if it didn't go somewhere, we would still be floating about on an ark.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Somewhere, where
Let me
did
ask
it
you a
go?
question then, because I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding of the facts. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. How much total land mass is above sea level?
Oh, I do remember the exact.
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you, but the point is this. If the planet is completely flooded, listen.
How much total
If the planet
volume of ocean is there?
Just a sec. I can look these things up. Okay, area of land surface. Okay,
No,
so
no,
there's
volume. What's the volume of land above sea level? Volume.
I've actually done calculations on this at one point.
Okay, and what's the
And I'll
volume
see
of
if I can
the
find them.
ocean?
It's from years ago.
What's the volume of the ocean?
No, look, we're not interested about volume. Okay, first answer where the water came from, because I asked you that a long time ago.
Right, and I'm trying to get around to that, but you've got to understand.
No, not get around to that. That's how it starts. That's how the conversation starts. You tell me where the water came from.
Yes, I am going to, but you got to understand some facts.
No, right now. No. Hey, I'm an ex-Catholic. I understand the story. So don't worry about the calculations. We can calculate later, and people have. But like I said, where'd the water come from? That's my question.
I'm getting to that if you let me.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm listening.
Now, if you calculate the total volume of water in the ocean and all the seas, okay, so everything's sea level and below, you calculate that total volume. And if you calculate the total volume of all land mass above sea level, you will
mean
find...
area?
No, volume. If you calculate the total volume of all land above sea level, you will find that the total volume of all land above sea level is far, far, far dwarfed by the total volume of all the water in the ocean by an extremely amount.
Yeah, right. Listen, that doesn't actually get us to the question that I asked.
That's not telling me where the water came from. I don't. That's fine. I know that there's more water than we live on a water world. But I'm asking you, where did the water come from? Where did the flood water?
Let me finish then. So, now, based on those facts, which are indisputable facts, what we can do is we could take all of the land into all of the land mass, all of it entirely, and submerge it all. It's possible to submerge all existing land, and not only is it possible to submerge
I'm waiting for the mechanism. Like I said,
possible to submerge it all by miles.
Look, you're filibustering at this point. I'm just asking for the mechanism.
You're not listening. You don't want to hear the
No. Look, I asked you a pointed question. DXP, now you're not listening to me. I asked you a pointed question, and that was the mechanism. Where did the water come from? I asked you that 5 minutes ago. I asked you that almost 20 minutes ago. So, please answer that.
I am. If you would listen, you would.
No. You were going off into the numerical amounts of the volume of the water and those kind of things. I'm asking for the mechanism.
I'm explaining it. You just don't want to hear it.
Let's just let him DXP finish. Whatever.
An argument that's coming up against you that you're going to fail on, and so that's why you're descending.
Yeah, because we've completely failed against all of your previous arguments from earlier. I mean, and now you're just poisoning the well rather than actually asking. Wait. All right.
Why won't you let me finish?
Just let him finish. Just let him finish.
Okay, I'll let him continue filibustering.
If you were to take all of the land mass of the Earth that's above sea level, you could throw it into the sea, and water would completely cover it all. In fact, if you kept doing so, you could have the waters of the Earth could cover the land masses, not just by a little bit, but by miles. There is far more than enough water in the oceans to cover all land mass by miles deep. Therefore, I don't need any extra water. That is a false assumption on your part. There's more than enough water to flood the entire of all the Earth, depending on what the land masses were before that flood occurred. You have an assumption in your model.
Tectonic shifts lowered all the Earth underneath the water?
Just let him finish.
No. Okay, I agree with that point. Fine. So you don't need any additional water. You can just assume that all the water's there. So now you're saying that the plate tectonics suddenly shifted all completely underneath the water and then shifted back up? I mean, do you understand how much energy that would require, as in newtons of force that would be required to actually put the entirety of the just the Australian subcontinent, not even or continent. Sorry, it's the Australian continent. How much energy that would require? Yeah, just a second.
So you have.
Yeah, I'm still not getting any further.
There's more than enough water on the Earth to submerge all the land mass on the Earth by miles deep. And the reason why you're unable to understand this is that you have an assumption in the back of your mind and you don't realize it. It's a working assumption that the land masses prior to the flood had a configuration that is similar to what they have today. And that's why you can't process this.
No. Like I said,
may I answer this, please?
There was this tectonic shift, right?
Ice this. Fiona wants to chime in.
Right.
Go ahead, Fiona.
I've been hunting about for these calculations that I did way back in 2011. And we worked out that the amount of water on the planet itself, at the moment, if the planet was really smooth, would give us a depth of water of kilometers deep, okay? But the fact is that the solid surface of the planet isn't completely smooth. Not at all. Now, if you what you're saying is that all the water required for the flood is on the surface of the planet. All you have to do is rearrange the land to then cover it in water.
Correct.
So, right, okay, here's my next question then. If that is the case, what are you attempting to tell us that given that Noah didn't have webbed feet and that he was on solid land prior to the flood, that would mean that without any addition of water to flood the entire globe, what you have to do is redistribute the land masses, i.e. they sink down the way.
Now you're starting
so no
to think.
Water, so no water is added.
Yeah, very good.
Right. Well, in that case, why, when it mentions the fountains of the deep opened to let the water out, and the rain started, and the waters rose, why is there no mention of the huge earthquakes and tsunamis that would happen should all of these land masses suddenly be submerged? Because I think that would be the first thing they noticed rather than some rain.
There are, like even Plato and a lot of legends, and if you look into human history, these same stories are told over and over and over.
We're asking about the Noachian flood.
In different.
We're not asking about Plato.
What?
We're not asking about Plato.
Okay? Well, he told the story of a landmass, a giant landmass, that was here and gone in a day. And there are others that tell this.
When did he say that?
I only wrote it. What is that book called? His famous book, Critias, and I forgot.
Get a year for me, Tommy.
Huh?
Get a year for me.
I get a year?
Yeah. When did he write it?
I'm not understanding you.
Oh, for goodness sake. When did Plato write this account of a landmass?
When he was alive.
And disappeared in a day.
Are you doubting that he said that?
No, I'm asking you when he said it.
I don't remember offhand when Plato lived.
So he wasn't really a contemporary of Noah then?
Oh no. Well, this was something that was handed down to him. But.
Oh right. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So basically, it's not really getting us any further, is it?
Well, what I'm saying is that people of the past is that humanity passed down these legends and understandings that yes, indeed, there's been huge worldwide conflagration. Is that the word? But anyway, upheaval and all these land masses and giant changes in the Earth's structure and configuration, and islands disappearing and appearing.
And everybody else chose to write about these land masses appearing and disappearing and reappearing again.
I'm just telling you what Plato said.
On the human scale, these events may seem catastrophic and large, but if you're looking at the geological scale, I mean, islands appear and disappear at pretty well-known rates. So yes, like I said, on the human scale, these may seem very large events, completely catastrophic, but they're actually quite pedestrian in the geological term. Like I said, you are talking about taking the entire. I mean, just imagine just the continent of Australia. How much force, how much energy it would require to submerge. I mean, and we're talking about hard rock. This is bedrock that we're moving. Right. So I mean, just Australia. Now, what about all of Russia and Africa and Europe? And keep going down the list, right?
And the other question is this: if it was the land masses sinking that covered the surface of the Earth, then why does it say that the water increased until it was over the tops of the highest mountains by 15? Was it 15 cubits?
Again,
so the Bible is telling. Excuse me.
Okay,
The Bible is saying the water rose. It doesn't say the land sank. And then after the flood, how did the waters recede?
They go back down into the earth, where a good chunk of the water on the earth is.
A good chunk. There's only one problem with that one.
What?
That the water that is within the earth is not in liquid form. It's hydrated minerals.
No, there's like water. The water table in the center of the North American continent's huge.
Yeah, but it's not enough to flood the planet, is it?
No, I mean
we're not flooded. We're not flooded at the moment.
That is false. And you don't have an understanding of how much water there is on this earth and beneath it. And you're running when you keep.
So we are flooded at the moment, then.
You can't fathom it. The problem is you have the whole argument you have.
We all go back.
That's it.
We all go back to the mechanism. What was the mechanism? Where did the energy come from to move these massive pieces of continents? These continents.
Why couldn't a comet have smashed into what we now call the Atlantic?
But that's not the story.
And cracked No, it doesn't say how God did it. It just said that water sprang from the earth. There was a massive cataclysm, and it rained. So it was.
Right. Well, yeah, but the funny thing is that if you're taking the water sprung from the earth, then that's actually the complete opposite of what DXP is saying, which is he's saying that the ground fell into the water. So
no, it's not.
I mean, come on, is the flag moving in the air? Does the air move the flag? I mean, that's a stupid argument.
Obviously, the air moves the flag.
Right, but I mean, a Buddhist monk.
I mean, the flag resists the air and causes some change in the air, but you know.
I know. I think it's a goofy argument. I'm just going by the text, not speculation.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. But
to answer your question, I think pole reversal is one really highly possible answer to what you were asking as far as what the mechanism was.
So electromagnetic pole reversal. That doesn't have anywhere. Yeah, that doesn't have anywhere near the energy required to. I mean, look. Let me. So just to give you an understanding of actually the science of plate tectonics, right now plate tectonics actually is a bit of a mystery. The required energy to fulfill the amount of movement that we see is not actually completely filled by uranium, thorium, and all these other elements. So there's still possibly maybe even some nuclear elements that might be happening in that we don't quite understand. So it requires a large amount of energy to move the continents, and we still don't have quite an understanding of it because they do move quite a bit compared to the amount of uranium we require. But to say that there is going to be some massive uptick in the change of the movement, or I'm still not quite sure what you're saying.
Well, you probably should do a little Google search.
The Bible said that there was a flood, so that there was a flood.
No. You should probably do a pole reversal Google search and see what you come up with. That evidently they do believe that there is the potential for widespread changing in the continent. So, and pretty quickly.
I've got some numbers here for you. This is based on the fountains of the deep opening up and the water coming out. Okay. And the argument is that it's come from within the crust. And these caves containing water opened up somehow, okay? So I did some research into this. And a rough calculation puts the amount of water required to flood the entire Earth at 2,046 million cubic kilometres. And I calculated that based on only half the height of Mount Everest, not the full height. Now, that would mean, if we look at the Earth's crust is 1,332 million cubic kilometres, right? Which is less than the amount of water required.
Fiona, nobody knows the configuration of the Earth
please,
back
if you
then.
don't mind.
Or the mountain heights.
The temperature of the mantle ranges from 1,400 Celsius to 3,000 Celsius, and with densities ranging from 3.4 to 4.3 grams per cubic centimetre squared. So what effect would 2,000 million cubic kilometres of superheated, pressurised water have on the atmosphere if it was released to the surface over a period of 40 days? And when we work it out, as soon as you release that pressure by opening the fountains of the deep, that is going to flash to steam.
Yeah.
When water becomes steam, it increases in volume by 1,600 times, giving us a total of 3.2 million cubic kilometres of superheated steam. In contrast to that, the Earth's atmosphere is estimated to be 51,000 million cubic kilometres. So the volume of steam that would be released is 62.7 times the volume of the Earth's entire atmosphere. And given the temperatures involved, if that is where our water has come from, you are going to end up with nothing but ark soup and matchsticks, broiled ark.
Yeah. You just undermined your own argument, though, by the way. It was you earlier that had claimed that Mount Everest itself was once submerged. And that
No,
the
I didn't
difference is
claim
you
that
say
Mount
that
Everest.
gradually,
No, hold on a minute,
millions
hold
of
on.
years,
No, you don't
suns all
misrepresent me.
grew.
No, you don't misrepresent me.
You did say
Mount
that.
Everest used to be underwater because it used to be a seabed. It
Yep.
actually
Yes,
rose
exactly.
up.
I
It
did
didn't.
say
It
that.
didn't just stay there all the time.
That's
Let
right.
me see. I did not say.
underwater.
Do not misrepresent me. I will talk over you until you let me clarify this. You don't misrepresent me. I did not say Mount Everest was submerged. The land that is now Mount Everest was submerged, but it wasn't Mount Everest at that time. Don't
Right.
misrepresent
But
me.
either way,
Do not.
Mexico
Okay, can we
City
get
used to
back
be-
to pole
Mexico
reversals
City used to be a
because
seabed.
just
You do know that,
I
right?
mean-
Mexico City used to be underwater, and it's not
I
anymore.
want to know
so
how a
can-
pole reversal would do what I've just described. That's
Right,
why I
can-
was giving those numbers out.
Because
Yeah.
How does a pole reversal do it?
Right, yeah, okay, so I may be, so I have a bit of a physical intuition, I would assume, from the physics that I've studied, and I thought that, okay, maybe a pole reversal might have some ferromagnetic effects on the rock, and that might have a significant force that could cause maybe some sort of movement in the continents, but that's not true at all, actually. And actually, if you look at paleomagnetism, actually here, there's a field of study actually called paleomagnetism that looks at the orientation of the magnetism in specific rocks. And looks back in the past to kind of look at the pole reversals that have happened, as well as a lot of other interesting things that can be derived from it, such as a more accurate depiction of the plate tectonics, the historical plate tectonics, and those kind of things. But anyway, basically, like I said before I looked all this up, it does not seem at all likely that a magnetic pole reversal has nearly enough energy to cause any sort of significant plate tectonics at all. So
That sounds like a guess. That sounds like a guess.
No, it's not.
You don't know
No.
that scientifically.
So, like I said, I put my assumptions aside. I said, okay, maybe the ferromagnetism in the rocks, maybe there's enough ferromagnetism in the rocks that the plate, that a geomagnetic reversal could induce enough force into these ferromagnetic rocks to cause that. I looked it up. That's not the case, and those assumptions are pretty well founded because, again, magnetism compared to gravity is a rather weak force, but a magnetic pole reversal is not that strong of an
Exactly what Fiona said. You look at how much water is on the planet in total. Okay, the only way you would ever get a big flood, right, is if we go back in time and look at the ice caps, right, and say, well, we know North America, most of North America, and most of Europe, and Russia and all that, at the top of the globe, was covered in a shitload of ice, a shitload, and that melted. Now, if I was a layman, let's say Noah, maybe, or whatever, or someone in Noah's time, or before that, and then that happened really quickly, that would be a catastrophic thing to happen, right? Because we know most of the world, you could walk from England to France. We know France was connected to England at one point. So we know the sea level would dramatically change things, right?
Jesus,
but to say that it's a biblical event where, like, you watch it on TV and you see these big crates. And then you would get it wouldn't be a flood, it would be a tsunami. It wouldn't be a flood, but it looked like one of them.
You have a horrible static in the microphone.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, get it away from your mouth. Don't pop. Yeah.
I think it might be a bad cable there.
Yeah, or a bad cable.
It's been getting worse progressively with you, Steve, with the mic.
And if we're going to start saying that the land masses were rearranged, what is the biblical evidence that there weren't any of these higher mountains of any sort prior to the flood? Or where is the biblical evidence that land masses sank down, that the flood didn't rise?
I'll tell you the biblical evidence is very clear, and that is all the people on earth, except for 8, weren't around to tell the story. That's the evidence.
No, no. That's not what I asked you for. I asked you for the biblical evidence that either it would take an awful lot less water because the mountains weren't as high then, or the feedback's terrible, or so I want the evidence that the mountains were not as high then. You need to find the biblical evidence for that. That would be a nice thing to give me, that there weren't any mountains prior to the flood. So therefore the highest mountain that was covered was only a small hill. Can you give me that evidence? Can you give me that?
Yeah, I don't know if
evidence, mountains
no, it's not biblical.
Well, what biblical evidence?
No, it's from Charles Darwin. So you'd probably appreciate that.
Charles Darwin wasn't there at the time. I'm asking for biblical evidence, Tommy. I don't want to hear what Darwin said. I'm asking for biblical evidence that there were no mountains.
Tell the story. Fiona, who would tell the story? There was only 8 people left. Sorry, Tom, go ahead.
I was just going to give her evidence of raised beaches and evidence that. Okay. Well, if you're not interested, I won't tell you. But it's evidence that the hills or the mountains used to be lower than they are now.
Okay, so, just testing my mic. Is that okay?
And I'm also kind of sad. And I'm also kind of sad that both of you, Tommy and DXP, just waved away energy equations as if they were nothing. Oh, the energy required to move the continents. God
you don't know. You don't know what the energy requirement is, nor do you know how much a polar reversal would generate.
I don't know it offhand, but it's not
so
very
if you don't know it offhand, then why are you chastising us?
But it's not very difficult to calculate it though, Tommy, and it has. And like I said, I was even explaining to you discrepancies in the movement of plate tectonics versus our own models.
You don't know the energy that a pole reversal would generate. So what's even the point of
Actually, we do. And plus, pole reversals are really slow. They take many years to completely reverse.
No. Why would Einstein be on board with that then?
He endorsed it, and you misspelled endorsed too.
Yes, I know I did.
Yeah. So what do you mean that by the fact that he endorsed a pole reversal?
Well, if you read the link, it'll explain it to you. Charles Hapgood had a theory of the pole reversal, and Einstein was really fascinated by it and gave his endorsement to it. What does it matter if I misspelled it?
Tommy, have you ever seen those wonderful diagrams of the geomagnetic striping of the ocean floor at the spreading centres?
Can I just test my mic? Is that okay, people?
Let me finish, please. Please let me finish. Einstein was on board with that. Great. However, the evidence of these pole reversals come after Einstein. And when you look at the magnetic particles in the rock, first they're all aligned one way, and the rock solidifies. But then they're all aligned the other way when the rock solidifies.
I don't believe that.
And this gives us a record of all the pole reversals.
Why don't you believe that? You can actually look at the satellite photos that actually show these, and you can go and pick up a rock and measure the magnetic orientation it has.
I just know that side has a way of generalizing things that they say, and they have a way of manipulating what they say or the data to say what it's not actually saying and what it's not actually there.
So the bottom line from Tony is that we're all a bunch of liars.
Here's the thing. The point is
all scientists are a bunch of liars.
Wonderful waving.
Tommy.
Your evidence is always somewhere we can't verify.
Look at the evidence.
Huh?
Go and look for the diagrams, Tommy. You will find them online.
Am I going to have to go searching under the ocean?
Here's the Wikipedia article. It did all the hard work for you, Tommy.
The data is there. It's out there. It's available on the internet.
It's the facts, as DXP would say.
Just because you haven't seen it, Tommy, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The reason you haven't seen a lot of this evidence is because you put your fingers in your ear, you close your eyes, and you sing la 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 as loudly as you can.
Hey, that cuts both ways.
And you've been doing it for years. Now go and look up the evidence.
Were guilty of the same thing. Earlier in this conversation, you were unwilling to accept the facts just earlier in our conversation, so that cuts both ways.
What did I do?
Wait, you didn't even say what she was unwilling to accept. Yeah. Finish your sentence.
Tell me.
What?
You didn't finish your sentence.
What was it?
We were discussing the volume of land above sea level and the volume of sea on this earth, and you still have not accepted those facts. Your first claim was that there wasn't enough water, and I've established it beyond a reasonable doubt. There's enough water to cover the earth over miles deep.
I
And
just
now
said
you're on
there
to another
was.
point.
I said there was. You didn't listen to me. I said there was. If you completely smooth
Yeah,
out
DXP, have you been drinking or something? Because she said if we assumed a perfectly spherical Earth, they would cover it by a couple kilometers. She said it. You can go back and watch it.
Right, but then he went on to
so
say,
far now,
you
he's
said
now
earlier
come up
that the
he keeps coming out with things I
top
didn't
of
say.
Mount Everest was once submerged, and then you go through this elaborate explanation.
No, it was once a
Let me
seabed.
finish. You go through
It
this
was once a
elaborate explanation. Let me finish, please. You go through this elaborate explanation about how this water that's coming out of the fountains of the deep, if it were the case, based on an assumption of mountains that are half the height of Mount Everest, which you yourself have already said that the Mount Everest wasn't even that high in the past, but you're using a fact.
No,
that
I didn't say
contradicts your own.
No. We're at it again. You misrepresent me again.
Preposterous claim about how the steam would fill the atmosphere.
Well,
all this nonsense.
And DXP, how about this? DXP, how about this? You want to wave this away too, because I know you will. Did you know that if there was these supposedly fountains of the deep underneath the earth, there would actually be a gravitic anomaly that we'd be able to use to detect the fact that there was water rather than stone underneath there, because they have different specific densities. So you could actually use that data to show that there are these supposed fountains of the deep down there, but they're not.
Can I also point out that DXP needs to stop misrepresenting what I've actually said? The record of this video will show his misrepresentations.
No, I heard exactly what you said, and I stated it correctly. You said that the top of Mount Everest was not always at the top. You said it was once submerged.
It was a
seabed.
Yeah, what part are you missing? That it used to be flat, and these two big giant things we sit on called continents crashed into each other, and then it went up into the sky. Okay, it went up. It didn't just sit there and then the water covered it. It literally rose. I mean, there's this thing. I don't know if you know it, but it's called a planet. And there's lava and stuff, right? And these things move around. They're called tectonic plates. These things crash into each other. That's how we make the Himalayas. You do know this, right?
You just admitted that there was a time in the past when Mount Everest
wasn't a mountain. It was flat. It was flat.
Not only was it flat, but it was submerged.
No, it was flat. It was the seabed.
No, yes, DXP, yes, thank you. Yes.
Okay, so you just admitted it.
Admitted what? That it was flat? Probably, yes.
There was a time in the past in which Mount Everest was not a mountain, but everything that it consists of was once submerged. Yes or no?
Yes. It wasn't a mountain. It was a seabed. Yes. There were other mountains
instead. And yet, so you just admitted that, and yet you're here giving us this preposterous story that somehow precludes the possibility that the Earth, all of the Earth was covered with water, when you say that the highest mountain on Earth was once itself, not even a mountain.
The reason why it's the highest mountain on Earth, because that part of the Earth is very special. I mean, the Indian subcontinent crashed into the Eurasian continent.
You're missing the point. I can't believe you're just glossing over this obvious absurdity in your position.
No, you are misrepresenting what I have said and making it an absurdity. That is called constructing a straw man. Do not straw man me.
Yes.
You have been warned.
No, you walked yourself into that corner. I didn't do it.
No, you're misrepresenting what I said. And now, if you keep it up, I will stop being so charitable to think that you made an honest error. If you keep this up.
Oh my God.
I just asked you to agree with you said that Mount Everest was once not a mountain, and everything that Mount Everest consists of was once submerged in water. You agreed with that?
Yeah, because it was the seabed. We call it the seabed because it's under the sea, and if it's under the sea, it means it is covered in water.
Yes. So you agree.
Yeah.
Now,
It's not a mountain.
Okay, so we're agreement on that one point. So I'm not mischaracterizing your belief on that one point. Now, second point. You, in your preposterous claim, made an assumption of mountains as high as
by poisoning the well.
half the height of Mount Everest. Did you not?
No, for the time of the flood, what I did when I did the calculation, and this was instead of going by the geologic record, but going by what the Bible was claiming. That's two different things. I did the calculation of the amount of water based on Mount Everest only being half the height it is now. So I actually gave the biblical record the benefit of the doubt here.
No, you are not. You're assuming a mountain that's half the height of Mount Everest in the past in order to do your argument.
No.
And that's
in order
why
to
I,
be as
that's why
charitable
I
to
asked
the
you.
biblical heart.
That's
No,
why
you
I
were
asked you to provide me biblical evidence that there were no mountains.
No, your characterization is false. It is not only half.
No.
Half of Mount Everest is an extremely tall mountain.
No, but it never used to be. What we're trying to explain to you is that if you made the Earth a spheroid, totally smooth, you could cover the entire planet. The Earth does not look like a bloody spheroid. It's a bit of a potato, well, not technically a potato shape, but it's not exactly round either. If you used to take all the water off the planet, you would see the differences in height from the bottom of the deep oceans to the top of Mount Everest.
The funny thing is, if you scale it up, a billiard ball is much rougher than the surface of this planet. Did you know that?
I did, but I didn't want to make that point.
Yep. It is actually quite a smooth planet.
Yeah, that's because we can't machine it. I mean, it is smooth in the sense of gravity smooth, right? For a big object, it's a pretty smooth thing. In fact, it's very smooth, as Steve Jones pointed out.
There were no mountains prior to the flood. That would negate any calculation of how much water would be needed to cover them. Given that the Bible says that the water rose until it covered the highest mountains by 15 cubits.
Right,
so right
but
there the
your
Bible
assumption-
tells us there were mountains.
You assumed that the highest mountain was of a particular height that was at least half the size of Mount Everest.
Yes, I was giving the Bible the benefit of the doubt. I didn't calculate it on the full height of Mount Everest.
That is not giving it the benefit of the doubt.
I didn't calculate it on the full height of Mount Everest because that would have meant requiring even more water. So I gave it the benefit of the doubt.
No, that is not.
Let's hold on a second, because we're going around in circles here. We're going around in circles. What's the point? Are you trying to say that Noah's flood was real? Is this the point of the conversation? Was Noah's flood real? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's what.
In geological terms, no, it wasn't. There you go. End the conversation. Let's move along to evolution, if you don't mind.
Wrong.
We can prove it just like we can prove we'd be in the moon. The moon exists. Noah's flood didn't happen. There you go. It's that simple.
Yeah, and plus, I mean, Noah's Ark didn't even move all that far. I mean, what? Its final resting place is in Turkey, which isn't even all that far. Yeah, which isn't. Right, exactly, which isn't even all that far away from where it actually started.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to assume that it was a global flood.
That's true, Becky.
I must admit, I do accept the theory. Was it the flooding of the Bosphorus?
Oh no, we did have flooding on the Earth. We already know that because we've lost the ice cap. We lost the ice caps.
No, I'm not talking about that, Sty. That the Med ate its way through. And there was a regional flood. I think it was the Bosphorus.
The Bosphorus is not where. I mean, isn't the Bosphorus like in the extreme west of Turkey though, or something? It's like
yeah, as are the mountains of Ararat. We're talking Turkey here.
The mountains of Ararat were in the east.
Yeah, the Bosphorus is a lake. It's just a little narrow spot. What they're thinking.
Can't hear you, Jade.
What? Oh, hang on. better?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let me adjust my volume too. Okay, so the Bosphorus is just a narrow crossing.
Yeah, it's on the other
like
side
the
of
Dardanelles. You've got
Turkey, though, right?
right. You've got the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus. Those are the two famous crossings from like Turkey and Greece. But what they what they think is that was at one time solid. It was
Oh yeah, that's
rock.
it's
Right, and then what happened is the Black Sea broke through to the
That's right,
Mediterranean
yeah.
in a massive flood. Just stop and think about how big the Black Sea is.
Oh,
and think of it even possibly being higher than it is now.
Yeah.
And think of it breaking through at the Bosphorus, and you would have flooding that would flood the entire Mediterranean basin, especially the eastern Mediterranean basin.
Well, some geologists think that the Grand Canyon was made by somewhat of a big massive flood from the ice cap that was, I think it was about 3 to 4 miles deep.
That's bollocks. Sorry.
No.
I don't think it's the Grand Canyon. There's some in Wyoming the Badlands in
Zion?
those areas. Yeah, Zion, right?
Yeah. Okay.
That was a massive flood because of the fact that of how stripped the landscape is. But the Grand Canyon.
That was a glacial. Wasn't that a glacial burst?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. If you would you believe it? If you watch the film Ice Age, The Meltdown. That's based on that idea that you get a glacial outpouring, that there is a huge body of water behind this wall of ice and it can break through.
Right.
And that's how the Skagerland's formed. This huge. I mean, there was one recently in Iceland, and that was courtesy of a volcano under the glacier.
Wow.
And it melted. It started to melt all the ice above it, and eventually the water found its way out. It's that volcano with a ridiculous name.
I'll show you why I said that, because there's a map of the coverage of ice of the Northern Hemisphere. You can see exactly where it is, and you can tell exactly where the Grand Canyon used to be. But the point is, if all that melted, what I'm saying is, if all that shit melted, if you lived somewhere far away and the sea rose like very quickly, that would be technically a badass flood of biblical.
Yeah, right. That does make sense.
They're quite global, but this idea where the Black Sea ends up pouring in, is it through the Bosphorus Straits?
Yes, I think it's through the Bosphorus.
That one, there is some support for that. There's evidence of civilization underneath the water, basically. That would be a local flood, but given the size of that body of water, anybody back then, and we're talking Bronze Age, would think that, I mean, their whole world was flooding.
Yep.
Everything they could see.
But this is the thing, though, Fiona, as well. If you look at historical time, right, this Noah's flood never happened any time close to the whole biblical reference. It just didn't even happen even remotely close. That story of Noah in the Judaic tradition, the Bible, has been passed down. The Noah's flood story is actually in the Mesopotamian books of creation. That thing's been passed around so much. Something happened. Now, I'm not saying that something didn't happen. I'm saying it probably did, given the geological nature of a planet. Something probably happened, but it wasn't God, pissed off at human beings, basically. But something did happen that was, catastrophic in the sense of a pretty steep rise in sea level.
Yep. Oh yeah, here's actually the Wikipedia page on exactly what we're talking about, the Black Sea deluge hypothesis.
Yep.
Okay,
yep, that's the one I've got up as well.
You all are fulfilling prophecy. It's so fun to watch.
Becky, your connection's terrible.
How are we fulfilling prophecy there, DXP?
You were predicted long ago.
And the only criticism there
We
in that,
were
in that
predicted
Wikipedia,
long ago, DXP?
the only criticism there in that
Stazer, hold on,
Yeah,
Stazer,
Sty, just a sec.
This is epic.
DXP, we cleared the floor for you.
Yeah, the Bible predicts there's going to be people like you.
People, you mean who
Who
disagree
will
with the Bible?
deny the flood.
Okay.
Wait, specifically deny the flood?
Yes.
Okay, sure, great. I can predict that as well. Hey, I'm going to make up a story now that is completely bonkers, and I'm going to predict that you're going to disagree with it.
It says how they will deny it.
Say again?
It says how they will deny the flood. You're doing it in the same way.
Right, how?
That they will say that things have continued on as they always have since old times, and uniformitarianism, basically, is what it
Great.
predicted.
So this person obviously knew that there were naturalists back then as well. Yeah. I can pretend to be a supernaturalist right now, make up a bonkers supernatural story about some event, and I can safely predict, hey, these people were going to be, naturalistically disagreeing. They're going to be saying, oh, things are that they were before,
Oh, sure, you can dismiss it all, but that's also predicted that you would also dismiss the prophecy.
Again, somebody predicting that their idea is going to be dismissed, that's a mundane prediction. Anybody can do that.
I love watching fulfilled prophecy right before my eyes. Keep going.
Well, it's like people even mysticism or something.
Okay, hey, listen. I prophesize right now as a prophet of Thor that you will disagree and thus prove that I'm God. Bible is false. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah.
I agree 100% with you.
What? Wait. You agree the Bible is false?
Yes, I agree with false. False prophecy by you. What?
Wait, what? So you're not a Christian?
So DXP agrees the Bible is false?
Yeah, I thought you were a Christian.
So he just lied.
Something fishy here.
It's nice to know that the
Something very odd. So why is DXP saying the Bible's completely false?
Yeah.
Well, DXP waved away all these other things that we were saying.
Yeah, I want to know why DXP now says that the Bible's completely false.
DXP already
He's gone silent. He's not saying anything.
Yeah, I think he didn't want to admit.
Oh, and he said we were backed into a corner earlier. Oh, how.
So DXP, please tell us why, after telling us that the Bible's account of the flood is literally true, that you're now saying the Bible's completely false.
I did not say it was literally true. I never made that claim.
But I said it's literally false, and you said, yeah, it's true. I said the Bible is false. And you said, yeah, it is. So
you
you're
agreed
not a
with
Christian.
that?
Yeah.
You agreed the Bible was false?
Yeah. Can you hear
The
me
whole
now?
Bible.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Much better.
Thanks. Yeah.
We need an explanation, DXP. If you don't mind.
DXP, we're waiting. I mean, just admit that you had a wrong point in the prophecy thing, that it's a mundane thing to prophesy.
No, you're the one. You were the one that was trying to make. You were trying to make prophecies to make a mockery.
I used the exact same prophecy. Yeah, I used the exact same prophecy style that you used to prove that the Bible is true, or to somehow make it more likely, or make it an argument against us. Well, hey, right back at you, dude. So I don't admit that it's not a valid prophecy, that it's a mundane thing that anybody can do, or admit that your Bible is wrong.
Yeah, so you willingly lied so you could get your version of the truth to be correct. How often do you do that? How often do you willingly lie about stuff?
I do that when I'm trolling. And I don't do it when I'm trying to make an actual point, though. But I do it when I'm trolling. So, DXP, are you a troll by any chance? Are you just trolling? Are you a motherfucking Poe?
I'm curious what the specific verse is that says that people will specifically reject the flood. I think that may be perhaps reading too much into the text, or...
I'm curious to know why DXP agreed with a statement that the Bible was false?
You really want to know?
Not just part of it.
Well, I just want
Go
the
on.
verse.
No, he
doesn't
said
read
the
itself.
Bible.
The Bible doesn't read itself.
Sorry?
The Bible does not read itself.
I'll agree with that. Yeah, but
No, that's got nothing to do with it. You agreed.
No, it's all about interpretation. Interpretation is everything. It does not read
You
itself.
no, you agreed
Yes.
with the statement that the Bible was false. You didn't agree with the statement that your interpretation or someone else's interpretation was false. You agreed with the statement that the Bible is false. You didn't add any qualifiers to it.
Right, but he was the one making the statement, not me.
And you agreed with the statement.
Yeah, I agree with it, that from his point of view, yeah, that's right.
You agreed with his statement.
I do agree that his interpretation of the Bible is false.
That's not what he said. He didn't say anything about interpretation. You're adding that qualifier in.
No, it was his interpretation. He was the one speaking. He said it. He said the Bible prophecies are as easy as the silly prophecies that I'm going to make.
I was asking you. I was asking you.
Art used the phrase, the Bible is false, and you agreed with it. Is that not the case, Art?
Yeah, specifically, again, I was asking him if he thinks that the Bible is false. So it's not about my interpretation at all.
Yeah. And
Yeah, it's about your interpretation, absolutely. Everybody has to interpret it. It does not interpret itself.
If you just
Talk
misspoke,
about wiggling
just
like
say
a
you
woman.
misspoke.
Yeah.
Does the word double down mean anything?
Okay, I think it's kind of obvious. I mean, okay, granted, hey, DXP is, in a tough situation here. I mean, he's in the Lion's Den, mostly atheist, people who disagree with his position. But yeah, I mean, hey.
I think what it shows us is that he's not actually listening to what people say. If he ended up agreeing with the statement that the Bible is false, he's not listening to what people are actually saying to him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't like to kind of berate people and kind of like bash them into the corner. I mean, I think it's clear. I think we have established that it was a mundane prophecy. Nobody can make it, and at this point, it's just kind of pushing goalposts and sort of wiggling as a worm, as you said.
I'm not sure if I would grant that that was a prophecy. I mean, I don't.
Oh yeah, neither do I.
I mean, there are a bunch of things that the Bible sort of prophesizes about, but I would just like the verse that says that people will contend a literal reading of the flood story specifically.
Of course you would.
Well, when he said that,
I mean,
I
but that's
was
a reasonable request. I'm
Right.
not trying to be like clever, silly, or anything, because I've never
Right,
heard
I mean, when DXP was actually bringing up that point, I was actually thinking he was going to reference the general case, because there are some verses in the Bible that said that people will doubt the good word and that kind of stuff. But because
the Gospels themselves say that they're, it's foolishness to those who are perishing. So people who are perishing are going to reject it.
Right, but the fact that the DXP said that there's a specific one that prophesizes about people denying the flood, that's interesting. I've never heard that one.
It is there, but I don't expect any of you to be able to understand it or even accept it. I mean, that's
really? You really think that all of us in this
direction,
room
like I mean not the text in
I
the
think
same
that all
way
the people in this room have such a
would.
low IQ that we just couldn't possibly comprehend scribblings on a piece of paper?
It's not about IQ.
I mean, can you point me to any, patristic reading of the text or any of the church fathers who read it in the same way and said that, they're saying people will take issue with the global... Because I've never heard that. I have heard...
Specifically that the people in the end days, the latter days, would be like the times of Noah, who themselves also denied Noah's warnings about the flood. They denied it. No matter what he said to them, they denied it. And they said that in the latter times there would be people who would do the same thing as the days of Noah. he also tells us that there will be those who will believe that since the fathers sleep, in other words, since the ancestors died, that people will say, Christ has not come back yet, and things have remained the same ever since he left, and therefore it'll continue on in this way forever, and there is no second coming of Christ. And they will use that to interpret the past as always have been the same as the present. That's uniformitarianism. And on and on and on and on. And that's what you guys are doing, and it's fun to watch prophecy be fulfilled.
Well, it's fun to listen to someone who claims history, but yet it's fun to listen to someone who claims history, but yet denies everybody else's history on planet Earth. And this is the arrogance of someone like yourself. I have to say this because you will literally deny the rest of the population of planet Earth because you said so. If you was born in a completely different country and didn't have anything to do with Christianity, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't feel the same way. But because you've grown up in a situation where you believe that to be the truth, believe is a key word there, that you think you've got the balls to tell us that we're all full of shit, or we're wrong, or we're ill sinners, for having a different opinion. I mean, I'm sorry,
if I were born
dude.
in Saudi Arabia, I'd be a Muslim.
No, listen, you could be born in Saudi Arabia and be a Christian. The point is that in order for you to make this claim that God is real, you better provide some evidence which does not account for my opinion, like gravity. Until you can do that, I suggest you recognize it's an opinion, just like your flavor of ice cream is an opinion.
Well,
they're both the same shit, Will, so don't start getting funny on me, dude.
Well, I was just going to say I wouldn't grant that the present is the same as the past. I mean, I think that would require a whole lot more unpacking. I think in many ways the present is radically different from the past, and the future will probably be radically different from both the past and the present.
Of course, the past was radically different because people were radically a lot more stupid than we are today.
I think that's also actually just assuming too much by going the opposite direction. I think that you should assume either, but simply just be empirical about it. How much does the current time change in relative to the past?
Yeah, so I don't really understand this charge of uniformitarianism or whatever.
Right, and I knew you wouldn't.
I don't get that. I mean,
Well, it's not that we don't understand it, it's just that we think it's so vague and ill-posed that it really doesn't have any relevance to us.
I mean, do I think that nature is and has been uniform? Well, yeah, but pretty much everyone does. In a way, that's a kind of pre-rational, properly basic belief. Like, when you put one foot in front of the other, you don't think that you're going to fall into some sort of abyss or something like that, right?
Right, for language to work.
Of nature, and that the past will resemble the present. So, I mean,
right, for language to work, we assume that the laws of sound don't radically change halfway through a conversation.
Yeah, so I don't really know what you mean by that. It just
We're talking about the distant past, not like 5 seconds from now.
Yeah, and I said
Well,
I
how
think the
distant?
distant
You
past
think
was
5,000
distant.
years is distant?
I mean, there was a time there weren't even any planets, right? I mean, that was many billions of years ago.
According to
And
your
that seems quite
belief,
different.
yeah, according to the way you looked at the world.
Well, I would say
Exactly. This is the point you're denying.
then I would say things would probably have been more of the same, because you believe, I mean, if you're a young Earth creationist, that the Earth was basically.
But that's the point. I'm sorry, but I'm just going to point out one basic observation. You're sat on a computer. A computer requires a lot of knowledge that was gathered over time by human beings. We don't go around saying the world is a sphere because we happen to think that's the best opinion. The world is a sphere because we know it is. We went to the moon, even though people don't think we did. We actually did go to the moon. It's in the sky. It's just not, well, it is far away, but it's not astronomically far away, right? We've just sent a little tiny machine all the way to Pluto. Seriously, we know what the hell is going on in most cases when it comes to physics and science. When we look at historical context of the planet, we know that your idea of Noah's flood is impossible. We know that catastrophes can happen, but we also know that if you're going to claim a timetable for when Noah and these guys were hanging around the planet. There's no evidence for that, other than it was written in a book. That's like me saying there's history in 100 years if some idiot read Harry Potter saying there's evidence for wizards because fucking someone read it in a book. It's ridiculous. And totally. Where did you go to school? I do not know.
Historical science. All of your examples were examples of current knowledge that we have obtained through experiment and observation, not interpretations of the past. So give me an example that makes your case. Don't just give me non sequiturs.
There was no non sequitur.
You're making the
something out
difference
of the
between
book.
empirical. Oh God, you're making the difference between empirical science and historical science. Kill me now.
Historical science and operational science, that's what the distinction is usually made. Is that what you're saying, DXP? The difference between historical science and operational science?
That's right.
Can I ask, do you believe in forensic
science? Well, if
science?
that is the case, then forensics don't work.
Yeah.
Because that would count as historical.
Forensics certainly
So
work.
don't work.
But forensics are what's known as circumstantial evidence.
No, the process. What she's referring to is the process of forensic science. How do we come to the conclusions we do when we do forensic science?
I understand that, and those are based on assumptions. You must have assumptions to make those conclusions.
It's based on testing. Are you familiar with the Body Farm, for example?
Yes.
Okay, so the Body Farm is a place where people donate their bodies, and the researchers at the Body Farm place the bodies in different positions. Some of them are in cars, some of them are in the ground, some of them are on top of the ground, covered with leaves or whatever. And what they do is they examine the processes of decomposition in humans. Now, people also examine the processes of decomposition in animals. And so what we do is we understand how these changes take place. And when you watch how these changes take place, you can extrapolate backwards. When a body comes in to a coroner, the coroner can look at this body and knowing from the body of experimental evidence what happened to the body. Now, this also happens with things like knife cuts and various different kinds of guns that are used. We not only use real bodies, we use material that simulates a body, and we know that the material that simulates a body works because we've tested both the material and the body. And we even do this historically. For example, some years ago, an elephant died, and a group of anthropologists hacked the elephant apart with primitive tools that they had these are primitive tools that they had found in, by doing archaeological excavations. And these are tools that, what they did is they looked at mammoths and mammoth bones and the tools, and the archaeologists assumed from looking at the marks at the mammoth bones and the tools that they had, that the primitive peoples used these certain tools to do certain things. Some were cutting tools, some were hacking tools, and things like that. Well, when this elephant died, they had this great opportunity to test the tools, and they found out their conclusions worked. The tools worked on the elephant body exactly, or more or less exactly. There were some minor differences. There always will be. But for the purposes of the work they did, their conclusions were dead on. These tools, these primitive tools, work exactly the way they assumed they did. So this is how the work is done. We go back and forth and look at we do tests in the lab, and you compare this to what's going on outside. We also use different types of investigations to confirm each other. Let me give you an example.
The key word in your explanation.
Not far from me.
Hold on. The key word in your explanation was extrapolation. And then I would also ask you to make it clear about the time scales. What are the time scales involved in those studies?
Hundreds of thousands of years.
Incorrect.
Okay, let me, because I was going to give you an example of time scale, but
Really?
you stopped me. Okay.
Yeah, we weren't using stone tools hundreds of thousands of years ago? Or not us, but humans.
No, he's what he's questioning is the hundreds of thousands of years.
I know,
And
I
know, and I was just about to give an example of how we use time scales and compare them, okay? Not far from me is a place called the Pinnacles National Monument. Now, the Pinnacles National Monument is half of a volcano that erupted roughly 23 million years ago. The reason it's half of a volcano, and I cannot remember the name of the volcano, but you can look it up, Pinnacles National Monument, California, is because the volcano sat dead on the San Andreas Fault. So half of the volcano is near me, or not that far from me. The other half is a couple of 100 miles south on the other side of the San Andreas Fault. Now, the interesting thing about volcanoes is that, well, it's, you do radiometric dating on, volcanic material, igneous rock. The reason is because the way that radiometric dating works is it works on material that has just been created. So the rock has been created at the time of the explosion. So radiometric dating has been done on the Pinnacles National Monument. And when you do radiometric dating, you get a lot of rocks, you examine them physically to make sure there are no inclusions, because lava can pick up other stuff on its way down a mountain. You examine it physically for inclusions, and then you test various different rocks using various different methods, and you make sure that these methods, they overlap. And you get an age for the volcano, okay? So you test the volcano that's up here, and you test the other part that's down there, and we match the types of rocks as well. You know that the types of rocks we see here match the types of rocks in Southern California. You date them both. They come to 23 million years. But there's another part, and that is the fact that it's on the San Andreas Fault. And we know how fast the San Andreas Fault moves. Not only that, we know how fast it moved in the past because you can look at the rock and see how fast it moved. We can even see where it jumped. So you can estimate how long it took for the San Andreas Fault to move these couple hundred miles. Again, I don't remember the exact distance. I can remember the 23 million years. I can't remember the exact distance between the two halves of the volcano, or the names of the volcano. But again, I said you can look this up, and if someone wants, I will look it up.
Your entire
So we can.
explanation was circular.
No, it's not, because we're using two different methods to look at. No. We're using two different methods to look at the age of the volcano, and the two different methods coincide. One method is dating the actual age of the rocks that came from the volcano. The other is dating the movement of the San Andreas Fault. Two separate things, two very separate things. And this is how geology is done.
Both methods which are based on dating methods that require assumptions, not
what assumptions? No, don't just blanket it. Don't just say assumptions. What assumptions? Do you even know?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go for it. Go on, I'm listening.
Can I ask a question? Does he use those same dating methods when he confirms stuff that's in the Bible? Yeah,
I don't know.
When they use Bible geology, you could say, this town was here then, so many thousand years ago. Does he use those?
Well, yeah, no, the dating.
Can I also, if you may please, even if he's saying we're making assumptions, these are very different dating methods, very different.
Well, yeah, and
but
the different dating methods between the ones used for rock and the ones used for things like paper and different time scales. There's all sorts of different types of dating methods.
But there's different. Yeah. We're dating this volcano by two different methods.
I want to know what assumptions. I'd like to know the assumptions, please. Can we get to the bottom of his assumptions, please?
Oh yeah,
I'd like to know what his assumptions are.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. So go ahead. What are your assumptions?
Yeah, let's find out what these assumptions are that everybody is making.
DXP, we're waiting.
Number one is uniformitarianism.
Oh god, there we go.
No, the assumptions on the radiometric dating models. That's what we're looking for.
That is one of the assumptions.
Why should we?
So wait. So you
reject-
think that the weak nuclear force has changed? Do you think the speed of light has changed? You think
Do you
the
know
defined
what
structure
uniformitarian? Do you know what uniformitarianism is?
Yes, I do. And so what I'm saying is that for radiometric dating to not be uniform, you would have to have something like the weak nuclear force have to change over time, which it hasn't.
You don't know the difference between fact and assumption. That's your
No,
problem.
the weak nuclear force mediates nuclear
I guess
decay.
my question is why should we reject uniformitarianism then? Because it seems to give us, when we assume that the past is at least in some way like the present, or that natural laws, for which is I guess is a sort of a problematic category, but let's just run with it provisionally.
Okay, let me tell you what's wrong
are
with
the same.
What's wrong with it is that the very cases in question are cases that have the appearance of being catastrophic events. If that wasn't the nature of the events in question, then you might have a point. But since the actual thing being questioned is possibly and has all the signs of a catastrophic, we're talking about volcanoes and earthquake activity here, then when you try to invoke uniformitarianism, you are assuming the answer before you even get to a conclusion.
So how would we go about
I'd
scientifically
like to jump in here if you don't mind,
getting
because I've
these
got something
claims?
to say about this.
Well, no, you're actually assuming catastrophism. So it's just the other side of the coin. But anyway, sorry, go ahead, Fiona.
But see, I will be upfront about my assumptions.
Right, let's look at these assumptions that we were making. Let's have a look at these assumptions we're supposedly making, okay? And that's to do with radiometric dating, okay, DXP? I'm going to just describe one method, and I want you to point out the assumptions. It's a method. It's not really used much now, but it was in the past.
So are we moving on from the first assumption? Do you accept the first assumption?
No, excuse me. I'm good. I'm going to point out the assumptions that we're making, okay? The assumptions. So, this dating method that gets used for rock, not very often now, but it used to be used a lot, and it's the potassium-argon dating method. Now, inside the Earth, there is potassium-40, okay? It's a radioactive element. We're able to look at current lava flows, and we can actually measure the amount of potassium-40 that there is inside the Earth. Now, we also know that potassium-40, being radioactive, decays to argon-40. And argon-40 is a gas. And from observations, we know that in liquid rock, gas bubbles out. So any argon in erupted material, when it's under pressure inside the Earth, the gas bubbles are trapped. When it erupts, the gas bubbles out. It's like taking a bottle of fizzy pop and shaking it, and nothing happens until you unscrew the lid and release the pressure, and then all that gas bubbles out, and argon gas will do that. So that means that when the rock solidifies, it's lost all its argon gas. Are you following so far?
Yes, Fiona.
Right. Now, what happens is that all this gas is bubbled out, but we've got potassium-40.
Just really quick, I am following you, but can you please focus on making it very clear the assumptions that you're using. That's what you said you're going to do, so please do it.
No, I'm asking you to point out the assumptions that I am making. You have to identify the assumptions that you claim that I am making, okay?
Which you haven't been able to yet.
Any assumptions? Any assumptions so far?
Your own assumptions.
No, of course, we have. We've acknowledged our assumptions, and you've been pretty bad at acknowledging them.
Wrong.
Have I made any assumptions? Have I made any assumptions so far, DXP?
Well, you've made some assumptions about gas laws and all that kind of stuff, but no, this is all really trivial stuff.
No, have I made an assumption, DXP, so far?
I know you're claiming that you make no assumptions.
Have
I know
I
that's what
made
you're saying.
an assumption? It's a simple question.
Yes.
What assumption did I make?
Uniformitarianism.
No, let him answer.
I'm sorry.
Please let him answer. Tell me
You have
my
made-
assumption.
You have made many assumptions.
Tell me the assumption.
The first one is uniformitarianism. Because
No,
you,
I said I am going to describe a method to
Number
you.
one, you don't let me speak.
Point out the assumptions in the method I am describing.
I am. You assume that the rate at which these processes occur is the rate at which they always have occurred.
Said anything. No.
If you don't make that assumption,
I haven't
you cannot,
said
you
anything
cannot
about
apply the
rates
method.
yet at all. I haven't
Cannot
mentioned
apply the
rates.
method without that.
No. I rates so far. So you cannot say I have made an assumption about rates if I haven't spoken about rates. Now, any other thing you think that I've made an assumption on so far in my description of this method? Are you going to try and claim that the amount of potassium rather than a measurement? Are you going to claim that potassium decays to argon? What?
You have assumed
Can't hear you.
that the samples that have been measured in the Earth are representative of all the subterranean properties of the Earth.
On average, it is similar. If it would be, how else?
Wait, so you expect us to excavate the whole planet Earth, and do you expect us to excavate the whole planet Earth and analyze
Plus,
every
there's
sample?
really only 3 types of rocks, and of the metamorphic rocks. I mean, there's mafic. I'm not a geologist, but really, there's only a few types of rocks on the Earth, and it's pretty similar across the world geology and the processes that these things happen in.
Hey, let Fiona finish, folks. Folks, just calm down. Let Fiona finish.
We're not talking metamorphic here, we're talking about igneous rock. So, we've measured the amount of potassium in various locations on the top of an active volcano. We can do that. We have a lava flow. We can do it. We measure the amount of potassium 40.
So you agree that that is one of your assumptions?
Potassium isn't a gas, it doesn't bubble out.
Do you agree then?
No,
you
it's
agree
a
with me that
measurement.
one of your assumptions
It is a measurement.
Yes, that.
Listen
DXP, let Fiona finish, you can then respond.
Listen carefully. We have measured potassium in various locations on the planet. Okay? We have measured. We also have observed and measured potassium 40 decaying. We don't as to argon 40. We have observed it. Okay? So that's not an assumption either.
Okay, are you done?
No. We have observed that gas bubbles out of liquids. You can demonstrate that with your own bottle of pop. That's not an assumption. It's an observation. That when that high pressure is released, during an eruption, the gases bubble out. So we end up with rock that solidifies and it doesn't have argon gas in it because all the argon is gone, and argon is a rare gas. There's not a lot of it in the atmosphere. So the rock solidifies. Now, argon gas cannot pass through rock, so it can't get back into the rock by diffusing in. So the only way you're going to find argon inside the rock is if it comes from the decay of the potassium 40. There's no other way to get it there. It has to be the potassium 40 decaying to argon-40. We can take a sample of that rock, and once we've sorted it in the lab to remove those contaminants, which, such like olivine, which is actually a solid rock at high pressure and temperature and gives a false impression of when the rock solidified. By measuring the amount of argon present and knowing the rate at which potassium-40 decays to argon-40, we can work out how long that rock has been solid for. Now, the only bit that you can really see as an assumption there is going to be the decay rate. But you see, decay rates are pretty much governed by certain equations. And if you want to change the decay rate, you're going to have to change an equation. And one of the equations that will change is E equals mc squared. With the amount of energy that
now you're
given,
really going off the rails. No, you're going off the
why
rails
not?
now.
This is absolutely.
Yes, you are.
This is
You
bang
have
on.
made so many assumptions. You have not acknowledged the assumptions you made.
You have
already.
Point out the assumptions. Point out the assumptions. Go on.
I already pointed out two, and you refused to acknowledge them.
Right.
Are you
What
going to
was the first
acknowledge
one?
them or not?
What was the first assumption?
The first assumption was uniformitarianism.
So we've sampled in a number of locations in the planet.
Why can't you
because
just give
we
me a
don't.
straight answer? Why can't you just say yes or no?
Listen,
I make
I'm
that
giving you an
assumption?
answer. I'm giving you an answer. We have sampled in a number of places on the planet because we haven't assumed they will all give the same result. We have not assumed uniformitarianism across the planet, which is why we have sampled in numerous locations.
Well, okay, Fiona, actually, can I a little bit side on DXP's side, because uniformitarianism doesn't span just locations in our current
Well, I'm well aware
time.
of that. I'm well aware of that.
You know, it spans in time, like in the past, right? That's uniformitarianism
Yes.
says that it's
And now,
all-
yes, and that's what I'm trying to get to. Because you see, if he wants to say that these decay rates were faster in the past, so that it wasn't such a long period, it used to go much, much faster, it wouldn't take as long to accumulate the argon, then he's got real big problems when it comes to a thing called the Oklo reactor. It's a natural uranium reactor.
Yep.
And given the amount of uranium that is there, the dratted thing went critical due to the movement of the ground. When two lumps of uranium came close enough to each other, it went critical. And it started generating heat. Now, the amount of energy that you get out from that is governed by E equals mc squared. Because energy is the mass times the speed of light squared. If we speed up the amount, the rate of decay, then the amount of energy that would have come out would have been much, much greater. And the Oklo reactor wouldn't just have sat there ticking over. It would have gone kablooey and blown itself apart. But from observation, we know the Oklo reactor is still there.
You're just demonstrating that you do not understand the assumptions that you make when you make your statements, and you've demonstrated it clearly.
Tell me my assumptions. Tell me my assumptions.
You just said that there would be an implication of having different rates in the past, and your example to show that was something about rates in the present. You don't understand the assumptions you make, and that's the biggest problem. And this is why we have this discussion. You were supposed to point them out to us to demonstrate that you understood the assumptions you were making. Instead,
I just pointed out using the Oklo reactor. It's not an assumption. It's an observation.
You do not understand the assumptions that you rely on to make those conclusions.
No, I'm talking about the observation of the Oklo reactor. That's not an assumption. This is based on observation.
And is that something from? Is that a reactor from the distant past?
Yes, it's actually been reacting for billions of years.
If the decay rates were faster,
that's circular reasoning.
No.
Yeah, I actually kind of have to agree here, Fiona, because I mean.
Yeah, you guys are missing, I think, what DXP is getting at. I think he's arguing for a more
No.
philosophical.
I actually don't. I'm not missing what DXP is getting at. Actually, what he'd have to do is to posit an alternative model. So, okay, maybe he assumes the weak nuclear force is a bit weaker than it is, or a bit stronger. Then I'd be impressed. But he's just saying assumptions.
Well,
Hey, you got
well, yeah, I
assumptions.
mean, this isn't actually like
out his
this isn't a
observations.
philosophy of science argument. It's not actually like a science argument.
Yeah, and this is not a problem at all. You know, if your argument for the defense of your hypothesis needs to attack the fundamental assumption of science, you have lost.
Yeah, well, the thing is, as I said, I'm not basing this on assumption. I'm basing this on observations.
It is a philosophy. So we all have to do that. We all have to.
Only, I think his point is that we can make these conjectures about the past, and these are predicated on patterns we observe in the present. But he's saying that there's sort of an unspoken implicit assumption being made there, is that things in the past behave the same way as things in the present.
Right,
so
but
if we see a mountain moving at 1 inch a year or something.
No, what I'm pointing out here with this example I'm giving is that if we accept the equation E equals mc squared, that if decay rates were faster in the past, the Oclo reactor would have exploded.
But that's based on the physics that's been known now, right? If uniformitarianism is false, then back then it could not lead necessarily to an explosion, because the laws of physics would be different to such an extent as not to allow an explosion.
So what we have to now show is that E equals mc squared didn't hold in the past.
Yeah, and the whole point is we're asking DXP for numbers. He hasn't even given us a single link yet, even though he promised and promised and promised that he was going to give us all these wonderful references.
Given the way it works right at this moment, and given the evidence from what the Oclo reactor actually did, it was still the same then.
Well, you know, I'm sorry, with all due respect, I still disagree. I disagree, Fiona, but this is not a defeater at all to evolution, because, like I said, we all have to make these assumptions. Even DXP as a Christian has to make the assumption of uniformity of nature. If he doesn't, he cannot even date the Bible. He cannot even say that Christianity came before the Bible, that Jesus resurrected in the year 2000, that Jesus was crucified on a cross at all. Because, heck, I mean, as far as he knows, without the presupposition of uniformitarianism, wood would not be possible to be used for crucifixion.
I agree, Art, with your statement in general, but the example you give is incorrect. I disagree.
This is the first time I think.
The dating of the Bible does not rely on uniformitarianism at all.
On what does it rely on? You mean style?
It only relies on the text.
But the text could be right. How do you date the text?
No, it doesn't rely on dating. It only relies on what the text says about how old each individual lived.
So maybe back then the people lived, shorter times than they called it.
Maybe a second wasn't uniform in its duration.
Right.
Or something, right? Like
this is the absurdity you can go if you don't accept uniformitarianism.
We have to draw lines somewhere. But I think I'm actually, in a way, sort of strangely sympathetic to what you were getting at, DXP, is that it's true science. In order for the whole process of science to even take place, certain metaphysical assumptions about the world and about nature kind of have to be made. And it's fair to question those assumptions.
Just live your life on a daily basis.
Yeah, but I would say that you have
to assume that tomorrow, when you walk out the door, your feet will be on the ground, and that you're not going to float off into the air. You don't tether yourself to your house every time you walk out the front door.
Right, and there's also an argument from induction which could be made to defend uniformitarianism, actually. And that would be justification to believe it, possibly. I mean, somebody can make it. But I just skipped it around, and I just say, well, we all have to assume this. Even you as a Christian, you as a Muslim, you as an atheist, we all have to. So,
but again, I'm still seeing a pattern with this conversation where DXP, we'll be talking about the science or the physics behind his biblical claims, and they'll say, oh, you're making assumptions, and we'll ask him, well, what kind of assumptions? And then he'll say uniformitarianism and naturalism, and he won't actually say, well, you made assumptions about, the gas law or the decay rate or anything. He'll just say, no, uniformitarianism and naturalism are the assumptions that we're taking every single step.
Tell me a specific one. This is what I'm asking him, and all I get is uniformitarianism.
No. That's
the
not
specific
all you get.
assumptions.
The reason that you get that is because you would not admit that point. Once you admit that point, I'm happy to go to the next one.
Right, go to it. On you go.
Okay.
Yeah, but wait. Before you go, DXP, do we agree that you also make this assumption?
No.
You don't?
Uniformitarianism is not something that's not an assumption that I make.
You don't really? So, okay. Do you believe there is any archaeological evidence for the Bible at all?
Yes.
No, then you're wrong. Because without the uniformity of nature, you cannot date squat.
Well, I would just want to maybe jump in. I think we might be confusing two things that are kind of related, but not exactly the same. And that I'm not sure if uniformitarianism is the same as uniformity of nature across the board.
Yes, that's what he kind of was arguing.
Or even like a pseudo-uniformitarianism, where there's uniformitarianism with this anthropomorphized God doing things.
Yeah, well, that's what I think most theists would believe.
I still want a list of the assumptions that I made in my example.
Okay, let me go to another one. Okay, you assumed that the measurements that have been taken, sample that has been measured, you assumed that that was representative of all areas of the subterranean Earth.
Right, so that's all statistics out the window now, okay? Right, next one. Because that's the problem. We cannot actually measure it in every single bit. We can't do it.
I understand that, but you see, the thing is that
so we have to take...
reluctant. You're so reluctant to admit it that's your.
No, I think based.
No, you're
on...
so reluctant to say that we can actually make predictive models based on sparse measurements.
I did not say that.
Well, so there you go. We
The
can.
the difference is that I acknowledge the assumptions. You don't.
We never acknowledge the assumptions. We never not acknowledge the assumptions. We obviously, I've never been to every single part of the world, right? There's. Oh my God.
Next assumption.
Yes.
And because of your inability to acknowledge these basic assumptions.
Oh my God. No. DXP, we acknowledged that half an hour ago that we have not looked at every single speck of dirt on the Earth yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do. That's the point. But what you're saying is the
whole
argument.
To get Fiona to admit it.
No,
it's not. You admitted this like a half an hour ago.
What you're trying to do is say that everything I say is wrong because assumptions, right?
No, I didn't.
So I'm wanting a list of these assumptions.
I didn't say anything you were claiming. Anything you were claiming was wrong. I didn't say it was wrong. But what I said is that it rests on a number of assumptions that you are not aware of, and you have demonstrated.
We're perfectly aware of them. You're claiming we're not aware of them.
Listen, DXP, I understand sampling. I understand all about calculating various statistics for a sample population or for the actual entire population and how you can end up getting a skewed result from a sample that is not representative of the population as a whole. That's what statistics is about.
Okay, then don't make statements like impossible. You talked about things being impossible to be another way. Impossible is not a statistical statement. That demonstrates your inability to understand your argument.
You don't have to talk rot. Anyway, next one, please.
Because again, you seriously, DXP. I mean, you must have a really bad memory because we actually did tell you. I think this is the second or third time that we've said to you that it could be some other way. We're waiting for the evidence.
Yeah. We keep telling them this.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
and then
what's
when
the
I give
next-
you that
what's
evidence,
the-
here's what's
what's
going to
the
happen.
next
And this is why
assumption?
it's important. When I give you the evidence, what you're going to do.
You haven't given
you're
us
gonna-
any
listen,
evidence.
You haven't.
You have not
All you've
given us
done is
any
say
evidence.
that
Wait. You know,
assumption.
yeah, no, don't make any assumptions about what we're going to do with the evidence you give us. How about you just give us that evidence?
Let's be careful with the muting. Just saying. Just.
Yeah, fair enough.
I,
But
so
still,
I'd like assumption
are you
number
going
3
to?
now.
No. But so okay, we're getting to the evidence part because again, DXP, we've been waiting for over an hour for evidence for a single link from you, a single link. You said, "Oh, I'll give it to you later. I'll give it to you later." Nothing. We've gotten nothing from you. So don't make assumptions about what we're going to do in reaction to the evidence that you're going to give us. Get us that evidence, and then you'll see our reaction.
In order for you or I or anyone else to come to a conclusion about what the observations mean, we have to bring with us a set of assumptions to apply to those observations. So I can feed you some observations that are in support of a hypothesis. But if you bring to bear your assumptions that you are also unable to acknowledge, then you're going to get a conclusion that will differ with mine, and it will have nothing to do with the evidence I provide. It'll have to do with assumptions that you smuggled in without
I'm
realizing.
starting to doubt you have any evidence.
No, I'm not seeing any. All I'm seeing is you made assumptions, Nina Ryman. That's all I'm seeing here. We just hear uniformitarianism, assumptions. But we're not getting evidence.
You're putting up such a wall to accept these basic things that it has to go
you are putting up the wall. You have been acting as a gatekeeper to your supposed evidences. You are the one that's putting up a wall.
Yeah. And I mean, you are making an assumption of a young Earth. Are you not?
No.
You concluded based on evidence?
What I can't. Let me say my position again because it just keeps getting mischaracterized. I'll say it once again. I recognize that there are competing hypotheses to explain our world, but I also recognize that the data, which we all agree on objectively, can be used in support of either of these or more of these competing hypotheses. I do not subscribe to one or the other as being restrictive based on the data. It's about interpretation. And there are interpretations of the data that are consistent with a young Earth creation theory. Now, you may not agree on the degree of which the confidence that you can put in that. Okay? But that does not negate them from being part of a valid argument in support of a hypothesis.
Can I quickly ask you?
It does in a way, in that one of your hypotheses involves the flood shoving shells deep within a mountain. Inside the rock.
No, carefully placing them with all of their little roots attached to the rock inside the mountain.
Yeah, and it also involved having to have the very fine sediments.
So
at some point falling faster than the larger one.
But
sorry?
Also, one small point. We talked about the, how dead bodies are sort of divided according to according to dynamics and thermodynamics you mentioned. Well, guess what? That assumes the uniformity of nature as well. So again, you assume the same assumptions that we do.
Yeah, I mean, I
in
think
some cases I will stipulate assumptions that you hold in order to make a point, but that does not mean that I myself adhere to them. It's just part of an argument. I will stipulate certain things that I don't necessarily agree with so we can have an argument about it.
But I mean, would you
don't assign
grant
that to my belief?
Would you grant that maybe some assumptions are more well-grounded or maybe more rational than others? Like it's true that our assumptions are sort of the prism through which we view information, and it's going to color the conclusions we come to. But I mean, on the other hand, it's kind of like we can, if we're just going to pick any number of assumptions we want, to just kind of come to the conclusion we want to, then it's kind of a bad faith way of going about things. You sort of see what
I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree with that. You have to take your hypotheses to the data ultimately, and you need to look at. We need to infer the best hypothesis based on both the observations and the assumptions that come along with the hypothesis.
Yeah, but
and
your
the
problem
hypothesis that has the most explanatory power is going to have. I'm going to be more drawn to that than an alternative hypothesis.
Yeah, so I guess
Right,
that
but how
kind of
can
invites
we
the
be
question
drawn
that
to
why.
How can we be drawn to any theory of yours if you haven't given us any supporting evidence?
Yeah.
No, but see, the thing that you keep missing, and I don't know how many times I have to say this, and let me try it one more time. Maybe somebody can help me out here. That the observations are not any different. You have the same observations that I do.
Mm-hmm.
The difference comes in the hypothesis and the assumptions used to interpret those observations.
But we do not presuppose them to be true.
No. What you could do is give me a rock formation that could not exist other than if the Noachian flood was truly a global flood. There's many pieces of evidence that I could just pull out if they actually existed for you if the Bible was really true.
So give us one of your observations.
Again, you're missing the point. The observations are common between us. The interpretations are not.
It's like I said, give us a series. Give us a series of observations with an alternative interpretation. I mean, you have an opinion piece for this kind of stuff, right?
That's right. Yep. There are arguments.
Okay, so that's what we've been asking for the last hour and a half now.
Observations in a different way than you look at them, and come to different conclusions.
Well, show us how you look at it. This is what we've not done.
You're assuming that we have the same information. You might have different information than they have. Could you provide the information that you have to see if they are different or the same information?
Oh, sure. I'll be happy. Let me give you some examples. If you want to go into the weeds on an example, I can do that.
Yeah, we've been asking.
Okay.
This whole time.
So here's something that it's a recent observations, and this is done by scientists that have looked at fossils, in particular dinosaur fossils. And what they have observed, okay, this is objective fact. They have observed soft tissues.
Oh, I knew it.
Oh no. No, they haven't.
Can I?
Do you agree with that fact?
May I interject here? Yeah. No. We did an entire hangout. Actually, we did 2 hangouts, didn't we, Fiona?
Yeah.
Where we went through all of Mary Schweitzer's papers and examined them.
Yes.
First of all, the term soft tissue refers to a type of tissue. You understand that, right?
Yes.
It's not that the tissues were soft. It is a type of tissue. For example, hard tissue is bone. Soft tissue includes things like tendons and muscles and ligaments.
And cartilage.
And in this particular case, what we're talking about is what is inside trabecular bone. And trabecular bone is like the soft, spongy bone. It's kind of like the bone that's in our in the ball joint that goes into our hips. That's basically what they were looking at, and it's a soft, spongy bone. Okay. So the material that was found. What happened was they had just for anybody who doesn't know the story, they had a large Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil. And they needed to move it, and you jacket them up with all kinds of crap to move them, so they end up being much heavier than just the fossil itself, which is not bone. I know we tend to refer to fossils as bones. There's no bone there. It's rock. So to move the fossil, given the helicopters they had, they didn't have some great big huge army-type helicopter. They had to cut the bone in 2. When they cut the bone into, well, actually I think it was when they got it to the lab. So they cut the bone in 2, took it to the lab. Mary Schweitzer noticed that it looked a little different inside, so she decided to examine. And so she looked at this material and went, wow, this looks like soft tissue. She looked at it under the microscope. And yeah, it looked like it might have been at one time, you know, blood vessels and things like that we normally see in trabecular bone. However, the point that people are missing is it wasn't soft. She had to put it through a number of chemical baths to make it soft. It was mineralized. In other words, it was fossilized. So she had to demineralize it. And if you look at her paper, the very first one is called, what is it? Hemoglobin, hemoglobin and or heme containing, heme and or hemoglobin breakdown products found in dinosaur trabecular bone, something like that exactly. So what she did was they did 6 different tests on this material to see if it was what it was. And all of the tests pointed to the fact that, as we pointed out when we were doing it, it looks like heme. In other words, it looks like the heme compound, the heme molecule, which is inside hemoglobin, it looks like it was there at one time. They can't even say for sure it was there, but it really looks like it was there. The 6 different tests showed that it was there. Now, this material did look red, and this has confused a lot of people because they see red and they think, oh, it must be blood.
You've been going on here for a while, and what you have done is try to not describe.
No, what I've done is I've described the paper.
You're not
I'm
describing
describing
the observations. You're not
no, yes, I am.
Wait, DXP, let her finish. DXP.
Yes, I'm actually.
DXP, let her finish.
You just shut up for a minute.
Yeah.
If you want to really know it in detail, watch the Hangouts that we did in detail.
Read these papers in detail. The problem is,
and then you would know that I am describing how I'm describing basically the method she went through without going into excruciating detail because I could describe the math.
Okay, maybe you can cut this short. Just a second. Maybe you can cut this short. I don't think we need a whole new sort of retelling of this thing. There was a hangout that you mentioned, guys. I'm sure the audience is gonna watch it. Maybe just ask DXP, what is your conclusion from this evidence that you claim you have evaluated and seen in depth?
Right. So this is all. It's all about interpretation. Now, you went beyond the data. You had started going into the realm of interpretation of the data. What the data showed.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you.
Wait.
No, she was explaining the process, DXP.
Wait, guys.
Can I just say one thing? Can I just say one thing, Art, please?
Click, yes.
One thing here. I did not even get to the conclusions yet. I was simply telling what was discovered by using 6 different methods of testing. Using those 6 different methods of testing, what they discovered was something that looked like heme. That's all they found. Now, there are conclusions that you can draw from that, but that's all they found. And the other point I was trying to bring up is, yes, it looked red, but some of those things were stained. That's why they look red. And anything that has iron in it looks red because rust looks red.
So you're throwing interpretation on it. You're throwing your spin on it.
No. I just said no.
Wait. Let's let him finish. Just let him. He has his turn. Go ahead.
So there again. You threw your spin on at the end, and so let's just get straight to the facts, without the spin, without all this. Well, maybe it was this, or it's the illusion of that, or
because you totally have the monopoly on
that. I'm sorry, Art. I do not like being misrepresented. I did not say anything that you are saying. I did not put any spin on it. I gave you the simple facts. Given 6 different kinds of testing, Mary Schweitzer concluded that it looked like heme had been there. The only part I added was to point out that things are red for various different reasons, like iron.
Okay, the thing is,
I didn't even say that they found iron. I just said.
Becky, I totally understand. I don't think you were doing it, but from his point of view, it might be interpretation because he might disagree with something that you said, and in his view, you're adding something unfounded, right? So I think we just should let him finish, address what he said afterwards.
Okay.
So the evidence that shows that what you've said is spin is the number of studies that have been done since that finding, since that paper. And what those studies are looking at, and this is by mainstream scientists, this isn't some kind of wacko scientists that are on the fringe. These are mainstream scientists. As a result of those papers, they have been investigating how it might be possible that such tissues could be preserved the way they are, contrary to what was previously believed could not be preserved in the way that it was. There are papers that have been published and ongoing studies to try to understand how it's possible to fly in the face of decades worth of theories that said that such things could not be preserved the way that they were preserved. That is evidence that would support my interpretation that those findings...
Okay, well, let's Becky finish, because she actually was about to talk about the rest of those papers, so I think she knows quite a bit about them.
If DXP is fine with that. DXP, are you fine?
Yeah, but please stick to the facts, or at least separate.
Well, yeah, because you have the monopoly.
Guys.
You have the monopoly on the facts, right, DXP?
Stick to the facts, or at least be
Can I ask
explicit
a
about
question?
be explicit about
please.
when you're interpreting.
I didn't interpret a goddamn thing. Please go ahead. Whoever wanted to ask the question.
Yeah, it sounds like you're aiming DXP more to kind of talk about like the philosophy of science rather than science itself when you sort of talk about interpreting scientific findings and sort of the assumptions.
I don't intend to. Unfortunately, I have to because it's a critical divide in why we come to different conclusions. I really rather talk about the science, but ultimately we have to come back to these things.
No, it's just the easiest thing to talk about.
It's a bit more foundational because we can't really talk about or dispute, the scientific evidence before we, sort of ground, what we mean when we say evidence. Or so, like, why should we reject this idea that I don't know, why should we not believe that nature is uniform? Because when we do believe it, we seem to get a great deal of predictive power and utility out of it. Like, how could we even investigate the past if we jettisoned that assumption in any kind of meaningful way?
That's a good question, and it's the predictive power of those assumptions had made the prediction that we shouldn't have found that type of quote-unquote soft tissue in those bones. It shouldn't have been there based on those assumptions. And that has stirred up a new debate on how it is possible, given that it's contrary to what was predicted. How is it possible? And so right now, scientists are investigating how it could be possible, given that it flew in the face of their previous assumptions.
I was thinking more like on a higher level, like in general, not about that particular.
Well, that's just an example of a more general statement that says that those assumptions do have consequences that lead to falsified predictions, and therefore they're not as safe as you think, and they're not as beneficial as you believe. The longer that we hold on to a false idea because of an assumption, the worse off we're going to be. We need to have,
wait a minute. You made an assumption as well. When you were asked for your best evidence for this young Earth, you immediately said the soft tissue in dinosaur bones. So you made an assumption as well.
I sure did.
Right.
That's right.
Now you cannot throw out everything that Becky says because assumption when you're making your case because assumption.
I don't throw out everything. I do not throw out everything she said. I only throw out the parts where she started to spin. That's all.
No, see, right there is where you need to stop being insulting. She didn't start to spin. She described the methodology published in that paper.
Okay, so
now this is coming from the excuse me. This is excuse me. I'm not listening until you let me finish. I'm not listening until you let me finish. When you publish a paper like that, you have a section called Materials and Methods, and it describes in great detail how the work was done, what solutions were used, what concentration those solutions were at, how long it was in the solution, what was done to after that. Okay? None of that is an assumption on her part. None of that is spin on her part. She then described the results that were obtained. They're written in the results section of the paper. None of that was spin. None of that was Becky's opinion.
Right. Okay.
She
So
was describing what the paper says.
Okay. Wait. Just okay. So yeah, DXP, could you tell us what's the spin that you think Becky made?
Here, so let me explain to you. This is what she said, and this is how you can understand. Look, it's one thing to say it was observed that the substance was red. Okay, that's an objective fact. But then to tack on to that, but it was red, but do not infer from that it means X, Y, Z, Z. Once you start doing that, you're spinning. You're not talking about fact anymore. You're talking about interpretation of red.
No. Excuse me. That is simply a fact. Things are red for various reasons.
Yeah, I mean,
That's all I said. And if you would have let me finish without interrupting, you see, the central the central element in heme is iron.
Not an assumption, it's a known fact.
That was the point I was trying to get to, but you jumped in with spin. And my point was that we know that is what makes hemoglobin work, is that iron. Iron is red. So
and actually,
Go ahead.
Just to add on to things being a certain color for a specific reason, even the sky being blue is predicated on the fact on quantum mechanics. It even requires quantum mechanics to explain why the sky is blue. And if quantum mechanics was fundamentally different, then the sky would be a different color.
Right. And the fact that iron is in there, blood is red because of iron. Rust is red because of iron. There is iron in there because it looks like heme.
Is there any other reason it could be red?
Yes. And I said that. I said there are lots of reasons things can be red, but you were talking over me.
No,
but we know that. Okay.
You made an assertion that it could not be red for some reason.
Wait. Just a second.
No, I didn't.
Just a second. Wait.
No, I didn't.
I'm pretty sure the scientists looked at the sample and they look at the things that are inside it, and they could safely conclude based on that what makes it red.
Yeah, it was what they think is it's the breakdown product of a red blood cell.
Yes, it's
and
what
a red blood
think.
cell has the molecule.
That's not an observation. That's an interpretation.
What? Wait.
No, excuse me.
What they observe is the presence of iron. Okay. And we know that iron is a molecule that is in hemoglobin. Okay?
Yeah.
Hemoy is iron.
Right.
We know that.
Right.
So, if you have got remnants of red blood cells, you will expect to find iron because iron was in them. Where's the spin?
That's all well and good. That's all well and good, but
right, where's the spin?
Stick to the
Where's
fact.
The spin?
But that sounds like fact to me.
No, see, once you say, well, look, we kind of know that there's a method that has been shown in the past to produce this, therefore, it's also the one that represents what we saw. But that's going too far.
Okay, fine.
We're not talking about in the past. We're not talking about the past. We're not talking about a mechanism in the past.
Okay, can I stop for a minute here?
You've got red blood cells yourself with heme in them.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the past.
Yes, you are, because it was even acknowledged earlier that it was not actually red blood cells that was found. It was a fossilized version of it. Therefore, you are making an assumption. Just tell me what it is that was found, and don't put your spin on it.
Okay. Wait. I'm going to read the abstract. Everybody, I'm going to read the abstract for him. I have the paper up. And I'm going to read the abstract. All right? Okay, here we go. This is her first paper, and it is called Heme Compounds in Dinosaur Trabecular Bone. Okay, abstract. 6 independent lines of evidence point to the existence of heme-containing compounds and or hemoglobin breakdown products in extracts of trabecular tissues of the large theropod dinosaur Tyrannosaurus rex. These include signatures from nuclear magnetic resonance and electron spin resonance that indicate the presence of a paramagnetic compound consistent with heme. In addition, UV visible spectroscopy and high-performance liquid chromatography data are consistent with the Soré absorbance characteristics of this molecule. Resonance Raman profiles are also consistent with a modified heme structure. Finally, when dinosaurian tissues were extracted for protein fragments and were used to immunize rats, the resulting antisera reacted positively with purified avian and mammalian hemoglobins. The most parsimonious explanation of this evidence is the presence of blood-derived hemoglobin compounds preserved in the dinosaurian tissues.
Right, and did you hear the part where it said points to and is consistent with,
That's scientific language. That's
Points
because science is tentative.
Points to refers to an interpretation.
Sure, but I guess
And that's what I said. Excuse me, if I may, please, just for a moment. When I first brought this up, how many times did I say, looks like heme? I never said it was heme. I said it looks like heme.
Yes, and that's the problem. When you say points to or looks like, that's where you are inserting your interpretation. You're not telling me the observations anymore. You're telling me
No.
how you're getting
Okay,
it.
let me go back. Let me go back to the abstract for a moment for you, because I don't really think you're getting it. Let me go back to the abstract. No, you're not. It said, okay.
The abstract is the summary of what the paper's about, and the paper includes interpretation as well as
Get
observation.
away.
No, they said, okay, let me go. It shows UV visible spectroscopy and high-performance liquid chromatography data are consistent with the Soré absorbance characteristic of this molecule. Now, to disprove that, to say it was something else, you would have to show something else that would be consistent with the Soré absorbance characteristic of this molecule. Same thing with resonance Raman profiles are also consistent with a modified heme structure. So the thing is, science never, ever, ever says 100%, because there's always something that might be discovered, however unlikely, that could contradict this. But you need to understand that in labs all over the world, people are constantly testing this stuff. I don't know if you've ever taken classes in college, biology, chemistry, physics. But when you take these classes, you're doing these tests. Not only that, you're redoing stuff that's been done thousands of times over. Every time someone takes a chemistry test, they're redoing these tests. They're coming up with the same exact profiles.
Than you have. I've had more education on the subject than you have. And when you get to a class on critical thinking, you'll be able to understand why you are incapable
Okay,
of
so
reading it.
you have more education on science than I do.
Yes.
Oh,
okay,
that's great.
Guys.
How do you know that?
Guys.
Could you answer one question? Have you ever taken a laboratory class in chemistry in college?
Many.
Okay. Then you should know that what you were doing in those classes is repeating tests that have been done thousands of times before, because that's what chemistry students do, right?
Right.
So you've done your titrations, you've done your, oh crap, mine just went blank. But you've done all these things. So what I'm trying to say is, when you do these things, all you're doing is confirming that, yeah, we always get the same spectrographic image for certain compounds, right? So it's standard. I mean, it's in the other room right now, but I could go get my handbook of physics and chemistry, and I could look up things like boiling points and melting points and titration standards and things like that. Right? They're always.
You're right. You're right with all that.
Okay, so when Schweitzer says that when she does UV and liquid chromatography and she comes up with a spectrographic image for heme, that's a pretty good indication that that was heme. But nobody in science ever says.
That's right. That statement is a statement of observation. I agree.
And that's what it says in the abstract over and over and over again.
Yes, but what it also says, the part that you're missing, is that it says words such as points to. It also talks about consistent with and consistent with. Now that's the proper language to use.
Consistent. Oh dear
That is
God,
the
are you that?
proper scientific-
You've actually taken that.
Please say something about the tentative nature.
Yeah,
if you don't mind.
let Fiona go before I get really frustrated because
Tentative
you don't
nature
know
of
what
science.
you do not know.
to
You
denote-
do not know what the term consistent with means. That's all
Yes,
there
I
is
know.
to it.
No,
You
I
do not
and
know
you
what
do
that
not
phrase
know it.
means.
What it means is
No.
that it's the proper way to document something that without making an overstatement.
No.
Okay? It's a proper way.
No, that's
You do
not
not
why
prove
it said
anything in
that.
science.
No.
All you do is show.
That's not why it said that way. Let me explain the tentative nature. Will you let me explain the tentative nature of science? Science.
It's not going to help you, Fiona. You don't understand critical thinking. It's not going to get you anywhere. Your science without critical thinking.
Would you please stop insulting me?
Yeah,
No,
ease
you're
up, ease up,
insulting
ease
me.
up. Wait, guys, hold on. Ease up. Railing in. I'm railing you guys in. So I think the issue here, and I agree with Will, that this is more of a philosophy of science issue. That is, why do we use these methodologies in science, and why are they reliable, and why evolution is really more parsimonious. Yeah,
But I think actually what's really important here is that he's misunderstanding the tentative nature of science. He's taking issue with phrases like points to or is consistent with.
That's because he objects to them being so, in fact.
I want to explain why science uses those terms.
Right,
and
well,
it's very
he's-
important
he's-
to understand it.
I don't need your explanation. I know why it uses those terms. Those terms those are the careful terms that a proper scientist would use to explain their facts without overstating them.
No.
If they did not use those words, they would be overstating their case.
The reason we use those terms is because science never assumes to have found every single piece of evidence that is relevant. Therefore, it never assumes that there isn't a contradictory piece of evidence out there. And that is why they say it is consistent with, because the truth of the matter is that it's consistent with. But they could come across evidence that absolutely contradicts it. So what science is doing is admitting, using that language and being tentative, its own limitations, because we cannot be aware of evidence that we have not found yet. And
Well
that's
said.
basic logic.
Well said.
And that's why all scientific papers are couched in tentative terms. Every one of them.
I can't disagree with that. Well said.
All right.
Well, a minute ago you were telling me that I didn't know enough about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, can I ask a question then? Back to where we started this. We were talking about the soft tissue. I want to know: does he think when they cut that bone in there, they found actually soft, pliable, tissue, or was it a rock? And then they added chemicals to it.
No, the reason I brought it up is that based on the science, the state of the art as it was, that was predicted not to be there. That such an observation should not have been found.
Yes. So
And yet it was, and so they investigated it.
So it's something that was a surprise.
So they
Basically,
challenged
if you were
it.
Yes,
They challenged their assumption.
Yes, it challenged
They challenged them.
theory, and it wasn't supposed to be there. And so now that people have realized that, okay, it's there, this means those theories are, they need to be modified at a minimum. And moreover, it's generated new research to try to understand how such substances could be there because the current theory fails to explain them.
The current theory of tissue degradation, the current theory of tissue degradation, nobody has been looking at redating them.
Well, you just said soft tissue. You just said soft tissue. Yeah, but you just soft tissue again. I don't understand that part. Do you think when they cut it open there was actually soft tissue in there? They have to add the chemicals to it to make it soft.
I don't think he disputes that.
What's that?
I don't dispute the facts. What I'm referring to, the reason I guess maybe people have brought up this example to you in another context, and you're assuming that I have their point of view when I do not. But my point of view on this particular case is that it's an example where the predictive power of the theory that of fossilization in the case of dinosaur bones, it does not account for this observation, and
so
it has implications for the understanding of the age of the bones.
Not any verified ones.
No,
Nobody
it doesn't.
is actually. What
That's
they're looking at.
Interpretation.
What they are looking at currently is the preservation.
Is the new studies that are being conducted right now that try to understand, and these are both theoretical and observational studies. So the theory that has been proposed, some of the best ones so far, have been able to account for a process that possibly could have up to 6 billion years worth of time, but no further. That's the max that the current alternative theories have been able to accommodate.
So basically, you're saying we don't know.
No, I'm not saying that. What we know from the evidence that we have and from the theoretical work that has been done since this observation, what we have is that there's no model yet that's been able to account for these that can admit bones older than 6 billion years old.
So wait a minute. So you're saying we don't know.
Wrong.
No, you're saying we've found no.
What we know from evidence. What we know from the evidence is that there is no explanation that can admit bones older than 6 billion years old.
There's the word "no" again.
We have no explanation. We don't know.
Right.
That's what "we have no explanation" means.
Right.
We don't know.
So you agree? So you agree then? If we are looking at, we have a whole libraries full of bones that are purported to be older than 6 billion. In fact, far older, 7,500 billion years old.
Well, they're not bones; they're fossils. But
the models cannot support anything older than 6 billion. So you have a problem on your hands. It is a real problem, acknowledged by scientists right now, and they're working on it.
Can something you're talking about this? These fossilized bones been over 6 billion years old. Do you know what the age of the Earth is?
Now you're going off topic.
No, not because the Earth is younger than that.
That's no. See, you're going off topic.
No, you cannot have bones.
Is that
you have just no. You've just
questioned. The age of dinosaur bones cannot be older than 6
billion. I think you just misspoke.
The Earth is about 4.5 billion years
I
old.
don't think there are any bones that are remotely close to 6 billion.
I meant million. I got that.
Yeah, I think that you just misspoke, guys.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I think the point here
An error
is...
of that magnitude.
Well, yeah, I don't think it was, I think we could credit him for that or discredit him for that. It's an honest mistake, I would say. But I think the main point here really is we should talk more about philosophy of science again. Because I agree, yes, I agree there are some predictions that evolution kind of failed on, but these are not facts that overthrow evolution completely, not even close, right? So what we have to do now, and I'm glad that we're on this level, right? We have to compare all the competing theories, look at what the predictions of these theories are and how successful they are versus how unsuccessful they are, and sort of compare them like that, because I think evolution has a ton of...
It's kind of trivially true that people are going to interpret the facts, but I think the more pressing and fundamental question is, which interpretations ought we privilege over others and why? I think that's a more interesting conversation to have.
Right. Yeah, definitely agreed.
So, yeah, I mean, it's true people will look at sediment layers or something, and
right. I mean, I brought this before to you, DXP, that evolution. Every time somebody digs in the ground and finds a fossil, which we have millions of, evolution is tested. Every fossil that is placed in a proper order that doesn't contradict evolution is a successful prediction. That goes to the strength of evolution. Right? So now we have to compare how many predictions have your hypothesis made, how many predictions have failed in your hypothesis, and how many have succeeded, and compare the fails and successes of these two hypotheses.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good approach.
Yeah, but I would also add it, and I may be wrong on this, but DXP, the problem is if we're to accept, I guess, your, I don't know, metaphysics, then we may not really be able to make predictions at all, because again, once we get us in the whole like uniformity of nature, then that causes a lot of problems for not only interpreting the past, but also predicting things that will happen in the future. So that alone, I think, is a good
hear what
reason.
you're saying,
Even if we can't justify
I'm not advocating that. I'm advocating that we just make our assumptions very explicit so that we can have an honest debate instead of smuggling in something in our assumptions that we refuse to acknowledge.
I don't think that was happening. I think Fiona, as a scientist, accepts the currently supported theories, and she's operating within that. She doesn't have any reason to even consider the opposite, because really there's no need. I mean, there's overwhelming evidence for evolution. Younger creationism, young Earth has been discredited in the scientific community. There's like no credibility at all left, right? So I'm not surprised that, and first of all, this is more of a topic of science of philosophy. I'm sorry, philosophy of science, rather than science, right? So
yeah, unfortunately it is, because we have to go back to these, because like I said before, I don't disagree with the evidence. We all have the same observations. We all rely on scientists to do their experiments and collect observations, and that's what we work off of. But why are we getting to different conclusions? And often it's not because any one of us has a lower IQ than the other. It has to do with the assumptions we bring in making our interpretations. And that's why we have to keep going back to this, because I don't look at somebody who comes to a different conclusion from me without knowing anything else. I don't say, hey, that person must be an idiot. No, I hope that they are honestly getting to that conclusion because of a sincere effort to try to get the truth. But I also understand that why do they get to a different conclusion from me? And it really does tie in to the assumptions they bring in and what the interpretation framework that they use.
Yeah, I don't think that people who are young Earth creationists are idiots, and I think that people who call them idiots are not being particularly charitable. I do think they often have very bad philosophy of science and a kind of a very bogus metaphysics that goes with it. But yeah, I mean, sure.
I also have found that the science background is lacking, for want of a better word. I mean, there is a reason why people who specialise in a field are the ones that are, writing the papers on it and interpreting the data, because they have the background knowledge to know what interpretations are going to hold water and what ones aren't, based on possibly a peripheral subject.
Yeah, some interpretations come more naturally and are more easy to justify than others, right? Like I think that there's a reason I think most geologists are not. I mean, you can look at the statistics. I think geologists and biologists tend to be much less religious, and when they are religious, they certainly don't hold to like a literal, young Earth. I mean, it's hard to.
Yeah, but that's the nature of things. I mean, you could say most biblical scholars are theists. Obviously, it's by the nature of what they study and the community in which they are involved.
You need to look at, is it Glenn Morton, who is a petroleum geologist?
He's an interesting guy.
Yeah.
He's the theistic evolutionist, right?
Yeah. He's the one who, I think the college that he went to taught young Earth creationism, etc. And he was finding that in his work, once he actually got out there working, that a lot of the stuff that he had been taught just wasn't holding true. And he contacted a number of his friends, and he asked them, any of these models that were proposed to support a young Earth, have you found any confirmation of them? And none of them were able to say, yes, I have.
Yeah,
and some of them were quite disturbed by having been asked that question, because when they thought about it, they had to answer no. That in fact the findings went against it. It wasn't just that they hadn't found the supporting data. The data actually went against it. Now, they were out there as young Earth creationists, and even they couldn't find it when they were being honest with the science that they had been taught. And once they applied that science, and that's a very, very interesting.
Yeah, with all due respect, we can tell conversion stories on both sides of this.
What?
Yeah, well, DXP, I posted a link in the side chat of Glenn Morton.
Yeah, Glenn Morton is a Christian. He didn't convert from Christianity to atheism.
Yeah, he converted from young Earthism to old Earthism.
Yeah, he changed his views on how much water once covered the face of the Earth, but
right, and you can find conversion stories in the opposite direction as well.
Yeah, but at one point,
okay, well, give us one. You've been saying you have all this evidence. Give us a conversion story from in the other direction. Give us evidence for all these claims you've been making. You haven't done that yet, have you?
I have evidence. I have given evidence for some, but not for all.
No, you haven't posted a single link in the last 2 or 3 hours.
I'm not going to go off on a tangent and spend time researching that for you, because it isn't going to help this at all. That's not where our discipline is.
Okay. Well, I mean, I research these things because they interest me. I don't research them for you. I research them because they're interesting.
I based on what you've said over the last couple hours, I doubt that highly.
Really? Like I said, have you given me a single link? I gave you the oldearth.org. That's a religious website. Talking, I don't mind taking in religious references at all. So, again, you're the one that's making assumptions about my character.
Well, you provided me enough observations to make a good inference.
I hardly know you. Yeah, when did you start coming here on Google Hangouts? A couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, you just started.
This is a guy that declared before he even spoke to me that I wasn't a Christian.
Yeah.
Well, I've heard you speak a few times. I've listened to some of the Hangouts you've been in.
You've never spoken to me?
No,
You've never spoken to me?
No.
Right. But you felt that you could then just make that declaration as soon as I came in this room. When Art was busy introducing me, you made that declaration.
Yes, because I've listened to you speak enough times to get evidence on which to base that, yes.
Yes, okay. So what do you call someone who accepts Jesus Christ as their Lord and Saviour? What do you call them?
An atheist, obviously.
Yeah, apparently so.
I'm not sure.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Because I wouldn't say Christian that has so much baggage. The term Christian carries so much other baggage with it that that's not an appropriate term. So maybe you have a better term?
Oh. The only word that's coming into my mind is weaseling out of it. That's it.
Okay, maybe we should even touch on this subject then. I mean,
when people say I'm a Christian, that has so much the connotation that comes, so much baggage that comes along with that. It doesn't just mean the simple statement that you said.
I mean,
I
know it doesn't. I know that.
I mean, guys, if we're gonna continue this route, it's gonna be heated. We know that. Do we want to go there? Really?
But what I'm pointing
out is... I just want to get back to the reasons why DXP is wrong.
What I'm trying to point out is that he seems to be criticising people for what he has been doing himself.
Fiona, could we not try to make it about a person? I mean, this is kind
No,
of my
I'm
role.
just pointing out. What I'm saying is that it's a
No,
double standard.
but Art, he was just doing that to me recently. He was making arguments about my personality and my assumptions. So
Yeah, that's why I brought it up.
Right.
We can't do that.
Right. Two wrongs don't make a right, guys.
Yeah, well, please don't take it.
Well, I didn't start anything. I was simply asking for him to post a single link. How many links have I posted in this conversation? I usually post quite a few. It's not that hard to copy paste.
I mean, yeah, granted, yeah, that goes a little bit against a person if he doesn't provide a link. Not personally, of course, but the case is kind of.
Yeah, your case is very weak because you have not given any supporting evidence for it.
ISIS?
Yeah? Yes, Seth?
Sorry, it's the video I was playing was a lot less audible than I thought it was. Take the high road.
Basically, he's telling you to fuck off, ISIS.
No. I mean, literally, take the high road. It's an expression in the, well, I guess in a lot of the Western world you might not be familiar with. It says that it doesn't matter if somebody else is being disparaging towards you or attacking your character. You should maybe take the high road on it.
Take the moral high ground.
Yes.
Take the high road. Latin for fuck off.
No.
I know. But anyway, so yeah, we had an interesting discussion. I mean, DRS, or I'm sorry, not DRS. Damn DRS. I have this dude in my mind for some reason. Does anybody want to talk about anything? Seamus, Seth, Will?
I don't know. I'm kind of curious. I don't know if I've been in a room with DXP before. I'm a little. So he's a young Earth creationist, I assume.
Yes.
Why?
No, I'm not a young Earth creationist. I just acknowledge. I just
Okay.
acknowledge that hypothesis does have observation. It does have interpretations that are based on the same evidence as evolution or other theories or old Earth creationists, and that they do have valid arguments and they do have a coherent world view.
All right. So is the Earth old, as in 4.54 billion years, or is it young, as in 10,000 years?
Well, there's different hypotheses on that, and I think all of those have evidence and support. Now, if you're asking about my personal belief, that's a different question.
That I'm asking you what you think.
Personally, I'm leaning towards the young Earth position, but that's a faith-based position that I come to. It's a faith. It's rooted in faith more so than a competing hypothesis type of analysis.
Why would one choose to have faith in a young Earth over an older?
I guess it depends on the level comfortableness that you have with the level of deference that you give to a deity. And
Why
I
is
feel
that?
that in terms of giving deference to the power of a deity, that when I can't really decide between two cases, I'd rather err on the side that gives more deference than less. That's all.
Why does a young Earth give more deference to God than a young Earth? Or sorry, why does a young Earth give more deference to a God than an older?
I think in many respects it sticks more true to the literal interpretation of the Bible, which is supposed to be God's word. I think in many respects it attributes more power to God, that God can intervene and can intervene in ways that are more powerful than would be allowed by just naturalistic explanations.
So what do you say?
I don't think it grants more power. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
what do you say
grant
to
that at
the
all.
what do you say to the younger creationists who think that it's all the more grand and beautiful for God to create through a long process of chemical and biological evolution?
I think that's a weak argument.
You don't find it you don't find it to be kind of what I'm looking for, elegant, the way that God would create via evolution?
No, I don't find it elegant because I don't find all the death and suffering and might makes right basis of it. I don't find that elegant at all.
Might doesn't make right according.
Makes right. Where
Might
does
makes
that
right in
come from?
evolution.
No, it doesn't.
No, no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
It does.
It absolutely.
There is. I mean,
Excuse me.
hold on. The DXP, you're going against basically every theologian, right? Christian theologians do not think that you can get any kind of moral precept from atheistic concepts, from atheism or naturalism or evolution. Now you're saying we can. You're saying might does make right according to evolution.
Well, just as an observation, I mean, it's observationally equivalent, right? The stronger animal will kill the weaker animal.
No.
I'm just making an observation.
No, that doesn't. That
When
doesn't
they
mean
say
right.
survival of the fittest, fittest means best fitted for the conditions. It's an archaic word of the use of the term. It means best suited.
Sure, you may not like the way I phrased it, but that's what I mean. I mean survival of the fittest, of course.
Yeah, but that means survival of the best suited.
So would you consider,
be
for
the
example, the snow? So would you consider, for example, the snowshoe rabbit to be the stronger than a regular brown rabbit, because the snowshoe rabbit is better fit for the Arctic conditions? Is that what you mean by stronger?
No, what I mean by stronger is a lion wants to eat a zebra. It pretty much does.
Yes,
There's
but
no morality involved.
You're ignoring mega.
You're going to you're ignoring the basis of survival of the fittest. As Fiona said, it is the best fit for that environment. So a snowshoe rabbit is superior to a regular rabbit in that environment because it changes color with the seasons, and therefore it cannot be seen as easily by predators when it's snowy. And so
Sure,
that
you're
makes
not gonna
it
get an
best
argument
fit. But it doesn't make it stronger or more violent or anything.
Like I
It just
said,
makes
you're
it best
objecting to
fit.
you're objecting to the phrase that I use. Please rephrase it in terms of survival of the fittest.
No, because
No. I'm
you said
trying to
might makes
understand.
right. That's
Yes,
what you said.
And
And that has
really-
nothing to do with evolution. Nothing at
Right.
all.
There's really no interpretation of evolution that makes sense. I mean, there's again, fittest doesn't mean might. Number one. Number two, right implies some kind of moral precept, and you don't get that in evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I understand that technical
So that is a
objection.
very bad representation of evolution, that phrase. That's
That's
all
fine.
I'm pointing out.
That's fine. I conceded it. Can we move on?
Okay.
Gladly. So you don't think it's elegant for what about the argument from discoverability? I mean, doesn't this interpretation of of a young Earth and God being this more deference to God, creating an older Earth, doesn't this totally destroy the argument from discoverability?
No, not at all. The only aspect of that you would have any ground on would be the idea of large distances and the assumptions about light implying old quantities in the universe. That's the only part that would support your case.
I'm sorry. How does it not destroy the argument from discoverability if the age of the Earth is actually, or the age of the universe? I would also assume. Do you believe the universe is also young? I would assume, not just the Earth.
Like I say, as a faith position, I lean towards that only in deference to a more powerful deity.
Right, but I'm talking about the consequences of that position, like the destruction of the argument from discoverability. And to get to there, I also need to ask you if you also believe the universe is also young, like the Earth, like most young Earth creationists do.
I believe it could be, and it would not at all destroy discoverability. That's a fallacy.
No, I'm not saying it destroys discoverability. It destroys the argument from discoverability, which is the argument that God put us in a place in the universe, in a time, in a place, everything centered around us being able to discover how our universe works and how we got here.
But that argument is not destroyed. We can still do those things.
No, how can we? If we don't know there are lots of things you have to throw away, like what's the word I'm looking for?
Uniformity of nature?
Libertarianism?
Yeah, uniformity of nature. I mean, the speed of light,
already does.
uniformity of nature. Well, then the argument of discoverability is destroyed if we can't assume that the universe is uniform.
That's not true.
How can we okay.
You can't.
Because
you
it, look,
can't investigate the past in any meaningful way.
Go back in
if you do
time.
that.
Just go back, say, 50 years. Okay. Or let's go back 75 years. Okay. At that point, what was known about our universe? What was known was that the Milky Way was the only thing there is. There's nothing beyond it. And only in recent times has it been discovered that there's far more beyond just our own galaxy. There's facts of billions of galaxies. Okay. Now this is new. This is something new. Now, would you say back in 75 years ago, oh, that the discoverability was somehow, the argument from discoverability was somehow not valid? Of course not. The point is that we are at a point in time where we have certain observations. There may be more tomorrow, just like in that case, that will drastically change our perception of where we live. And then the argument from discoverability will either be strengthened or weakened by what the new observations are. So I don't see a problem. I see that it weakens and strengthens as we get new observation.
So you're basically saying you believe in uniformitarianism with
That's
Chinese
not what the
elements,
godly
elements.
though.
Hold on.
When we say that we believe in the uniformity of nature, that doesn't mean that we're committed to one single static scientific model of things, right? They're separate things.
It basically means things like there's a speed of light, and it was the same in the past as it is now.
Right.
On the opposite side of the universe as it is here.
Right. But that's not necessarily the case, and it does not in any way impede the argument from discoverability, because we may discover. No, it does not.
One of the major precepts. Hold on. One of the major precepts of the argument from discoverability is that we can know that the universe is expanding and expanding outward from a single point. One of the major arguments for that is light and redshift.
Mm-hmm. Now you're conflating
completely out the window.
Wrong. Just because that particular model has been used in support of that argument does not at all in any way have that argument resting on that model.
Absolutely it is, because that's the only really that's how we know
where you interpret it. Then I guess you have a problem, but I don't see that.
I think what it all boils down to is that he knows all the answers and nobody else has a bloody clue.
Right, he has the monopoly on the truth.
That seems to be what it's boiling down to.
No, I don't claim that.
Because we keep getting...
Guys, come on, let's not make it about a person.
No, I'm not, but what I'm saying is that again, we're getting the double standard coming in. That the people who disagree with him cannot use certain things, but he can. It's the double standard that seems to not be getting sort of noticed here.
That's incorrect. I made it very clear that my particular beliefs were a belief based on faith, not on scientific inference. I made that distinction clear. So I think you're overstating your case just as a way to attack me here.
I'm not attacking you. I made an observation.
Wait, DXP, how do you get to uniformity of nature or the equivalent of such?
Well, for example, take the speed of light. Whether the speed of light is constant now or has been constant at the same rate of all time, that's one type of uniformity, right? Another type of uniformity is that it has always been decreasing at a fixed rate, or it has always been increasing at a fixed rate. That's also a type of uniformity.
Right, but those would have problems, though.
I mean, yeah, if it was increasing or decreasing, we can see that today.
Yeah, well, I did point out that when I mentioned
don't jump onto the implications yet.
I did point out the problems you have with that.
Those are two different models that both rely on uniformity. They just don't rely on the uniformity that you adhere to.
What I pointed out earlier when I brought up the Oklo reactor was that if you start messing about with the speed of light, you mess about with an awful lot of other things as well.
I understand that, but that you're missing the point that I made.
Yes, but those other things could also have the sort of parameters that define them change as well, so we can't make any kind of definitive statements whatsoever about the past, because who knows, like, everything could be different because I mean, I mean, it's like it just opens the door to a whole realm of just unintelligibility once we get rid of it. So like you can say fine, like
Have
the
you
assumption is
studied
irrational
the
and it
history
can't
of
be
science?
justified.
Have you studied the history of our understanding of the atom? I mean, if
Me?
you studied these things, you would realize that if you had said that that model was correct at any point in time, you would be considered today to be just totally backward and have no idea of what an atom is. Those models change.
Yeah,
Why?
because
We understand things differently. And if we were to say, no, that somehow flies in the face of uniformity assumption because now we don't think the same way. No, we think in a new way that's also now considered the uniform way of thinking. It's just it's not the same as it used
no,
to
but
be.
maybe it's because we've learned more.
Yeah, and it's not the way that it used to be. Therefore, wow, they must have been so wrong.
No, things are the way they used. No, things. It's still the way. I mean, atoms are still what they were, but our understanding has changed. It isn't at all. The atom has changed itself.
Exactly. But you don't see the implication that undermines your argument from your acknowledgement of that fact.
No, what I'm saying, I don't think you really got what I said. Our understanding of it was different then, but the atom was still the same.
Right, but do you understand that our understanding now is different than it will be?
How did we learn more about it?
When you say, look, our understanding is different now than it used to be, I don't think you understand the implication is that our understanding in the future will be different than it is now.
I just asked you a question. As I'm pointing out, it wasn't the atom that changed, it was our understanding of it. Now, what caused our understanding to change? How did we do that?
Because science, bitches.
I want to get back to what DXP means by uniformity of nature, because he seems to mean something different than what science means.
I don't think so. It's uniformity means that we can that there is a consistent and coherent explanation. In other words, the universe is rationalizable. We can actually observe regular behaviors and make conclusions about those.
My
My
point is that in your view, I don't think we can say the universe is intelligible. Right? Like
No,
that's a big thing to do, is to say like, oh, we can't really comment on the past whatsoever because we don't have any grounds to say that the past is similar to the present. So I think when we do that and when we fully embrace that causes some problems.
It basically
No, I
means
didn't say that.
every way we have of learning.
You can't say the present is the key to the past unconditionally. We have to be aware that the assumption that we're bringing is important, so that when we find observations that might change that, we're able to move and pivot and increase our knowledge instead of being stuck by
No one says unconditionally. That's a pretty powerful word.
That's right.
I'd say it's reasonable to, on the whole, assume that the past is going to, or the past is going to be like the present, and the present is going to be like the past. Because if we didn't believe that, it would just make day-to-day functioning really, really difficult. In fact, it'd make it almost like impossible, right? Like that almost makes like induction kind of.
I agree with you, but the case that you're making is on a small time scale. On a small time scale, I agree with you 100%. But you cannot extrapolate that to a large time scale and then say that there wouldn't be implications.
Where's the line of demarcation between large and small?
Well, it's qualitative, but we can definitely give examples of a large versus small. For example, a few seconds is certainly small. A few billion years is certainly long. Now, where the exact line is, I'm not going to say. I mean, that would be a subject of debate. But either way, I think the thing you're objecting to, that you're trying to make this reductio ad absurdum, is on a small scale, and I agree with you. But that does not prevent at all there from being some longer process in which the actual constants and laws themselves have mutated. We don't know. And there's a possible set of assumptions where we can interpret the data from that might make more sense. It might make a stronger model than any model that we have now. Just like our models of the atom have changed over time, and we understand things much differently. And those understandings are likely to change again. That's why if we put a stake in the ground thinking that what we understand now is so accurate, we're going to be wrong. So I don't rule out, I just don't rule out the possibility that some of these things that seem to be set in stone in your mind could actually be different in the future and be understood differently.
Set in stone in our minds. Did you miss my explanation of the tentativity of science? And why it's tentative? There's nothing set in stone.
But you don't treat it as tentative even though you said it so. It's like you have two ways of going on this one. You want to say it's tentative, but you treat it as absolute when you speak about it.
Well, I don't. When it comes to, I take all scientific models as tentative and provisional, but I don't take the uniform. The uniformity of nature is it's not a scientific model. It's something that grounds scientific models. It's almost like a pre-rational belief, right? It's more foundational than things like evolution or like the theory of gravity, right? If nature wasn't uniform, then, or if at least we didn't go on the assumption that it's uniform in some sense, then models themselves would be meaningless because that's the whole point of the model in many ways.
I agree.
You see what I
Yes, and I agree, and I think it's important the way you stated it, because you made those assumptions clear and explicit. You didn't try to smuggle them in to your analysis. You're saying, look, there's assumptions that we have to make in order to even operate within this domain.
Sure.
And I agree 100%. And so that way, when we have observations and we have differing interpretations, we can really cut to the chase and understand where it is we really disagree.
Yeah, that's sure. So are you arguing for some kind of, like, I don't know, revelation trumps, scientific intuition? So like if it
I would argue that revelation would trump current scientific understanding, in the sense that ultimately truth will cut its own path.
I guess that's fair, but then if you're going to do that, it kind of makes sense to then concede the point and say, like, I'm not going to use present scientific paradigms then to argue for the historicity of things in the Bible. Like, wouldn't that sort of follow then?
No, because again, my key point is that sometimes you can stipulate certain assumptions that you don't believe in for the sake of argument. So you can stipulate uniformitarianism, or you can stipulate the constants of nature and you can stipulate all those things in order to make an argument. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you adhere to those assumptions as being set in stone. You could also stipulate another possible set of assumptions in order to make a different argument.
Sure. So, I mean, maybe nature isn't uniform. Maybe it all did wink into existence, a millisecond ago or something, or who knows? Like, maybe the universe is probably stranger than we. There's that old quotation. It's not stranger than we imagine. It's stranger than we can imagine. But
yeah, I think that's a very wise statement. Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is if we're going to deviate from these kind of common sense intuitions, then we would need, we'd kind of need a reason for it. So, like, if you need to still give, I mean, it's true, like, yeah, people are going to interpret the facts in different ways, but you still need to kind of explain why you want to favor one interpretive mode over another.
Yeah. Well, we need to, because we need to be agile. We need to be able to look at the observations. It's the old think outside the box. We need to be able to do that in order to make any progress on better understanding. You see, if we just kind of close the box up and say, look, you cannot go outside of this certain domain because this is the current consensus, then we don't make progress. And we can see, that's what I'm saying, history of science shows us every 40 to 50 years there's a huge paradigm shift, and it's usually painful, where there's a number of people entrenched in supporting the current theories that have been doing it their whole careers as academics. And it's the upcoming generation of new PhDs and new scientists that are willing to, because they don't have a stake in the game, they don't have a dog in the fight yet. They're willing to look at new ideas and to propose new theories. And the old theories die hard as a result. Okay?
Can you give an example of when it was painful?
Oh, absolutely. You can look at Einstein's theory of relativity. It was a very painful, process for science to come to terms with that and discard the Newtonian ideas in large distances and small times and so forth. And there was much objection to it for I would say at least a decade, if not more. But people came around to grasping it, and it was the older generations who were entrenched. They had built their careers off of Newtonian physics. It was the younger generations that were able to embrace it, and they're responsible for much of what we now understand, which is currently under attack in cosmology.
Can you give me the names of these members of the older generation who were upset?
I can, but I'm not going to look it up.
Okay, because a lot of the older generation was very excited about the Einstein. Just as when the change came to the Big Bang Theory. Again, there was also, show me the evidence for that. I'm unaware of that.
Yeah, and plus we never really actually threw away Newtonian physics, because there actually has been some formulations of relativity using Newtonian physics and time-dependent electromagnetic theory, or otherwise known as Maxwell's theory. But it's this time-dependent one specifically, because Maxwell's is actually time-independent. But the thing is that, okay, so we expanded our knowledge and understanding. Is that a bad thing? Or, I mean, having to take ideas that we once thought were true and now have to re-examine them and possibly consider that they may be false? What's your fundamental contention here?
Well, I mean, the point I'm making fundamentally is that we have this history and we need to learn from it. And what we can learn is this. That our current understanding, okay, the current quote-unquote consensus, scientific consensus, that is most likely to change in a dramatic way in the next few decades, in an important way. So therefore, to the degree that you're putting a stake in the ground and you're anchoring yourself on something that we know from history is likely to be fleeting in a major way.
Where specifically? You just said the current consensus. I mean, that's extremely... Wait, Will. That's what you just said, DXP, is extremely vague. Where? I mean, can you predict it to the month? There was Ludwig von Mises predicted the Great Depression to the month.
I suggest you study the history of science, because you probably don't have an appreciation for what I'm saying. But when you study it, you'll realize that many upheaval. And the upheaval.
I just gave you a reference to a moment in the history of science, well, specifically the history of economics, but. Okay, thanks for continuing to poison the well. That's a very nice tactic you're using there.
Just being honest.
No, it's not. I mean, I mean, can someone back me up here? Maybe am I? I mean.
Yeah, that was rather
condescending. It's not as nice that I could be. I could sugarcoat it more, but I'm a little bit impatient to do that. So that's my fault. I'm sorry.
Now, I just wanted to say that, see, I certainly haven't examined every great sea change in history. I have examined evolution, and I've actually watched a great sea change happen in paleontology. So I don't accept your contention that the old-timers were really entrenched and resistant. Certainly some of them are, but not all of them were. I watched paleontology. I mean, I literally watched it from the Vert Paleontology list and the Dinosaur Mailing List, which are list servers that are filled with paleontologists and geologists, the change that happened since the 1980s to today in paleontology, the discovery of the Chinese fossils, the discovery of the feathered fossils, the change from birds are not dinosaurs to birds are dinosaur descendants to birds are dinosaurs. I watched this happen. I watched all of the arguments take place on these lists between these different paleontologists. I did not see where any of the old-timers were entrenched in the old-fashioned way of looking at things, with the exception of one, and that's Alan Fiducia, who seems to refuse to accept any new information. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, because he's kind of a gadfly now, and he makes people respond to him, and it's always a good thing to have the gadfly. So, you know, there's been a huge, you know, paradigm shift in paleontology in the last 40 years. I watched it occur. I watched the actual paleontologists who were making the discoveries argue with each other and discuss. I did not see any old-timers entrenched and willing to give up and unwilling to give up their ideas, with the exception of one. And I've spent a lot of time reading about, you know, what happened in Darwin's era, including a lot of the original material from Google Books, reading the people who were alive at the time, and because in Google Books you can get their actual books, you can get things like the, oh crap, what's the name of it? Oh, various different journals and magazines from that era, and read what the people were actually saying themselves. The only problem I have with some of it is that it's in French, and I've had to actually type it out and pop it into Google Translate for a iffy translation for some of it. But no, so I didn't see that happen back then either. So I'm not saying there aren't ideas that come up that people are so entrenched in they don't want to give up. I'm just saying I challenge that model because I haven't seen it myself.
Well,
I'd have to have
would
more
suggest that you look at a longer span. I'm talking about hundreds of years of science, not necessarily, say, a 20 to 30-year type frame. That's why I was saying...
You went back 75 years.
Yeah, well, just to make that one point, but I think that I'm not going to say it happens in every case, but the general idea, the general lesson of the history of science is that if you put your stake in the ground, if you anchor yourself to the current understanding, you are likely to be false.
Hey guys, before you go on just a second, I'm going to bed. It's been a pleasure, guys. Thank you for coming. I've given mods to almost everybody, so don't forget to broadcast people and try to keep the discussion clean. So yeah, I will see you tomorrow, hopefully. Take care, guys.
Take care. I would say that if you know, banging a stake in the ground and refusing to move from it isn't really how it works.
That's
because
bad
if
science.
nobody, sorry.
I was going to say, yeah, that's bad. Any scientist who refuses to take into account new information, like that would be an example of
It's
bad
not just.
science.
It's not just refuses to take into account information. It's the fact that many scientists are involved in research. They're trying to find out new things. They're doing the work to discover it, and therefore it means that they have. It means that they haven't.
It's very difficult for somebody who's spent 40 years of their lives promoting a particular idea to then embrace the detractors of that idea. It's a human thing, Well,
but even if we were to grant this view of scientific history, and by the way, there's been a lot of reactions against this whole paradigm shift, sort of Kuhnian approach. That's all kind of neither here nor there with respect to a young Earth or young Earth creationism or things like that. Like, it may be the case that we look at things 200 years from now we look at things in a radically different way, or it may not. Just because historically, that may or may not have been the case. That doesn't mean that necessarily means that's how, the scientific, trajectory will go in the future. The argument still needs to be, the case still has to be made for like a young Earth, right? Like that's
yes,
it does,
absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
And like I said before, I think
Right,
that
and you're assuming that none of us have said that in the past before. You're just putting us as opposition and poisoning the well. Oh man, you've been repeating yourself, and we've been repeating ourselves.
well, you know, I'm sorry if I've insulted anybody. I didn't mean to.
As I was saying, given that scientists are carrying out the research, are trying to find out new things, they're pushing the boundaries. They desperately want to make this the next great discovery or overturn an existing paradigm. I don't think it's really very accurate to say that anybody's hammering a stake into the ground and refusing to budge. There wouldn't be any research if that's what science was doing. We would just stop.
I have to disagree. Like I say, I've studied this thoroughly, and having been involved in the scientific community for over a decade myself, I have much anecdotal evidence I could bring. But it goes far beyond that. My studies of history of science have shown a theme, a recurring theme, and that is that those who have invested a large part of their career in promoting a particular theory have produced experiments and evidence over decades to show their case. They rarely switch horses in the middle of the stream and go to another theory and start being a proponent of that. What happens is the younger generation...
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a reason for that. I mean, there is a reason for that. That if they have collected all this evidence that allows them to accept that theory, then why should they switch? Why should they, in the face of that evidence, just switch?
Yep, I understand what you're saying, but again, I
don't think you do. What you're saying is that
if you could provide us that evidence, some of us might just switch. Come on, but you've been really weak on that part.
This is the point that everybody's been making. The decisions are based on the evidence provided. Now, there are competing groups of scientists all over the world.
You act like scientists are robots. They're not. They're humans. They're subject to the same human frailties that we all are, of getting offended.
Get away, never.
Being entrenched in an idea. They're not robots, okay? They do have agendas. They have biases. We all do. They are human like us. They're not robots.
Well, maybe we should look at the centers of agendas, but that's a completely different topic. I mean, if you want to talk about agendas, we could do that some other point. But I don't think that you're discounting the. I mean, obviously, there's always going to be propaganda sources that are going to try to create false consensus. But for many things, the consensus remains surprisingly solid. And like I said, the consensus is overturned by evidence. You might like to claim that, oh no, the evidence is being systematically suppressed, but yet again, it's being systematically suppressed by people like you who won't even share it in the first place. So...
Yeah, I think that's something that you're ignoring, that when people make their decision based on the evidence, they're making a considered decision. And to say, well, they should just give up on what they have collected all this evidence for and immediately embrace something that they haven't seen any evidence for, and that somehow it is a failure if they don't do that. No, we go where the evidence leads. Science, the whole point of being a scientist, people choose to be scientists because they're inherently nosy. The nosiest people make the best scientists because they're always asking why. And each part of their work builds on a previous part of their work. And so they have to get it right. Because if they get it wrong, they then lead themselves up the garden path in the next step. And nobody wants to do that. When you are so nosy that you want to know how something works, you're not going out to fool yourself. And that's why your reminder that scientists are humans is very appropriate. Because this need to know, this nosiness that drives scientists is what keeps them from fooling themselves, because they know if they get it wrong and they base the next bit of work on this, what they've got wrong, then they're up a certain smelly creek without any means of propulsion. Do you understand?
Sure, I understand that. Yeah.
And to say that they all have an agenda. Well, if your findings are based on agenda, right? They'd never get anything published.
You agree that we all have our biases, right?
Everybody has biases, and that is why science operates the way it does. It operates with controls to counteract those biases.
And you agree that if you have two projects that you're considering pursuing based on your interests, and one you can get a grant for to help you pursue, and one you cannot, you're more likely to pursue the project you can get the grant money than otherwise. Correct?
Because, well, yeah, there's a pretty reasonable explanation for that one. And that's because if you decide to pursue the one that you can't get the grant money for, you end up pursuing neither of them.
I don't know. I want
and you're
to
sitting
feel,
there
I
signing
feel,
on as unemployed.
I feel like I want to be controversial, but to be honest, from my understanding, most real-world things that have actually applied and have made people's world better have been done by minor increases in the current technology through innovations in the private market than actual sterile, detached from the world research that is usually done by researchers. Now, I'm not saying that a lot of really interesting stuff comes out of government-funded and private-funded, but most innovation, you know, the iPhone could never have been created in a laboratory. You know,
and what about cancer research?
Oh no! I'm not. You know, I'm not diminishing things like that. I'm just saying that there is kind of a fundamental difference in innovation, right? So innovation in a research standpoint, yeah, it's usually these very well-defined steps forward, while innovation in the market sense is more of this kind of massive sweeping overtake, like the iPhone versus all the other types of old phones we used to have, right?
With the exception of the fact that computers came out of Stanford and UC Berkeley, and much of our modern knowledge it comes from.
Computers were originally calculating machines. They were mechanical, then they became electromechanical, then semiconductors came around. You know,
are you familiar with Admiral Grace Horatio there?
Oh, yeah.
It's based on
you cannot apply research. You cannot apply the research until the research is done.
And what I was going to mention is NASA.
Yeah, and a lot of it, people look at the research as it's being done and think, what on earth is the point of that?
I mean, how
and then further down the line, suddenly it's being utilised in ways that the people who first did the basic research on it would never have thought of.
Mm-hmm. And have you looked at everything you've gotten from NASA?
Well, NASA, again, was a lot of innovation or incremental increases on the current existing technology, kind of bringing the stuff that would exist 20 years in the future. Wait! Bringing the stuff that would exist 20 years in the future kind of to that day for that one project, and then eventually when the processes became cheap enough 20 years later, then it kind of diffused into the general market.
I'm kind of not even sure what you just said, but my dad worked for NASA for most of his life, and
my grandpa worked for NASA too.
Labs, so I'm very
he worked actually on the first digital camera ever to exist that went on the Apollo mission. So no, I mean I have family that worked for NASA as well, and But what I'm saying is, from an economic standpoint, most of these products, like a digital camera, is inevitable. Even if NASA wasn't going to do it, a digital camera was going to come out anyway. Probably with similar technology with the semiconductors.
That's make believe.
Really?
No, it really is. Yeah. So what you're saying is, well, if NASA hadn't done these things would have eventually happened. Yeah, they probably would have.
The Russians were doing it.
No,
the Russians were doing it. Everybody else was doing it. You know, it's a
when
very NASA-centric.
When the fall of Russia came in the 1980s, it was discovered how backwards they were in computer science.
I agree.
know.
I agree.
I had a friend who went over there.
You
so
are absolutely right. I completely agree. Trust me, my great grandparents actually fled from the USSR back in the 40s. You know, I completely agree with how backwards it was.
Well, I'm talking about how backwards they were in the 1980s.
No, I agree, but still, like I said, I forget the electronic sensor that's on digital cameras. It's an array of semiconductors essentially.
Yeah,
CD something. Yeah. I mean, those kind of things are just inevitable. I think that's pretty much the right way to make a digital camera. I can't really, you know.
Yes, you're right. But who discovers it? When is it discovered? What is the impetus for it being discovered? And it's NASA that caused all these massive changes that happened so rapidly.
What NASA demanded was very strict standards on existing technologies to a point that wasn't really necessary at that point for the current consumer technology.
Still not an answer.
Well, obviously it was.
Yeah, it was, and that's still not an answer. What really promotes, unfortunately, what really promotes technology is war. And in this case, what promoted the technology was the yes. Look at
really?
It.
Okay, so if war really promotes technology, why don't we just fight each other all the time? Why don't we just have mass, water balloon fights or something like that all the time?
No, we have throughout history. And what I was going to say is what pushed NASA to do what it did was the Cold War, and I remember that. I remember when Sputnik went up. I actually got to see Sputnik. Oh God,
Sputnik was a tuna can with a radio strapped on it. It wasn't.
No,
I mean,
hold on.
You don't get it. You do not get it.
I do get it. I totally get it.
Okay. Who was the first nation that put a man around in the orbit in space? Was it NASA?
It was Russia. No, it was Russia.
Yeah.
It was Russia.
How did they do it? How did they do that?
That pushed the US.
Right.
To step up its efforts because of the Cold War. They couldn't have Russia one step ahead. And this is why conflict is the mother of invention.
I'm glad that the penis measuring contest finally ended, but okay, that doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that their reappropriations of capitals towards these penis waving contests actually improve technology in a significant fashion.
Excuse me. As someone who lived through this,
hello, Nadia.
The terror that we were under, for you to call it a penis
you had propagandas. ICBMs are everywhere. Oh my God, ICBMs.
We had nuclear missiles in Cuba. You have no idea.
Well, that was an actual actual threat. That's why the Cuban Missile Crisis was an actual threat.
And the Russians having us targeted and us having them targeted with nuclear weapons, the massive installations we had, the missile installations we had all over this country, it's not just penis waving. It was terrifying. Yeah. And it was very frightening. Especially when you had Especially when you had people like Khrushchev. Especially when you had people like Khrushchev slamming his shoe down on the at the UN, claiming that they were going to take us out. No, it's not a penis waving contest. It was a war. It was a Cold War. It was a deadly conflict, and it was very, very scary.
I agree,
and,
but don't
call it a penis waving contest. That's my point.
Okay, hey, look, I understand the history of that. I was slightly minimizing it, but my point is that Khrushchev and Reagan were kind of waving their dicks at each other. They're saying my arsenal's bigger than your arsenal.
Wrong history. It wasn't Khrushchev and Reagan.
Really? I mean, what?
Reagan. Kennedy.
See, Yeah.
Oh, Kennedy. Yeah, Kennedy, and well,
Okay.
Reagan eventually. I mean, ended it, but
Yeah,
yes,
Khrushchev
Kennedy.
was long
Yeah.
gone then.
No, Nixon ended it. I mean, well, really.
The
Okay.
point
But
is it's one up. The point is it's one
See,
up.
your history is really fucked up.
My point is, so you're saying that creating these weapons of mass destruction and pointing them at each other somehow made technology better?
Yes.
Oh, I think you're missing the point. Look,
I mean, destroy.
here's the point. Look, you have
Hiroshima,
got-
Nagasaki. That propelled the future.
If you're going to ask questions, you might want to listen to what their answers
Atomic
are.
energy? Atomic energy? Where do you get atomic energy?
But we're on uranium. Should we be using thorium if we were genuinely interested in actual energy production rather than nuclear arms production?
May I say something, Eustace, if you
What?
don't mind? The whole
Yes, please,
point
sorry.
about war pushing this is because of the one-upmanship.
Right.
Each side is competing, whether it is a real hot war or it's a cold war. And each side is trying to get one up on the other. As soon as there is development from one side, the other side
But it's
then
not
works
cancer
hard.
research. It's not
Yeah, so
cancer
let her finish. Let her
I am
finish
not
talking.
talking about cancer.
Let her finish talking.
No,
For
but I
goodness
agree. I agree with you.
sake.
No, Fiona, I agree with you. For in terms of war technology, yeah, it's a constant game of one-upmanship, but it's not a constant game of one-upmanship in cancer research.
We're not talking about cancer research, we're talking about war.
I know, but
The claim was made that war is what really pushes technology. The claim was not that cancer
war
really pushes.
technology.
No, it's much more than
goodness
war
sake.
technology.
And you're wrong about
medicine. Emergency medicine is the product of triage from combat.
And our knowledge
like
of
I said,
cancer
most-
comes largely from.
There's a lot of that
Our
because
treatment of
things like-
cancer. Wait a second, I want to jump in here. Our treatment of cancer, chemotherapy, is the product of mustard. Let me
mustard
finish, please. It
Yes,
is.
I know
And
mustard.
yes.
Yes.
And
And
you know
no,
what?
that's
And
that,
you know
and that
what?
was
You know what? Can I wait a second.
that was
I am
rudimentary
Wait
chemotherapy.
a second. No, it was
That's
not. It
rudimentary.
was early chemotherapy.
Yeah,
You know what?
exactly.
So what?
Now there's many much more advanced chemotherapies that have developed without any wars.
But so what? Without a starting
Right, I'm gonna-
point, you don't have a
I
second
think I'm just going to leave here and we're going to let Eustace just give lectures.
Aces, I'm alive because of that.
Me too. I had cancer.
So did I. So
Yeah.
instead of dismissing it, that's how
No, I'm
progress
not.
happens.
Wait.
You
No, but the
just
claim was
said
that war propelled.
Astus. Please let somebody else talk.
Man.
Since
I
I've
mean,
been in here, you've interrupted like 10
can I
people.
ask a question? I mean, is it a discussion that war does not boost technologies? I mean, that is probably something that everybody would agree that war can push certain. It's like it's a catalyst to certain technologies. Who would
I
deny
don't know how
that?
picking up guns and building bombs makes cancer research go any further.
Well, without it, we would not have been.
Do
We
you
would
know
not have
what
had.
penicillin is? Do you know what penicillin is?
Yes,
And
penicillin.
how did it affect the war? The Second World War.
Well, how did war affect it? Is what
It's
Astus
a
is saying.
general antibacterial. Yeah, it's a wonderful.
Yeah, but
thing.
not everybody did have it. The Americans had it. The Germans didn't have it.
Astus, without
It was developed during the war. That is the war technology.
Really?
If
I
yeah,
mean,
really. Yeah, really. Look it
No,
up.
well, it was maybe. No, if I remember
Astus-
correctly, who was the guy that
Do you
developed
think?
penicillin?
Do you think if the Americans invaded Iwo Jima and a lot of American soldiers were wounded and they got the treatment?
Yeah,
do you
no.
think-
Oh, okay.
do you
During the
think-
so in 1897, during the war. Yeah, like I
What?
said, penicillin. Well, that was when he
No, I think
yeah
you're
he when
misinformed.
Ernst Dönchen. I'm probably completely
Astus?
destroying his name. He found that there was an antagonism between molds and microbes, giving
Oh,
the
really?
idea that
Why did German soldiers not have penicillin and Americans did? Tell me that.
No,
what
I'm
it
not
did is
saying.
it spread
Right.
it,
So let me.
ACES. Okay, what I think he's saying is that it spread the technology. The conditions of war require responses that are the product of ingenuity on the fly.
Okay, but wait.
And
So,
let me finish. Ace, man, you need to stop interrupting
no,
people.
but you made a point. You did make a
Ace,
point. You
so
said that it
fucking
spread the.
what? Shut the fuck up. Stop
Holy shit,
interrupting.
dude.
Just stop interrupting. Let somebody finish a thought. Thank you. Write it down before you say it. That way it won't have to be an interruption.
Well, I've said some
Ace,
people.
Goodbye.
Some people
Have a nice
said not
day.
to.
Goodbye,
Okay.
Aces.
So we got penicillin and 100,000 dead scientists. That's what we got, right?
Why 100,000 dead scientists? What?
Well, weren't there plenty of scientists who were taken away from their scientific work to go fight the wars?
No, I wouldn't say. Well, maybe some, but I wouldn't say
Yeah,
100
plenty.
of
So,
thousands.
no, I know. I was
Plenty.
just guessing. I mean, but at that point, my point still stands. Where significant amounts of scientists were taken away from their scientific efforts to go fight in the war when they could have been doing science, right?
But they were doing science. I mean, the war effort.
Really? I mean, even
the war effort was
no,
science.
in the U.S. I mean,
I mean,
at least. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what if you take away scientists from science, as you claim? What you're going to employ them for? Making
Okay, my
a
point is
rifle or
this.
what?
So my point is
Producing them
that.
a rifle?
Well, my point is that so during the Second World War in the U.S. there was a general draft, and I mean, and actually pretty much all private industries had to stop work and work towards the war effort. So things like iron mining and everything. These companies pretty much not shut down, but were taken over by the U.S. government towards the war effort. So they were building bombs instead of railroads. These scientists were researching poisons instead of.
Right. One question. Don't you think they got a lot of funding from the government to do that?
Where'd the funding come from?
From the government.
Where'd the government get the money?
They just lent it. There are war bonds and stuff like that. What do you mean?
Who paid for the war bonds?
Private people.
Right, taxpayers. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
please look up how much in depth were the German.
Okay, we take money from taxpayers to pay for bombs, guns, and poisons, and yet technology
That's
was
history.
better because of that.
That's history. Look up at what? Are you fucking serious? Look up how much in depth was the German Kaiserreich before the First World War. Yeah, look it up.
Hi
And
everyone.
look up how much depth they had after the First World War. And look up how much depth France had after the First War. Look up how much depth Britain had after the First War compared to before the First World War. So if you don't realize that they indebted themselves to the private people who bought war bonds, then you're really ignorant.
Okay, so on paper they're better off because they seized all the assets of entrepreneurs, but yet all their houses were destroyed. Most of Europe was flattened.
When?
During the Second World War?
Yeah, during the Second World War. During the First World War? How about
it wasn't as bad. I mean, much less people.
It wasn't as bad, but I mean, on paper.
But on paper, yeah, okay. But then there's all these deaths, and I'm struggling to see how an on-paper argument argues away all the deaths.
There is a problem if your house gets flattened, but you can still indebt it before it gets flattened, right? It's still indebted.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I mean by that if you say that I don't really get your argument. I mean, the government indebted itself to what private people bought war bonds.
No, they were saying no. Their investments were taken away and they were given war bonds in exchange, pretty much. Yes,
No.
there's some people that were.
How does that work?
No,
How does
and
that
if
work?
you look at history, both of those things happened.
Yes, I know. There
And
was
here's
also
some of the problem I
What
have
I'm
with
saying
what-
is yes, the common
I
man was asked.
I just joined, and I'd like to jump in and weigh in if I can, please. I've been listening for a long
Just
time.
jump in. Just jump in.
Very
You're
interesting
welcome.
to me, the whole line of argumentation that you're going on here. When you talked about the draft and how it took scientists away, and you pretend like that both situations don't happen. If they took all the scientists away, science would have stopped during the war. It didn't. That's not what happened. You pretend like that because this might have
No. What happened was there was a concentration.
Different
No.
people
What
away.
happened was that there was a
But the interesting thing,
concentration.
everybody else is that I'll keep
Console.
speaking when you interrupt me, and I don't really care.
Yeah, so
I
there
can talk
was.
loud too, and I can just keep talking when you interrupt me, and I'm really good at that.
Okay, so there was a concentration of an increase in war technology investment,
So,
not
in
a
other words, you
concentration
can't
in
have an even
science
conversation, right? You can't
No,
hear other
that's all I want to say. So go
you
ahead.
can't hear other people's thoughts. You can't listen to someone else without interrupting.
No, but
them.
you made a point. You made a point, and I
can't-
wanted to
I
respond
wasn't
to it.
finished with my point. I'll decide when my point's over. Thank you. I'm the one speaking. I'll decide when my point is over.
Dude, you don't have to be here.
You're right.
But like I
don't.
said,
If you treat
like
people like
I-
shit,
like
maybe
I
someone
said-
comes in and treats you like the shit and does the same thing to you and interrupts you and won't let you speak. You don't like it
Okay.
either. That's
I
just
haven't
what
been doing
everyone
that.
else in this room the whole time,
I've
not
let
letting
Tom
them
talk.
say anything,
I
not
don't know.
letting
Tom
them finish
here.
their point.
What's the point of the argument? I don't understand.
I just thought I'd come in and make an ass out of him and make that point that this guy just cannot seem to let anyone finish a sentence just like that. Thank you for helping me make my point.
Okay,
Well,
can
you're
we
making an ass out of yourself. That's all you're doing.
can we calm down? Can we calm down all? Can we all calm down? Like let's just
absolutely.
make your point, please.
Well, yeah, like I said, I mean, there was a massive movement from all these other forms of research into technology into war-making technology. And I think overall that didn't increase technology as a whole. It just increased war-making technology. And then some
I don't
parts
know.
were kind of picked away from it, but most of it was just an aggregation of already existing technologies.
Isn't there some funding involved?
I mean, the Rockefellers were funded some of the stuff, but that's a totally different conversation.
I mean, if you have a scientist and you give him funding and you say, well, you have researched now, I don't know, electromagnetic fields, and you are supposed to make better guns, or I don't know, but I give you more money for the funding that I want you, then you kind of draw him away from his previous project, because his previous project is not funded anymore.
Right.
That's kind of yeah.
Well, or just
so
individual.
you are saying.
Sorry, go ahead.
My point is, like, in war you have to compete directly with your opponent, and if you have better funding and if you have better scientists, you will come up with better new technologies.
But still, that doesn't make the argument that as a whole technology increased because of the war.
Yeah, it kind of does in
I mean,
certain
human welfare went drastically down. I mean, deaths went massively up. You know.
in certain areas it does. Just look like at the penicillin advancement. There's like, this is like an advancement that wouldn't maybe have naturally come to just save soldiers' lives, because there were so many soldiers' lives at
but my
stake.
point
It
is
was a
that
real factor.
Well, my point is that it was already known that penicillin mold had an antibacterial effect, and the government simply just used that technology and made.
Why didn't the Germans have that technology when they went to World War II? You don't know.
I don't know. Can you tell me?
Well, I guess because the Americans were smarter and had more funds.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. You know, maybe because I don't think it was a government state secret that penicillin. I think that it was. I mean, didn't the UK have penicillin too at that time? At that point in time.
I mean, it's a fact that the Americans had it and no one else had it. So it is. If you look back at the history of American funding, the American military, the American government, if you want to go on a broader basis, they funded this to a certain degree. It might have been a lost funding, like a funding to where there is no result, like.
What was y'all talking about? If I don't mind, I don't mean to butt in what y'all talking about. What was y'all talking about?
Well, I'm actually not sure what I'm talking about, but the thing is that the topic is more or less like did the war propagate, did war catalyze some scientific research, and I think it did. At least we have some historical evidence that in some certain fields, a war did actually boost the discovery of certain technologies. That's
well,
my
maybe
point.
I can make my argument a bit more nuanced. It's not
Go
that
ahead.
there wasn't because the government can only take existing scientists that are working in their fields and make them work on something else. They can't just